Hey, Dal, why is that? Good Monday morning, everybody. John and Lance along with Dell now for 3 hours here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. A pretty good Houston basketball weekend right up until, well, Saturday night when the when the Rockets played an egg against the Jazz. Didn't play very well, but handled business against Minnesota. Man, these back to back to back. It's just been it's crazy how many back to back to back. And there's a stat out there about the Rockets, not having any rest and how it's affected them. It's just crazy how many. This is what 10 of 11 games have been back to backs. That's just crazy. You got to. I mean, the league would do it this now. I know one of them was because Atlanta they had the suspended game and they had to make up that game. But otherwise, I mean, it's still stupid. It's just stupid.
And it's funny. We used to have this conversation, and the talk was always, well, what's the big deal? Like, you're only playing X amount of minutes of a game, and there's timeouts, and there's this, that, and the other. It's not the game action. It's the travel. It's the time you get in. You get in at, if it's a night game, you're going to get in at 1 something, 2 something in the morning. I know they're on jets and all this stuff, but the travel starts to wear you down. And it does have an impact on you. It messes with sleep patterns. It messes with, it can have. I mean, it's just true. If you do a lot of traveling, you definitely know. You don't even have to be told that. I wouldn't say you do a lot of traveling, John, but you do more than probably you do more than the average person right now. And it's like a travel day is a pain in the ass. It's just you get tired doing nothing. You just like, what did I do? I walk around an airport, and then I sit and wait, and then I'm on a plane, and it's just that's part of the hassle of the NBA is that, you grind through, but then your hours are all jacked up, and there's a fatigue the next day that sets in.
Yeah, well, no, and it's playing in back-to-back games. I know they're young. This is one of the youngest teams in the NBA and all of that, but it absolutely, yeah. When you play one day in Houston, and then you fly to and whatever time you get in after that game, and then you got to play the next night against. Yeah, absolutely, it wears on your legs, your energy, everything. So this has been a rough. We knew it was going to be a rough part of the schedule. They're better than the Jazz, but they got to hand it to them by the Jazz. But I think the lead this weekend was the Cougs. I think the lead was how great it was to have game day at Fertitta Center. How they showed up. It was great to see all of the. How much of it did you get to see some of it game day on Saturday morning? Are you?
I've got a little thing. I took my key. You see this? We only have one car now for the house.
Yeah, yeah.
You see these in my hand? You know what these are?
They're keys.
Yeah. What do you think they're to?
One car that you have?
Yeah. Who do you think has it downstairs right now? And it was calling me about 3 times in a row on the air.
That would be your wife.
Yeah. Who do you think she has to take to school? Take it, Dell. Hit it, Dell.
Well, Dell, it's me and you. I said it was going to be me, Lance, and Dell for the next 3 hours.
I'll be right.
Why are you Hollywood today with the sunglasses? Anyway.
Oh, these are light-sensitive glasses. These are, these are going to be a thing from now on.
Okay. So Hollywood has got to go downstairs. He calling me Hollywood Dell, and he's going downstairs with his sunglasses on and just and not being part of the show. So game day Saturday morning was awesome. It was awesome. Reese, Jay Billis, Jay Williams, all of them. Two of man, and what's I don't know the female. She was on the set. Del, do you know her? Do you know her name? I don't know.
I was not awake, so I don't know any of what you're talking about.
Oh, you didn't see any of it? You didn't see any of it? It was really good. The Cougs did a really, really nice job. And I thought the Cougs did a nice job. Fans were awesome. I thought the stadium showed well. They got all kinds of – they had Jim Nance giving hellos. They had Jamal Shed, Quentin Grimes. They had Marcus Sass. They had all the NBA guys. Kelvin Sampson came. I thought our interview with Kelvin Sampson on Friday, and if you want to go back and see and listen to that, 9:30 with Kelvin Sampson, I thought our interview with him was better. But Kelvin came up with some good stuff. There was some stuff that we can get to, but we don't have to since we had him on, and we didn't have to depend on game day. But I thought it was just awesome. And then the way the Cougs came out, that arena, the way that they played hard. Of course, Iowa State was going to make a run. They made the run, but the Cougs made the plays at the end. It was great, great, great. We've got some sound for it. I don't know if you've had time to get to any of it. I put in Jay Billis. I would like to hear. They said on the broadcast, they said, we've got 3 teams that we think can win the national championship. And the Cougs are one of those teams. I think it's Auburn, maybe Duke, and Houston, the teams that can win a national championship. And why is this team different? Well, first of all, hopefully it will stay healthy. That's number one. Secondly, they're not dependent, although LJ Cryer is a bit of constant game in and game out. LJ Cryer has been somebody that you got to depend on. He's got to score because you can't. I don't think you can count on Emmanuel Sharp. You can't count on J1. J1 is going to be there. J1 is going to score for you, and he's going to get big buckets inside. And the rest of the guys are pretty. JoJo has got his role. Arsenault and Wilson, all of them. All those guys, they're all role players. LJ's got to score, and J1, they're going to have to take the bulk of the scoring. And hopefully, if Emmanuel Sharp shoots, if he's a sharp shooter, then they're going to be pretty damn good. But Jay Billis, during the broadcast, had this to say about the Cougs and where they are in the national championship scene.
This is the most efficient offense that Houston has had in the last 25 years. They're low turnover. They force a ton of turnover, so they've got like a +5 turnover margin. They're an excellent offensive rebounding team, so as long as they get a shot every time down, they got a 40% chance of getting a second shot. Those are usually high percentage shots. But really what you have to deal with in Houston is facing their relentlessness for 40-plus minutes. And it's really difficult to play against them. And you're thinking about how they're coming at you instead of how you can attack them. And that's a big factor. I think this is a national championship quality team. Last year, they were Final Four quality. And had Jamal Shed not gotten injured against Duke with that ankle that put him out of the game in the first half, I think they would have made the Final Four. I think Houston would have been there last year.
I agree. But it's not the first time, Sasser and Tremont Mark get hurt. I mean, it's been year after year after year that they have a major injury. JoJo Tugler last year as well was another injury that they suffered that killed them. If this team can stay healthy, this team is good enough. It's just good enough. Iowa State is a very, very good team. And, boy, did they throttle them early on. That was fun. Iowa State got some points in the second half, made it a game, came back, but the Cougs played their game, and they won at the end. And then LJ Cryer, and I don't know that he gets enough love here. I'm not sure that LJ came over from Baylor, a transfer here, and he has been fantastic for this team. He during the game, LJ is going off and having a great game, and Trae Young tweeted this. He said, "LJ Cryer in his give me the ball and get out of the way bag right now," with exclamation points. And after the game, Chancellor Johnson showed LJ that tweet. And here was LJ's response to that tweet from Trae Young.
I mean, that's crazy because, I grew up watching him. I used to watch all his mixtapes whenever he was in high school. I used to watch his workouts. I forgot the dude he worked out with name. Still a little light-skinned dude, looked like Tony Parker a little bit. But he used to be in the gym with Juwan Evans, those type of guys. So growing up with them being smaller guards, I always looked up to them. So, it's pretty cool.
Pretty good. Pretty cool. Pretty cool when a guy that you really look up to. I mean, they're smaller. They're both smaller guys, so I can imagine that Trae Young was a guy that he wanted to emulate because, well, Trae Young's a pretty good player. So, but LJ filling it up. The Cougs looking great. The Cougs are a national team, and it was great to have them in the national spotlight. 23-4, 15-1 now. They play tonight against Texas Tech. A revenge game. Tech came in here, the only loss that the Cougs have in conference this year, at home against Tech. Man, maybe I shouldn't go to the games. I went to that game, and I've been to a couple though, but I'm not. It's not like I'm just a jinx in the one game I go to. I've been to a couple, so they got to take care of business tonight against Tech. This is interesting to see whether or not they're going to get a 1 or a 2 because you got some losses. In there, Alabama had to play Auburn, and they're a loser. I mean, the SEC has. How about Texas? Texas A&M is the 6th seed against number 9. They played the other day, and number 9 beat them. It is like 5 of the top 8 or 9 teams are from the SEC, or 6 of the top 9 are from the SEC in the rankings. I mean, they're just killing it in the SEC. And you know what? They got to kill each other. Dell, I don't know if you heard, but the SEC started great, but they are 500 ever since they started conference play. So it's not as good as it used to be.
Yeah,
it's not as good.
Think about what happened this weekend. All those teams played each other and were 500
lost.
over the weekend. So
500
it's been rough in the SEC.
I know. Auburn, Florida, Duke, Alabama, okay, 3 of the top 4. Then Tennessee is 6, A&M is 7. Okay, they got 5 of the top 7 teams. 5 of the top 7 teams are in the SEC. That's crazy. Only Duke and Houston, and then Iowa State, Texas Tech.
I mean,
and so on and so forth.
It just means more.
It does mean more.
I mean, that's always what they've said, and it just means more in every sport. Of course, they better be good in basketball because they weren't good in football this year.
No, they weren't great in football, that's for sure.
They were
you get your key
in
situation? Well, why are you only down to 1 car when you got 3 cars in your family?
Well, I think you know what happened with Mason.
I know what happened.
We got $4,500 waiting to get paid out of pocket for that one. And then my wife has some work that has to be done on her car. So while I'm out of town at the combine, she's going to be driving my car. So, yeah. So we're down to 1. Let me tell you what, it is a treat being down to 1 car.
Yeah. Well, the kids taking the bus is great. That's great.
Well, not today. Today, Mom. Well, actually, Sebastian went to jiu-jitsu at 6 a.m. That's the thing. Oh, go to jiu-jitsu in the morning at 6? He can get up, no problem. Bright and shining faces, no problem. Let him try to get up at all to go to school or do something that he has to do that we want him to do. Can't get him out of bed.
That's all kids do.
Can't get him out of bed. But jiu-jitsu class at 6 at West Chase, no problem. And Mason even got up, said, yeah, I'm going with you because I'm not taking a bus. So because their friend Jack who he went to go work, who picked him up, they're going to go straight to school. So Mason's like, yeah, I'll just go straight to school from there. So, yeah. They don't want that
Yep.
bus life.
Oh, that's now they're motivated. Now they're okay. They're good. Okay.
Well,
The Rockets record.
They're not going to jiu-jitsu every day, so that's a problem.
Yeah, right. The Rockets record this year, we'll talk about this on the other side. The Rockets record on 0 days rest, 5-8.
Really good.
The Rockets on 2 or more days rest, 13-2.
Whew.
So
wow,
there's a big difference in what's going on there. And there's a big difference in Chastain Ford. When you are buying a Ford car or truck, I don't know, if you go to another dealership, that's fine. If you're near downtown, Chastain Ford is really, really close, depending on where you are downtown, obviously. Just 5 to 10 minutes. That's it, depending on traffic as well, obviously. But it's right at, where 59 hits 610. It's 2 exits down. Homestead, not Hempstead, just 5. I mean, it's literally 5 to 10 minutes from downtown. So you got to buy a Ford car or truck. And you want one, would be it for your business or your personal use. You want one. What do you want in that vehicle? You want to get the best deal that you can get. You want to get it how you want it, right? You want to customize perfect for you, not what they want, what you want. Okay, that's what you want. You want the best financing that you can get. I've done that. I've seen it, but personally, where Ford had one rate and then bank had another, and they said, we're going with the bank. And I'm like, wow. You're just telling Ford, forget you. And they're like, yep, we're just telling Ford, forget you, because we're going to get you the best rate we can. So that's the way they go about it at Chastain Ford. They're not going to mark up. They're not going to add on. And so you want the best deal you can possibly get. You want all the rebates that Ford is sending, not holding them back. And, they want you to get those rebates. They want to pass it along to you. This is what happens every single day at ChastainFord.com on 610 at Homestead, not Hempstead. You're looking for a Ford car or truck. There's one place to go, Chastain Ford.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Welcome back on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. We'll talk Rockets basketball here, but you guys see this? Can you see the stream where, Lance, can you see all our pictures up?
Yeah.
You got it?
Yeah.
Watch this. Oh.
Yeah, he's all excited. He learned how to do a background.
My background. Oh, now I got my new computer out. Yeah. Got my background.
Oh, you see me?
going.
I just disappeared.
Why'd you do that? How'd you do it?
Oh, I'm back.
You just turned your camera off?
I just pushed. We probably shouldn't just be messing with this, probably. Right, Del?
All right.
Because now I've switched. Now I've changed the order in which we show up on the screen.
That's all right. Who cares? Yeah, I got my new camera. So you know how this would have saved? So for those of you who don't know, you're in your car. I put my background on, and then it's just a blue background, and you can't see anything behind me. So how many? Oh, but if somebody walks by, you'll see them, right? Is that right?
No, not. I don't. Well, I don't know actually.
I don't know. I'll have to get. See, this would have saved. Remember during COVID, how many guys were doing their work over their laptops?
Yeah.
You could see them. And like a woman is walking behind him in the background and naked and whatever.
Well, I didn't see that, but
yeah. I remember. There was a bunch of people. Or, well, never mind. Some other stuff going on while he's doing it.
Really?
If you had this, yeah. If you had this thing, then it saves you, saves your marriage, saves everything, saves your job, everything, right? Oh my gosh. But now, if you're in a crappy place, like your hotel room, when you go, Lance, are you going tomorrow, right? Or today?
I'm going today. I'm going to the last
today.
segment of the show. I got to get on a plane. Actually, the Texans are all on it too, from what I heard.
Oh my
God.
God.
I'm hoping I'm getting to sit next to Nick Cayley, but I'm not in first class, so probably not.
You're not sitting next to – you got to sit next to Nick Cayley.
I'm not in first class. He's going to be first class. So if I did, I'd say, hey, listen, I sat next to your predecessor on the trip here.
Look,
let me tell you some pitfalls of what you need to avoid.
No, you say, listen, I got – you know why? You know why CJ was Rookie of the Year? Guess why? Guess why? Because of you and how you helped him out on that plane flight. Did you see him after that?
Well, no. I was on the plane after the season was over. It was before last year.
Oh, that was last year?
Remember, it was last combine.
Oh, I thought it was 2 years ago.
No, it was last combine.
Oh, maybe you were the
Bobby was riding high. Everything was good.
Oh, then you were the reason they sucked this year. Nick
I don't know that it was me. I mean,
well, per se.
Maybe had he answered some of my questions a little more thoroughly, everything would have been fine.
I mean, didn't you? I mean, they were really good before you sat next to him, and they were really bad after you sat next to him. So, I wonder what the common denominator was there. Anyway, the Rockets were really good on Friday night, and they were really bad. Not really bad, but they weren't good.
How about Jabari? How can we talk about Jabari ball just on Friday?
How about that?
So we can avoid Saturday because that wasn't good. But Friday, he got 39 minutes. He led the team in minutes. He didn't start, yet he led the team in minutes on Friday and had a good game.
Well, Ime said before the game, he said, listen, it was his hand. He was working out. He's in great shape. He's in great shape. So there's no reason why I'm going to give him any restricted minutes. Now, we didn't know he was going to play the most minutes, but he looked great, too. He came up with big baskets. He didn't look as good on Saturday, that's for sure. Not nearly as good, just 1 for 8. But, boy, he was back in the starting lineup. Of course, he's back in the starting lineup without Fred VanVleet. That's the reason he's back in the starting lineup. But, he was up and down this weekend, and that hurt him. 1 for 8. He was minus 10 in 29 minutes on the court, 1 for 5 for 3. He really didn't do anything. He had 2 rebounds and an assist in 29 minutes. He basically he was nothing on Saturday. So, getting him back was nice. They didn't give up. I thought they were going to be better defensively when Jabari got back. He gave up 124 to and another big fourth quarter for a team, 37-point fourth quarter that the Rockets were in the game the whole time right up until the very end, right up until the fourth quarter. Yet another fourth quarter collapse for this team. So, it was an okay weekend. And again, I don't know what we're expecting with all of these back-to-backs for these teams when we see that you're just not as good. It's just a lot harder. But Ime was pretty funny. Ime wasn't too pleased with the team. As you can expect, 124 points given up. But there was a reporter asked after the game, a reporter, and this was the very last question. This reporter asked about coaching the Rockets, who are as young and talented as they are. And here is Ime's reaction.
Coach, the Rockets have a young and talented team. What has been the biggest challenge in developing these players, and what aspects do you think will take them to the next level?
Consistent competitiveness and taking a jump in the IQ department.
Taking a jump in the IQ department. He's not here for your little platitudes.
No.
He's not here.
No. Not in a 124, 115
He's
loss.
not here to pat guys on the back after getting beat by Utah. That's
no.
Yeah, that's not what he's here
taking
for.
A jump in the IQ department.
They're not the basketball smartest team. They play really hard. They're not the smartest team out there. They do dumb stuff in the fourth quarter. They lose their man in the fourth quarter when it comes to rotation. Sometimes, like, there's some basketball stuff that it gets covered up. You don't think about it just because the results have been good, and they also have a tendency to make more hustle plays. So you don't think about the dumb stuff doesn't lead to them having a bunch of losses like it has in the past.
They were really more hustle. They were hustled better earlier in the year, and I don't know what has gone on there. And Ime talked about it, I think, last week or the week before. We're right before the break. We were more active. We had more energy. All of those things. Maybe as they head down the stretch and they're trying to get positioning for the postseason, and maybe in the postseason they'll get that back, that dog back. But I don't see it right. I just don't. I think that they compared favorably, not as good as the Cougs, not as aggressive as the Cougs. They were Coug-like, though, in that they were, the energy that they brought night in, night out, how they went after balls, how aggressively they played. They're not that same team right now.
Right.
They're just not. They're not as aggressive as they were earlier in the year, and especially in these fourth quarters where they just are. I mean, there's some of these fourth quarters in these losses have been just horrendous. It's just been horrendous.
Oh,
and last night was another. Or Saturday night was another one.
Well, the only way you lose, the only way you have horrendous losses is through dumb stuff like turnover. Bad passes, turnovers, allowing, not finding your man in transition defense, letting there be transition threes. I mean, the only way you blow big leads in the fourth quarter is by doing dumb stuff. It's almost the only way, because the other team has to have. Typically, they're going to have more. Possessions, several more possessions, and that either means offensive rebounds or you're doing something stupid with the basketball. And it's been stupid with the basketball more times than not. But the IQ thing, like, sometimes it can just be who's on the court. And there's also times that's not really correctable, too. You hope for it to get better as you get older, but also sometimes you just fundamentally have guys who don't take care of the football. Like, if it were that simple, Eli Manning and Jameis Winston and Brett Favre would have cut back on interceptions. If you're an interception guy in the NFL, you're an interception guy. If you're a turnover guy in the NBA, you typically stay a turnover guy. So that's something to keep an eye on for the Rockets, is the high turnover count for certain players in certain times. That's not always the most correctable thing, because sometimes you just don't have very good spatial awareness, and that's just something that's ingrained in you or not. You either have it or you don't have it. It's not something that changes.
So the Rockets are closer to this 2 seed than they are the 6 seed. They're tied for 4th right now. They're actually the 5 seed right now. They're 11 and a half out. The Lakers are 11 and a half out. Memphis is 9 and a half out. So is Denver. So they're only 2 games. Now they are 3.5 games ahead of the Clippers, who are the 6th seed. So the Rockets are actually, I mean, boy, second place in the West is 9.5 games behind Oklahoma City. That's how good Oklahoma City is. And then on the other side, and actually Cleveland has a better record than Oklahoma City. They're 47-10. Oklahoma City's 46-10. The Celtics are 6 back behind Cleveland. The Knicks are in 3rd place. The Knicks are terrible, though. The Knicks over the weekend were just awful. They're 10 back. They're 10 behind. It's basically Oklahoma City and Cleveland this year. Those are the 2 teams. And the Rockets are, played really nice basketball, but they're fading. They went from the 2nd seed to the 5th seed over these last 3 weeks. And hopefully, with some rest after the All-Star break, and now when they're not going to be playing all back-to-backs, hopefully the Rockets are going to be getting back, and they can easily move back up to 2. But right now, they're the 5 seed. Right now, they're the 5 seed. 713-780-3776 is the number if you want to get in here with us on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. You're more than welcome to get in. Right now, it's Doc Linville. Doc Linville is what we're talking about. Doc Linville can help. It's not only your hair, okay? He can help with your abs. He can help with he's got a machine. And
did you say help with your abs?
Your abs, yeah.
Dr. Linville's doing ab work?
Ab work. He absolutely is. While you're sitting in the chair, when you're getting there is a machine that is going to, really, really pressurize your stomach area, and it definitely strengthens your core. And so this is something that you can do. You can do with or without the hair process. If you just want to work on your abs and not have to go to the gym and do all these sit-ups and all this other stuff, you go to see Doc Linville. He'll do that for you, okay? You want to work on your eyes, he can do that as well, okay? If you've got droopy eyes or you've got bags under your eyes, whatever it is, Doc Linville's here for you for that too. He's the hair guy for us. He does augmentation for women. But he's the hair guy for the most part for us, but he can do the other thing for you as well, guys. But here's the deal, is if you're 20, 30, 40, 50 years old, man, and you're losing your hair, do it. Do it now before you lose it all, okay? If your hairline is receding, now's the time to call, not when it's too late. This is the time when he can stimulate the growth, or he can actually fill it in a lot easier than when it's all gone, okay? That doesn't make sense. Do it now. Go to 975hair.com, 975hair.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Lance was on NFL Network this weekend talking about freaky players. Who does the freaky players? Who does the list of freaks in the NFL?
Oh, Bruce Feldman.
Bruce Feldman.
It's phenomenal. It's phenomenal. He puts it out in the summer. Either late summer or early fall, and he goes over 100 players deep. And then you look at it at the end of the year after the season's over, like, oh crap, I wish I would have read this list because he already told me about this player. And he calls all the strength coaches around the country, and they'll tell him, okay, this is the guy I have, this is what he can do. And Bruce has done this long enough that he knows what is like freaky. And some of these guys I already know how they're going to test because they've, the strength coaches, provided they're not embellishing, they tell Bruce Feldman, and his list is, like I said, it's like 110 players deep.
Oh, really? So you did 5 of them.
Well, I did 5, but a lot of the information I grabbed on the freaky guys, I know because of reading Bruce, like they were in Bruce Feldman's freak list. So I already know what they're going to do.
Yeah.
Plus I wrote them up and watched.
Yeah,
them
you watched the South Carolina safety. He's 6'3".
Yeah, he's 6'3", 227. He's going to run like a 4.39. He's going to vertical jump about 40 inches. Like he's way bigger and more explosive than Kyle Hamilton. But he's just not as tough. Like Kyle Hamilton's a killer. This guy he's not like a killer as a hitter, but he's really good. I mean, he can get you down. It's not going to be a problem, but he can cover tight ends. He's got great ball skills. He's fast. He can do everything you want him to. He just, sometimes the motor doesn't turn on. Sometimes he just doesn't seem as motivated, but he'll go in the first because guys who look like that don't really grow on trees ever.
Emanwari?
Nick Emanwari.
Nick Emanwari.
Watch him. He'll be somebody now. Now, are you asking about this because of the Texans? I mean, I tell you what, he would be an interesting. Now he's got traits for day. He's got elite traits. I don't know if he's wired the way I've been told that the Texans want everyone to be wired like dogs. They want they want Will Anderson to give you the stamp of approval. And this guy comes from the SEC.
Maybe Will Anderson rubs off on you though.
Yeah, maybe, if you're
everybody can be a dog like Will Anderson.
No, not exactly like that. But you want guys who he wants to be in a foxhole with. Let me put it that way. Mm-hmm. And that's why there's certain guys that are those guys. This guy can be a really impactful player. He could be. You just want him to turn it on. And I had a coach at South Carolina tell me that. He's like, and he was just soft pedaling. He said, "Oh man, when he wants to play, when he gets it going." He said those two, and then I think the last one was, if he can get it charged up, because sometimes he needs to be motivated. Like 3 different times he said that. I was like, okay, this is a thing. If he mentions this many times,
yeah. You know that. And then Kenneth Grant.
Now that's another one who the Texans 100% would consider a defensive tackle. There at 25. He's the Michigan defense tackle who one Michigan coach told me has a higher upside than Mason Graham, who's going to get drafted way earlier, because he's going to run about a 4.9 40, which, who cares? But that just tells you at 340 pounds. But he is, so they do this explosive testing, John, at Michigan. It's a 26-inch, they're 26-inch stairs. So 26 inches high. So that's over 2 feet high. And there's 7 of them. Boom, boom, boom. And it goes up they're like giant stairs. They go all the way up to the second floor of the workout facility. And Ben Herbert, who's the strength coach at the Chargers now, who's at Michigan, had them do this. So he has them off 2 feet. You just jump straight up, and you jump from box to box. You jump from step to step to step to step all the way up. He can get done with that in less than 4 seconds. That doesn't not seem possible that you can do that, but he can get up those steps. He can get up those steps in less than 4 seconds.
How many steps?
There's 7 of them.
And he's got to jump?
He's got to jump off 2 feet. You jump, land, consecutively. Boom, 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 boom.
4 seconds for 7?
Yeah, and that's
No way.
And Herbie told me that's what guys shoot for, is you want to go shoot for that or somewhere in the low 3s. And I'm like, what? How's that possible to do it? He goes, it's like you're just jumping. He goes, imagine you're jumping. He goes, Lance, imagine you're jumping forward. You're not jumping upwards. These guys are strong enough that it's just like they're jumping forward consecutively, not that they're jumping up. That's how you test explosiveness in your hips, is what it means for you to just jump forward, whatever you can jump 3 feet. And I'm like, hey, come on now. I probably can go further than 3 feet now. But he said, you know how you're just jumping like a bunny hop? He goes, they can do the same thing when you're explosive in the hips, but you can go up a stair. You can go up 26-inch stairs, 7 of them consecutively. And I'm like, well, I'll have to just see that to believe it.
That is that is
so
wild.
He's a freaky strong, but his coach told me he just doesn't know how strong, and he doesn't know that he's like, he tries to be finesse and do these moves. And he said, once his coach realizes, wait, I can just whip this guy's ass. He said, it's going to happen. And when it does, it's going to be a real problem for people across from him.
All right. I'd take either of those guys at 25. Who else?
Yeah. Other freaky guys. There was a running back from Virginia Tech, Bayshal Tootin. I don't think he's second or third round pick. I don't think
South Carolina's running back is a freak too.
Rocket Sanders, which they've got. South Carolina's got a billion guys at the combine. They are low. Them and Ole Miss are. South Carolina and Ole Miss have more guys at the combine than LSU does. Like by a lot. I think they got more than Georgia does. Those two teams have the most in the SEC this year. A ton of guys. All 4 defensive linemen for Ole Miss are in the combine. South Carolina's got their safety, 2 defensive tackles. They've got their starting linebacker. They've got like a tight end, 2 running back, offensive. Like they've got a ton of guys at South Carolina. Shane Beamer has recruited the crap out of that place.
Well, Colorado's got guys there too, but one of them isn't going to work out. Shedeur Sanders says, I'm not working out.
Yeah, he's not throwing. And you know what? I mean, honestly, I'd like to see him throw and compete, but he's going to have 4. He's going to have, like, most of his wide receivers are at the combine. So he's going to have all of his guys that he's used to throwing at are all going to be at his pro day. Like, it kind of makes sense. If you don't have to do it, like you can say I'd like to see it. I'd love to see him compete. I do think you get behind the 8 ball a little bit, because if Cam Ward throws and Cam Ward does well, then that's all anyone's going to be talking about. And more people are going to see that. Now, that's the general public. All the teams are going to see all these. But the general public likes to see, the teams like to see you in comparison to everyone else. So if Shedeur's there by himself with everything his way, they don't love it as much. But if he looks good, that's the main thing. There's only 2 guys. I talked to another team who said only 2 guys going to first. There's not going to be, there's not going to be another quarterback in the first round other than Shedeur and Cam Ward. But there is a thought that you thought that Malik Willis had a chance to go sometime in the first, Malik and Kenny Pickett, and then Malik fell to the third. I did talk to somebody who's not with the team, but who's been around the draft stuff for a while and is quarterback centric, who told me he thinks that there's a chance that Shedeur could slide all the way to the back end of the first or into the early second. I'm like, wow, that would surprise a lot of people if that happened.
Wow. That would be, that is crazy. Of course,
do you believe that?
Do you believe that?
Yeah, but who is going to, who wants Deion? I mean, especially if Deion said you don't draft my son.
You're anybody who drafts Shedeur is drafting Deion.
You're drafting Deion.
So if Deion's not happy with what you're doing, it's going to be on a podcast.
And Deion is possibly your next head coach.
Well, whether you like it or not, he's coaching. He's kind of a coach of your team.
Bro, that's true.
You don't think Deion would reach out and, he'd be talking to the people Shedeur's playing with? I mean, that's the concern, is that if you draft Dion, not only are you going to have Shador on podcast nonstop and things like that, just a lot of things that aren't football that are distractions. That's the big concern is you're drafting a lot of potential distractions.
Well, if you've got crappy siding, then you should have some concerns too.
Yeah, and Allstate Windows and Siding can fix that for you. They're not at the Combine. They're not going to have a booth at the NFL Combine, but maybe they should because everyone needs siding work or window work. And I'm going to focus on siding since John ran me into it. I'll just tell you right now, when it comes to siding is something that really upgrades the appearance of your home. That's going to have an impact potentially on your energy efficiency as well. But for the most part, it's about protecting the bones of your home. It's about having that hardy plank that looks great. It's they put it on once. They take all that nasty vinyl siding or the wood off of your home that's dilapidated or you've had to make repairs, you've had to repaint a couple of times, and boom, they put the hardy plank on. You're set to go. You're done. They've got different types of colors as well. You're not going to have to paint if you don't want to. If you want to change a color, I guess you can. I don't know why you would. And then you're set up. It's going to make your house look amazing, and it's going to look that way for the duration that you have your home. It's a one-time purchase, and you are through. And that one-time purchase is going to come with a $2,500 discount when you do a complete siding job. But you have to mention you heard about it from ESPN 97.5 and Lance Zierlein. That's Allstate Windows and Siding.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right. Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776 is the number if you want to get in here with on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, 713-780-3776 to hang out with us here. Rockets split over the weekend. Rockets split over the weekend. And the Cougs won a big one against Iowa State. They got Texas Tech tonight, so that's a huge, huge game. So what is this? I don't get it. They're back on Nolan Arenado, and I just don't understand how they're going about. I just don't get it. I don't get it. It is, to me, I mean, now what with Paredes? I thought Paredes was a. Did you see the stat where Paredes watched more pitches per at bat than any player, and Christian Walker was 11th?
Do you like
last
that?
year? Yeah, and this is what Joe Espada.
I typically
no.
do.
Joe Espada was asked this year, at the start of training camp. He said, what are you going to do? He said, we're going to have a different approach at the plate. We didn't work guys hard enough. We did not work pitchers hard enough. And he said that they're having a different approach, and that's going to be the approach. Take more pitches, use up more arms, see better pitches, and you know what? Those are two, and look at who they go after. The guy who led the league last year, and then a guy who was 11th in the league last year. So that's a concerted effort, obviously, for this team this offseason. But Nolan Arenado, what are you giving up? And you're going to exceed the competitive balance threshold. And, giving up a draft pick, that's just giving up another draft pick for him. You're moving down a couple of slots in the draft from 2nd to 4th. I mean, I don't know.
Well,
where does Paredes?
So they're going to get
then?
cash though. So they'll get cash in this deal. Like they're going to send them 15 to 20 million. That's what they're willing to do in December. So it's going to be like if the Astros take them on, they're gonna owe about 45 million over 3 years is what it's going to go down to, because they're going to get cash in consideration for that. So they'll get a rebate on it, basically a credit on their account, so to speak, like I get with my phones. They'll get a credit on their account with money coming over from Colorado who will pay that down. I don't know what they have to give up for it, but obviously this Jose Altuve to left field has been part of a grander plan. This is not something Arenado didn't just say, you know what, let's talk about this again. This has been a thing the whole time, because now at least I know that Altuve to left field, how it made no sense. Well, now at least I know, okay, this is why they're pushing forward, because this has always been their plan, to move Paredes to second base potentially. Arenado gets to man third. I think it's going to happen. This move Jose Altuve to second base, to left field, that they're so intent on doing, didn't make any sense to us, but now it does. It makes sense because they're doing this. This is going to get done, and Jim Crane doesn't want to. Jim Crane wants to field a competitive team, and you're kind of caught between a rock and a hard place, because I'm not sure I'm not sure that these are a bunch of Carlos Lee type moves. Now, Lee was actually, you spent too much money for him back in the day, but he was productive, but didn't really have an impact on winning like you wanted him to. But Jim Crane is he wants to do things that keep this team competitive, and your team looks a lot different. But if it's Arenado at third and Paredes at second and Walker at first, to go with, Jordan and Altuve, and granted slappy outfielders, and then Jeremy Pena, your catcher,
Yiner?
Yeah, Yiner Diaz. I mean, it's a competitive lineup. It's not as good maybe as your. I don't know. Is it better than your 2022 lineup? No, I don't think so, because you didn't replace Kyle Tucker's bat. I don't think it's better than the 2022 lineup. I don't know. Maybe
listen.
No, because you're outfield. But it's deep, though. It's a deep lineup.
There's a reason they want to get rid of Arenado, though. Are you sure this isn't another? I know it's a lot cheaper, but are you sure it's not another Abreu deal?
Maybe. I mean, the Astros are getting a lot older. It feels like they're reaching right now, to be honest. It feels like I give Jim Crane credit. We can't say, hey, you want him to do something, then when he does something, what are you doing? It can't be both ways. Like, I think the run is probably over. I think anything you're doing right now, based on who you have, I just think anything you're doing right now is you're potentially pushing up your competitiveness, but at what cost? As you're mentioning, at what cost? You don't have a lot of stars in the minor league system, although Cam Smith, we're hoping is going to be, he's got potential. Certainly he's your top prospect now in the system. And you got him for Kyle Tucker. So, we'll see, but you're not loaded with minor league prospects. Nobody thinks the Astros minor league system is very good. I mean, nobody. Baseball America, Keith Law, everyone who does this stuff, they don't, the whatever pipeline, nobody, MLB pipeline, nobody has the Astros rated high. They have them rated low. They have them rated really low. So I don't know what else you're going to give up for Arenado. This has got to be just taken on salary, basically. It can't be about giving away prospects.
Yeah, and it's got to be another thing is Paredes got to move to second base. Okay. All right.
He's played multiple positions.
What if he says, what if he says, I play third?
Oh, if he says I play third?
Yeah.
No. Yeah, I mean, I didn't think about that. We've seen it happen already this offseason where somebody plays third. So
yeah.
I don't know. We'll have to see on that one. But if he says I play third, then I guess Arenado better post up at second base.
Yeah.
Does Arenado play at second base?
Well, who's been on this team longer? Who do the fans love more?
Oh, well, obviously the fan favorite is going to be Paredes because he's been a longer time Astro.
Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't say long time, but longer time.
Longer time Astro. Yeah.
I play third.
Let's see. DH. No, he only plays third.
Yeah.
He only
plays. I play
so
third.
Arenado only plays third.
That's it. Oh, no, Arenado is not moving. Arenado is one of the best. I mean, look at the gold gloves that dude has. I mean.
Yeah, but can you imagine how many more gold gloves if he went to second or even left field? Maybe they're getting him to be a gold glove left fielder.
Well, or if they can move in the center. If they put the Hill back in there.
Hey, gold glove is a gold glove, friend.
Yeah. No. I play third. And
I play third.
I play third.
So I mean, you guys have completely removed the H from this. I mean, he did say third.
Let's hear it.
You guys have turned it into I play third.
Do you have it?
I play third.
Third.
I play third.
I play third. Not I play turd. Yeah, but you guys are turning into turd.
The H is in there. Turd. It's hard. Oh. It's in there.
I play third.
What happened to what did we learn this weekend?
You're the host. You asked. Why are you asking me?
Oh my God!
What did you do?
What did you do?
Gone.
What did you do?
Well, it's on now.
What did you do?
Okay, it's on now. 713-780-3776. Let's go. What did you learn this weekend in one sentence? This is for the 8 o'clock people.
For Arenado,
okay, because they never get a chance.
Yeah,
we're doing it for the 8 o'clock people today. 713-780-3776. You have one sentence to tell us what did you learn this weekend. 713-780-3776. For you 8 o'clock people, let's go. That's up next right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
All right. Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. So we play a game. For you 8 o'clock listeners, you don't know about this. We play a game. It's called, what did you learn this weekend in one sentence? So you get one sentence to tell us. One sentence, and that's it. Lance isn't great at this game. Some of the listeners aren't really great at this game. You only get one sentence to tell us what you learned this weekend. And so off we go. All right. 713-780-3776.
I'm going to go
I know.
First. I'm going to go first.
I know.
I learned that after a 4-day juice cleanse, anything that you eat tastes like the greatest food in the history of the world.
After you haven't eaten? Yeah, I can see that. Where it would be just awesome. All right. 713-780-3776. What did you learn this weekend?
Del,
in one sentence.
Run the cards, though.
What'd you say?
Run the cards.
I don't know what that means.
That means run them. That means deal.
Who was your
Let's
guy
go.
that used to say that? Stormy, or remember? Run the cards.
Run. Oh yeah.
What was his name?
God, what was his name?
We used to play cards at John's
Run the
house.
cards.
Way back in the day, and there's a guy who'd wear a headband and would just yell, "Run the cards."
Stony.
Yeah.
All right, Del. It means run the cards. Let's go. What do you got?
So that means go to the phones.
Yeah,
Is that what you're saying?
Go to the
okay.
phones,
All right. Thank you for that. Let's go to Ruben. Ruben, what did you learn?
Hey, gentlemen, long time listener. I learned this weekend why they are now called the Cougs, it's spelled Coogs, when it's spelled Cougars, it's spelled with the U.
Too long, but he's learned that lesson.
Oh, he just learned.
He learned why it's Coogs.
Why? Well, I wanted to hear why.
Well,
I wish
it took too long.
I wish he could have been more concise with his sentence.
You said it's a new listeners, and they still don't get it. One sentence. Ruben, we appreciate it, but you got to do that in one sentence.
Wow.
Them's the rules.
That's it.
We moved from Ruben to, well, normally we'll go with Tom on the payphone or Tom on the mobile, but let's go to Tom, and then we can go to Tom on the payphone. Tom, what did you learn?
Morning, gentlemen. I learned there's nothing more fun than to watch a training officer writing a ticket to a woman and then ask her weight.
Her weight?
Ask for a woman's weight?
When you're writing a ticket?
Steve Smith Sr. would not even do that.
Well, he doesn't need to ask.
Wow. I don't need that on my ticket, how much I weigh. Wow.
No, they don't even ask you on your driver's license anymore. It hadn't been for, I don't know, maybe ever. I don't know, but you only have to do height. We're a little bit like when the doctor's office shies away from telling you anything. Sometimes you just have to keep it real.
That's it. Who's next, Al?
Hey, ma'am, how much do you weigh, ma'am? This is a parking ticket.
What's your address and what's your phone number? And what are you doing Saturday night? It didn't sound like if you're asking their weight, I don't think you're
like
looking
Judge
for a date.
Granado was at it again.
Yeah, I don't think you're asking for a date if you're asking for their weight.
Well, it depends on what you're into. Tyreek Hill likes tall, big girls. Maybe this cop might have been interested in that too. Let's go to Tom on a payphone. What'd you learn?
Good morning, gentlemen. I learned the best place to look for dates these days is going to schools on Daddy-Daughter Day.
All right, that's it.
Is he wrong?
Yeah, going to school on Daddy-Daughter Day?
Yeah, trying to get with those moms.
Is that what he meant? He said Daddy-Daughter Day, not mom. He didn't say mom-daughter day.
Yeah, but maybe teacher. Maybe teacher.
Oh, yeah.
Nah, I don't know.
Yeah, you're right. Daddy-Daughter Day.
Daddy-Daughter Day doesn't suggest moms would be there.
Yeah, no, that's a bad one. That's a terrible one.
What if he's hot for teacher?
Well, I didn't say. Well, he should have said PTA day or PTA meeting day because he didn't start with that.
Yeah.
Well,
and considering he's Tom on a payphone,
no,
you can guess.
that's not. No, that's not appropriate.
No, let's move. Let's move on. Let's move on to Woods. Woods, what have you learned?
I learned that the reason that the kid who sucks on your son's Little League team gets all that playing time is because his mom does butt stuff on OnlyFans.
Oh, no.
What is going on?
I want to hear more about this.
Well, one sentence only. Well, you're
Wait a
confused by what he just said, John?
You have a mom on your kid's team that's on OnlyFans doing that?
Yeah, and that's why their son
You
gets
don't
more
want to
playing
know that
time.
story?
Well, sure, but he called in during the wrong segment. That requires more explanation.
Yeah, but he might not want to go into more detail.
Well, then I
then
guess
the whole
we're out
team
of
would know.
I guess we're out of luck then.
Then the whole team would know. Yeah. So that would be a problem.
It's an aggressive
who's next, Del?
An aggressive 8 o'clock hour. Let's move to Sean.
Yeah, 8 o'clock is more aggressive than 7:45.
Well, the kids are on the way to school. I'm not sure how that
Yeah,
works.
they are.
Sean, what did you learn?
Hey guys, I learned that the show The Penguin is just Gotham Sopranos.
Yeah, it looks like that on the trailer. It looks like Gotham Sopranos. It looks like Sopranos set in Gotham. It does. It looks.
Del, you watch it.
lead-
Agree?
The lead looks like a character off the
Yeah, it's
Sopranos.
like crime. It's a crime family's ascent or descent over the course of like 8 episodes in Gotham. I mean, the Penguin is the titular character, but he doesn't have the monocle throughout the series. There's no Batman in it. Yeah, it's just a crime drama.
It is.
With Gotham as the background.
Okay. And the Penguin.
Yes. And
the Penguin.
yes, and the Penguin, but he waddles.
Yeah, I saw the first episode where he blew away the guy.
Yeah, he waddles around.
That was nickname in
but
high school.
there are
I
no other
know.
supervillains involved until he becomes one at the very end. Let's go.
Run the cards.
That means go to the phones, right? Let's go to Tommy Stark. What have you learned?
Hey guys, good morning. Long time caller, first time listener.
All lies.
I learned that with all of this Arenado trade talk, that Crane is becoming Daryl Morey with all of his competitive trade talk.
Morey, yeah, at some point Morey did try to keep things open with just a variety of older guys, just making it older.
Yeah.
There's some of that kind of seeping in, and it's not brand new. You know, this has been. You want it to keep going. Well, the only way you get younger guys is to grow them yourself. You don't trade for young players. All you end up doing is trade. If you start trading, you're just getting old players. That's how it works.
Right. And yeah, I mean, going for names and older players, trying to keep the thing alive. It's feeling more and more like that, actually. You got rid of all your players. I mean, it's feeling more and more like that.
I don't feel honestly, Walker, Arenado, let's just say the Arenado thing goes down. Paredes, Walker, Arenado, this is going to feel like I'm cheering for a different team.
Yeah, but that's okay as long as they, as long as they play well, they're wearing Astros uniforms. That's professional sports. Oh, well.
I mean, I'll go with Lance. Part of the appeal of this Astros team was you saw the growth, you saw the progress, you saw the run. But, of course, at some point it has to end. But part of the joy was going, I know I've known that guy since his first at bat, or that guy since his first at bat. Now you got a bunch of mercenaries. And
is that how you felt when you were a Miami Heat fan and everyone took their talents to South Beach?
Well, I was a Miami Heat fan back when Clarence Weatherspoon was shooting for them, playing power forward for them. So I remember
Aren't you a LeBron guy that goes wherever team he goes?
You try to do that to me, but no. If I can remember P.J. Brown starting against the Knicks in the 2000s, I got a deeper bag than just LeBron was on the team.
I forgot P.J. Brown.
Exactly, because you ain't a real one.
I thought
That's
he was
why.
A Charlotte Hornet for life.
It was a Heat first, but you ain't a real one. Let's go to Underrated Mess. What did you learn?
I learned that the Texans have been leasing NRGs for pretty much free and making money off of it.
Yep. The debt, They don't have the debt service. Like it's a really good deal for them.
Yeah, I mean, it's the sports authority. Guess what? They've had a really sweet deal, and now they want a better deal. Now they want a new stadium.
Our buddy Raheel was railing against the McNairs on Friday. He called in and was like, he couldn't take it. He couldn't believe what they were trying. Well, he could believe what they're trying to get done, but he has CityCast, what John calls City Cats, and his old podcast was about the unfairness of what's going on when the city has bigger concerns than funding a new stadium.
Well, now officially they haven't said. They did kind of go in that direction. I brought it up whenever I saw who they hired. I'm like, yeah, this is the new stadium guy, because all they did was fire somebody who didn't have that experience. Well, they didn't fire him. They got rid of Greg Grissom and they brought in a guy with that kind of experience. You knew where this was going. And I had heard that they thought they were out of the rotations for big events. And so to get back in, but what new stadium is going to be wildly unpopular in this economy?
What about helping renovate it for $1.4 billion, which is the line in the sand? If they have to go over 1.4, then they want a new stadium. But they're willing to get public funding for $1.4 billion in renovations.
Renovations. What is that going to look like?
No
First,
idea.
I assume it'll take about 10,000 to blow up the Astrodome, just a bunch of dynamite.
I don't know if that's part of the equation.
And let people come with hammers and just hit it as long as you want, as hard as you want.
It's not a high school football rally when you beat up a car.
Yeah, why don't you do that? Like high school football, you can let people have
what color do you want to spray paint it in so you get people motivated to hit the Astrodome
just like
with a hammer?
Jefferson's, dad's got a great set of tools. Whenever you painted his Trans Am, and I assume that's what you're talking about.
Yeah.
And
you just painted your rival's colors, and then
you get to run over there and start hitting the Astrodome. You pay money to do it. Okay, $5, and you get to take a sledgehammer to the Astrodome. They could raise a bunch of money.
Any more, Del? Run the cards.
Run the cards.
So stupid. Let's go to. We got two more. Let's go to Tristan. What have you learned?
Going to Hooters with the boys to support a bankrupt organization just also confirms the talent is also bankrupt.
Yeah, Hooters bankruptcy because Gen Z likes to sit at home and text.
Are they they don't want to sit in a restaurant that objectifies women? That the problem for Gen Z?
I don't think that's it. I think it's just they don't like going out and seeing girls in
But Hooters
person.
isn't for Gen Z, it's for your generation. What happened? Why aren't you guys still going to Hooters?
Well, just we just like other types
Twin
of chicken
Peaks.
restaurants.
You decided
There's better chicken restaurants.
You switched
around.
to Twin Peaks. Is that what happened?
Oh, I mean, Twin Peaks upgraded. Yeah.
Twin Peaks did.
Twin Peaks said,
sure.
"Oh wait, what are we doing here? Let's take it to the next level." I mean, Hooters didn't even change. They still go with those stupid hose, panty hose.
Oh, okay. I was like, what are you talking about?
They still have the stupid panty hose. They still have the same out. Like they didn't even try to mix it up a little bit.
Hey, the tradition is what they're about.
That's not my personal thing, but
I don't like pantyhose.
Yeah.
Either way, we got one more. Let's get to Peter before we wrap it up. Peter, what have you learned?
Morning, gentlemen. I learned that there's a slight chance, Ben Simmons plays more games this year than Anthony Davis.
Wow.
Oh my God.
And how about Joel Embiid is talking about shutting it down.
He's been talking about that all year. They might as well get it done. They're going to lose a pick if they don't finish in the top five.
I learned this morning that no one learned about Steve Smith this weekend.
I have no comment.
Lance ain't going to talk about it.
I have no comment on that. I gotta see that. I gotta see that man.
I learned if you are the husband of a woman associated with an NFL team, keep Steve Smith away from her.
You got a problem. You a problem.
Well, it's very
all the text messages.
The texts are very complimentary.
The husband leaked all the.
Well, he wanted to embarrass his wife, and I guess Steve Smith to show himself as the C word.
He didn't even care how he looked. He was just like, I'm gonna put these two on blast.
Yeah. And
then he called Steve on a FaceTime.
I know.
It was very complimentary to Steve Smith. That woman was enthralled.
Yes, she was.
Mention of an IUD.
She really enjoyed what Steve brought to the table. Wherever.
Steve would send unflattering photos of himself, like pictures of his face. And she, oh, you're so cute. She would heart emoji it. He had her wrapped.
Yep.
Sad day for that husband.
Sad day for marriage.
Keep the former professional athletes away from your wives.
Yeah.
That's what I learned.
That's for sure. That particular one at least.
Yeah. Yes. That one who wouldn't mind partaking.
I don't think all professional athletes are doing what Steve was doing.
No, but they've got a leg up, I would say that, if they decided they want to.
Yeah. Sounded like he had a few legs up.
I knew you couldn't just let it go.
Not maybe just 2.
I knew you couldn't just let it go. You noticed that John took his camera off?
Yeah, why is your camera off?
No,
So
my camera's back on. It's right there.
We're not seeing
I didn't
it.
take my camera off.
It was off.
Okay, so this new laptop, it's not working. I got to put I put my old one back here, and we're okay. Yeah, the new one. It's
you messed up your new laptop already?
Yeah, I don't know what the deal is, but the Wi-Fi isn't very good, and now this one is better. The Wi-Fi is better.
How's your older laptop more capable of connecting to your Wi-Fi?
I
than
have
your new
no
laptop?
idea. I have no idea why that is.
Magic of technology.
Yes, it is. All right, breaking it here, 713-780-3776. The number if you want to get in here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Nice job. What did you learn this weekend in one sentence?
Do we really want to credit them for what they brought to the table? Considering Tom on a payphone, we got the OnlyFans mention from Woods.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Well done. Well played, sirs. John Daspit. Okay, that's what he's well played.
Yeah, I reached out to John about an education lawyer. We got a little thing we're looking into, and he's on the case. That's not what he does, but he's like, let me look into this. Let me see if I can find a lawyer for you. What John Daspit does is he does personal injury law, and he used to work, by the way, at Fulbright and Jaworski. Like he worked at one of the biggest firms here in the city. And he was really, really good at what he did. And at one point, he just said, you know what? I'm going to go on my own and I'm going to go help people who are injured because I'm tired of insurance companies taking advantage of people. And so he went in that direction. And now he's like the biggest in the city of Houston, the most lawyers, the most cases, the biggest settlements. I mean, he does it all. He handles individual cases across the board. That's not a problem. All the lists of recovery that you're looking for accidents, injuries, property loss, everything that you can possibly imagine is at Daspit Law. You can look into it and see if he's the right person for you. But he also handles major refinery blasts, offshore accidents, the big Astro World debacle where people were injured badly and some lost their life at the concert. He's currently in the middle of all that as well. You know, that's what they do, is making sure that people who have been injured have their hospital bills paid for, their recovery, you know, whether it's physical therapy, surgery, the MRIs, the x-rays, CAT scans, everything that needs to be done. That's expensive. And he's going to make sure that it doesn't come out of your pocket. If you miss time from work because you're physically unable to work for a short period of time or long-term period, he's going to recover that. And then, of course, your pain and suffering. He's going to look into all three factors, and he will overturn every stone to make sure that you are not shortchanged by the insurance company that does that on a regular basis. He passionately pursues justice for the injured, and he's going to fight for you. 713-CALL-NOW. That's 713-CALL-NOW, or go to DaspitLaw.com.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right. Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, 713-780-3776. If you want to get in here, 713-780-3776. John and Lance along with Dell here with you. So we got Ship Talk coming up in just a little bit here. You got some good Ship Talk, Dell? Is Steve Smith in it?
Well, he didn't speak, so no.
He
didn't speak, so no, he's not in it.
Well, the dude was talking ship to him, though.
I don't want to make Lance uncomfortable.
Yeah, that's true.
What?
Hey, I heard on your show
Just minding my business.
that y'all were. No, that's my people. Those were my people.
Yeah, he's going to have to disassociate from us and blame it on us.
I already told you that this could be the Miami Heat's and Atlanta Hawks.
No, we've seen it. The pictures. It's not that.
I can't tell if that was one of Elon Musk's deep fakes. If this is Grok did this or whatever, we don't know at this point. It's too early to tell if this is a deep fake.
Like it's
too early to tell if this is a deep fake. If this is maybe the NBA networks or whatever it's called.
NBA TV.
NBA TVs, or it could be Dennis Scott.
No.
I don't know.
How could it be Dennis Scott?
It could be Dennis Scott. 3D. Was the name under phone number saved under 3?
Yes.
Dennis Scott's nickname was 3D. He shot a lot of threes.
So do a lot of people. Could have been
Chris Paul.
Could have been Jalen Green. He shoots a lot of threes.
3D. Dennis Scott.
Okay.
His nickname was 3D, and she had it under 3. Steve Smith was number 89. This is Atlanta Hawks. It's one of two people.
Was Steve Smith number 3 for the Hawks or the Heat? Wasn't he 8?
Yeah, I don't know. Well, that's what I'm saying. But he also shot threes. He probably did this after he made a three-pointer. You know how you hold up 3 fingers? So at this point, we don't know who this is.
I feel like we know.
It's not a good story. I'm digging. I saw the video. I just saw the video where the guy calls him.
It's uncomfortable.
Yeah, this is, and the text messages are not great. This is not great for Steve Smith to have this out there. This is a tough one. Like, it's not like
man. She felt great about him.
Yeah, she.
All we know beyond the fact that I guess you want to classify him as a home wrecker is that good reviews for Steve Smith.
Yeah.
I don't think that matters to her right now. Now that that's out.
Well, no, but at
now
the time,
that she's been publicly humiliated.
Well, he didn't do that.
Everyone's been publicly humiliated in this one, and that Tony and the husband just said, "I don't care. I'll drown in the ocean because I'm." He basically said, "I'm kamikazing."
What's the worst thing that's come out of this for Steve Smith? He's kind of a goofball when it comes to sending selfies. Other than that, she complimented multiple things about him. She says he's great at a certain thing, and she couldn't stop thinking about him.
Well, I didn't see all those.
I didn't
see all those text messages.
From all the texts I saw, good reviews for Steve Smith. It's a good Yelp review for Steve Smith's.
Yeah, I don't think he wants that out there.
So if there's another married,
with his wife and kids,
understood.
I'm not sure that's going to.
That doesn't.
I don't
help.
know. See, you don't have wife and kids.
Thank God.
You don't know how that would go at home.
No, I can figure out if a man.
You don't think it's going great for Steve Smith?
I
at
don't
home
think
right now.
probably at home.
But just to say, maybe if that's not something he
and
wants,
I love Smitty, but this is not gonna be great.
But if he wants to go down the path of extracurriculars, the Yelp review is pretty good.
No, I understand that.
Well,
I don't think he wants to. Like I don't.
That's all Dell's worried about.
I mean, I know. Dell's
Look,
just
if
like,
you're gonna put your business
I
out
thought
there,
it
put
went
it
well
out there
for
good.
Steve. I thought this was actually a net positive for Steve Smith.
He made a decision and put himself at risk for this potentially to happen.
Yeah, that's true.
Now that it has happened,
hold on, man. Let me put these glasses on.
Yeah, put your LA
so
glasses
no one
on.
can see.
But now that it has happened,
glasses.
You have to try to pull some positives out of it. And let's just say, good things are said about him.
If Zeke Estacio steals your woman, you've got problems.
Yeah, you got problems.
That's
well. Listen,
the woman Steve Smith got with looks like Jeff Van Gundy.
I saw that.
No,
I've seen.
No,
some
she
people say that.
doesn't.
I've seen.
No,
some
she
people.
doesn't actually.
They say facially with a certain angle. I don't really believe it, but I saw that comp.
I don't believe
you can see the comp.
I saw the comp being made.
Oh, but you can't.
I don't really buy it. She looks more like I can't put my finger on the actress, but she looks more like an actress, like a guest starring actress I've seen quite a bit, but I don't remember her name. I didn't see the Jeff Van Gundy thing.
I don't see that at all. Well, I don't know. It's just that side picture of her, right?
Yeah, they put that out there and go, she looks like Jeff Van
Gundy. No, I didn't get that. Anyway, that's a Steve Smith problem, and you're right, Lance. It's a big problem at home for him right now. It's a big problem.
But Dell's sitting there like, I don't know.
Look,
seems like it worked out for him. What's the worst thing to happen for him?
I'm not saying it's not a big problem, but since it's already out there and the consequences will come because of what he did, at least you have this.
God, he's been married since college.
Since when?
He's been married since college.
Oh, God.
They met in 2000, he and his wife, at Utah.
Yikes. That's not going to go well for the marriage. I don't think. I don't know.
It's going to go horribly.
I don't know. I'm not going to
humiliating your wife.
The marriage.
It's going to go terrible.
I just don't feel like it's going to be good for the marriage.
No, it's typically.
I know you guys couch everything. Dell, you never been married, so you don't understand. I get it. Like, it's not going to go well. You have a public humiliation of you, and your wife has been publicly humiliated as well.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to go rough.
Yeah. No. Who's the worst teammate? Steve Smith, Tony Parker, Jason Richardson? I'm going to add Delonte West.
We don't know which Steve Smith, like I said.
Stop it. Steve Smith didn't cheat with a teammate's.
Oh, what about
that was John. That was Rick. No, what Berry is it?
What about Joe Horn?
John
You forgot
no,
Joe
Brent,
Horn.
Brent Berry.
It wasn't. It was Brent Berry. Yeah, it was Brent Berry's wife and
Tony Parker.
That's the ultimate betrayal.
What about Joe Horn?
What did Joe Horn do?
Woo. You don't remember Joe Horn?
I remember who he was. What did Joe Horn do?
Oh, I'm one of his teammates.
Joe Horn cheating scandal. Oh, wait, that's right.
Offensive tackle.
Willie Rofe. That's right.
Yeah.
Oh, my God. I forgot about that.
Yeah. Joe Horn,
2002.
Tony Parker, and Delonte West. Delonte West was the worst.
Well, Horn told ESPN's Unscripted that he isn't the father of Willie Rofe's 6-week-old daughter.
He did deny it, yes.
That he's speaking out nationally on this. Now, this is a 2002. Did they ever get that
cleared up? You would think so. At this point, we would know. So you think sleeping with a teammate's mother is worse than sleeping with their wife? John, you said Delonte West is the worst.
I just don't want anybody on my team.
Understood. But it's embarrassing, but you can kind of, it doesn't wreck your life like the teammate sleeping with your wife.
Right. That's true. That is true. This is a nice segment. Nice job, Steve Smith. Nice job. We got a break.
You brought it up, by the way.
Yeah.
Craig the Surf. That's what we got to talk about now.
Craig the Surf. So I had an issue on Saturday. I'm texting Craig the Surf at like 8:45 at night. And he was at his son's, or maybe 7-something at night, and he's at his son's baseball game. His son plays college baseball. And he's back with me taking care of everything. Like Rick Drenner, Jeff, like Rick, Jeff, Craig, all three, the big three over there, they're all reaching out and helping me get taken care of when I need to get taken care of. And that's part of just the family atmosphere, the customer service that is ingrained at Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC. I can tell you about the great Buicks they have available, like the Enclave or the Chevy Silverado pickup trucks, the GMC Sierra pickup truck. Those are the two pickup trucks right now that people are, really into. But there's a variety of SUVs and pickup trucks that are available, all different types of SUV sizes. And you can go shop online, see their entire inventory, and start the car buying experience at Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC.com. But the great thing is when you go in, you're not getting hassled, you're not getting hustled. It's going to be a fun car buying experience. It's not going to be stressful. The only stress is going to be, what you decide to get. Are you going to get this one or that one, And if the time's not right, they're fine with that. The time's not right. They're just there to answer your questions and do everything they can to make it easy for you to get a purchase or a lease of a vehicle at Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC. They want you to find exactly what you want and give you the best trade-in possible. It's Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC in Angleton. The difference is the selection, the service, and the people at Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Okay, time for Ship Talk. It's where Dell tells us where stuff was going down this weekend, who was talking ship to whom, and how did it end. And here is Dell with Ship Talk.
Okay, we'll start with something that happened earlier last week. Charles Barkley got really into Canada versus the U.S. in the Nations Cup, or whatever it's called, Four Nations Tournament. So after Canada wins, here's Charles on TNT congratulating Canada.
Hey, listen, Jordan Bennington, you stood on your head. I'm not going to be a bad loser. Congratulations to Canada. I'm sorry we got the tariffs on you.
Heck of a hockey game.
It was a great hockey game.
Heck of a hockey game. They were playing harder because
they playing harder because of the tariff, but they didn't want to be the 51st state.
That's the motivation.
That's more.
He just
Sorry,
took
you
everything
got
we
the
said.
tariffs on you.
Yeah, Charles had his he didn't have it on at that point, but during the week he had his U.S. hockey jersey on. He was all in, and well, Canada broke our hearts again, like they usually do in the final. We go to Cam and Shedeur. Lance mentioned that Shedeur may be a guy who falls. Well, those two guys are working out, and the videos come out of those guys talking to each other. Here is just a snippet of Cam and Shedeur going back and forth.
Bro, they gave you a completion percentage award, and all you did was throw check downs and bubble screens. That's actually crazy. If I did that, my completion percentage would be 90. I throw the ball downfield, you don't. You ran the ball. You had a run game. You had a run game. You average about 15 screens a game. That's what's crazy, bro. I'll do what my team needs to win. If we got those screens, those screens. So why you ain't doing it in the bowl game? Huh? You ain't do what your team needs to win the bowl game. You didn't either. You didn't do what your team needs to do. You didn't either. So I guess we both sucked in. I guess we both sucked. He quit on the team.
That's the friendly. You don't understand?
I didn't understand a couple of things, but go ahead.
That Shedeur throws a lot of screens and Cam quit in the bowl game.
Oh, you quit in the bowl game. Okay.
Yeah.
Quit in the bowl game. Yeah.
Yeah. You didn't do what your
They've
team
been
needed
doing
to do.
this back and forth, like
for a while.
I think
Preseason,
they like each other. They at least. It may be a competitive thing. It may be like, I don't care about that dude. I don't know. Somebody's recording it. Probably somebody from Shedeur Sanders' team.
Yeah, it goes up on YouTube
put
right
it on
afterwards.
Netflix.
Yeah.
But Cam.
Next one, Dell.
Yeah.
Oh, you didn't have anything else, John?
Nah,
I mean, Lance.
Nah, I don't.
Okay.
Not really.
Okay. We go to the aftermath of the Super Bowl performance by Kendrick Lamar. Apparently, preachers just heard Not Like Us and don't like it. Here's one preacher on Not Like Us.
Beat your ass and hide the Bible if God watching. Beat your ass and hide the Bible if God watching. I mean, what does that even mean, right? If God's watching. God is watching. And why don't you shut up about God, Kendrick Lamar? Why don't you shut up about Jesus Christ? Why don't you shut your mouth and not take the name of the Lord your God in vain?
This feels like that's a skit.
I don't know.
Why don't you shut up about that, Kendrick Lamar?
He sounded angry.
Like a skit.
Sounded angry.
He sounded angry, what? But I don't know that. Well, I saw a video of a holy man from like the Congo screaming at his congregation something that was not great.
No,
about women. Yeah, so I don't.
About women?
I don't know what's been said. I don't.
Well,
maybe it was a guy.
What did the woman say? That's the question.
Well, we don't know what the holy man said. We just know that it wasn't good.
We don't know either of them. What's next, Del?
Well, speaking of women and men, a mother and daughter bond over something you wouldn't expect.
It's a beautiful thing, mother and daughter sharing the same husband and baby daddy. You know, it's such a beautiful thing.
It's not often that a mom and daughter are pregnant at the same time, let alone by the same man, but we wouldn't want things to be any other way. So when I found out that my mom was pregnant and by the same man as me, honestly, it was unexpected because, again, we weren't trying at all for a baby, but I don't think there was ever a moment in my mind where, I was upset about it. It was pure joy and bliss for me, like to know that I get to carry a baby alongside the woman who birthed me, and that our baby's going to share that, DNA from the same man. And, he's been so supportive and sweet, and I couldn't imagine things any other way now.
I really crave the sweet and salty. And so, anything from potato chips dipped in ice cream to pizza drizzled with chocolate.
What in the world of collapsing? What is happening?
Story about love.
It is
a mom and daughter bonding, having a kid at the same time.
What in the world of reality television did that come from?
I think you're being judgmental.
No, it's from reality television, obviously.
I think we're just trying to be more and more and more outrageous.
What is it?
I mean, they're both pregnant, so.
I didn't know he was going to Pound Town with both of us.
Well,
and I didn't know that man was such an efficient shooter.
Well, I think that's the bigger thing.
What's
I think
the true shooting percentage?
I think she did know that the relationship was going on.
How old
she
is
just
mom?
didn't know. Mom is
40s?
I don't know, early 40s, probably.
How old is the daughter?
Early 20s, mid 20s, something like that.
Wow.
Man,
My mom's.
It's
wow.
just like we don't
Not
even
great.
think it's just like whatever.
Man, not great.
And
Wait,
she just couldn't be more happy and blissful.
You guys,
how is your
let's
ship
get-
talk? You just wanted to make us upset.
sometimes ship talk makes you upset.
No, I'm not upset. I'm just disgusted with people. That's all. That's all. That just makes me just, I mean,
I don't
something's
know.
wrong.
Love is love.
We got to get
everybody.
back to the guy that shut up about Jesus, Kendrick. Okay, that's what I mean,
You want to hear from the preacher again?
yeah. Well, it's better than hearing from them two. Anything else?
No.
That's
I just
it?
wanted to upset people.
It's better than. I mean,
Here's this
Are you
one:
a-
a mother and daughter got wrecked by the same guy.
Hey, why do you keep putting it in those terms?
Well, they want to get sloppy, then I'm gonna make it sloppy for them.
They're both having children.
Did y'all use the same
Oh,
rags
it's a beautiful
to clean
thing.
up?
Hey,
Childbirth
I'm
is
just
a beautiful
asking if they
thing.
use the same towels to clean
the
up.
miracle of
Was
conception.
one in one room and the other in the other room?
I didn't get into the particulars.
Did he slam you too?
I don't think they talk like that. Listen to them; they're very sweet. They
No,
don't
I
talk
didn't
like
need to
that.
listen to them.
You heard them; they don't talk like what you talk.
Hose
like.
is hose.
Filth and flarn.
Hose is hose.
They're both having children. They're both in committed
Bald-headed
relationships.
hose.
They're both in a committed
What'd you
relationship
see,
to the
D?
same guy, the mother and daughter.
And they
That's-
sat
I
there
mean,
and they sat right next to each other and explained why they're not bothered by it. I think you guys should stop being so.
Well, the
judgmental.
question is, what do they look like, though?
I would say not good enough for that particular man to have impregnated both.
Okay. All right.
You know you want to say big guy.
No, they're not big. I'm just saying if you look at them, it's not worth the hassle.
Oh.
What are you doing? Why do you want both of these women in your life forever? What are you doing?
Yeah.
What's he doing?
I mean,
be
you're gonna be
smarter.
Oh yeah, men are so
speaking
smart.
of, you didn't even put ship talk. You didn't put the Arizona fans in there.
Why? Because they said F Mormons?
Yeah, that's ship talk.
It's a chant you can barely hear.
Huh. Well, oh my God, look at this. I've got two. Me and Wendy have 2 bills of unclaimed money on Texas unclaimed money. We got to get that.
That's
Thanks,
actually a real
Jason.
thing.
I know.
Yeah.
Jason found it for me.
Yeah.
All right. Thanks, Jace.
I
gotta
have
fi-
a bunch more money coming in that I have to get deposited into my account. Also,
I gotta figure that out. How to get it?
I got to
have no
I got to
idea.
get my account so they can wire some money into me because I got a bunch of money coming to me.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
Pretty lucky.
No
big deal.
We got a bunch of money every 2 weeks because of HR&P. That's what we get. We got HR&P doing our paychecks. So I'm doing my we're trying to buy a house and filling out the forms and everything. They're like, why is HR&P? You work for Gal Media. Why is HR&P sending you checks? I said because HR&P sends my checks. That's why. Because we do it more efficiently apparently than you do, bank. Okay, because HR&P is doing all that work, and that's all we got is Laura in our payroll department, and she can do it all by herself with all our employees because HR&P handles all of it. She's our CFO. HR&P is the one who does all the work. They're awesome, and they'll do all the work for you and your business too. I don't know how many people you have in your payroll department now. You're the CEO or CFO, and you're going, man, maybe there's a way we can do this more efficiently. I got it. It's called HR&P. No payroll department, no HR department, no tax department. It's so simple. It is. They can't be more efficient, can't be better at what they do. And you don't do this, they do. So you go sell your widgets and let HR&P do your payroll, HR, and taxes. HRP.net, 281-880-6525 or HRP.net.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
How about we get on some Cougar basketball and Rocket basketball again? We're coming up on, like, this is Kelvin Sampson. And by the way, obviously we're not jinxes, right? We weren't sure after what happened to Ryan Presley's career, but I'm pretty sure now after Kelvin Sampson came on, it got some of that good juju on his side.
Do you think it was you or the fact that Iowa State was missing two of their top scorers?
How do you think they were out?
Well, I'm trying to figure out, do you think you cursed Iowa State?
Part of the things that the two Hollywood caliber Hall of Fame broadcasters do is give you good luck. Sometimes that good luck is injuries to the other team. I've been unapologetic my entire life about wanting the other team to be injured that I'm going to play. I'm not afraid. If you get an abscessed tooth, bad migraines, it's not politically correct for me to wish torn ligaments and stuff on people. So that's fine. But I will say, as long as it keeps you out of my game or my series, that's what I'm about. Scratch cornea.
So listen, I don't care. They had injuries. Oh, well, Cougs have had injuries all this time. Cougs are a better team. That's all. Cougs are 15-1. Cougs are
I'm sitting there acting like
fire.
Iowa State was going to beat us.
Well, I just asked
Nice
you,
try.
you think it was on you, and I asked you, do you think you played a bigger part of the fact that they had their two top scorers out? Do you still believe
those things happen?
Okay, just trying to figure out.
No one cares. No one cares about their injuries. Okay, cry me a river. Cry me a river.
Don't tell me how bad the
no one's crying.
waves are. Just bring the ship in.
Yeah.
You get really offended by a question being asked. But okay.
You ain't bringing that ship in our port, okay?
Unless you're Texas Tech.
Okay. Well, one time. And guess what? They're getting theirs tonight. They're getting theirs tonight at Tech. That's right. What? That's right. So this is happening tonight. That's going to be cool. Yeah, and our Rockets have got they had a rough time in Utah, but oh well, we move on. Let's go. Rockets with the game. They play tomorrow night against Milwaukee, and then it's another back-to-back. They play tomorrow and then Wednesday against San Antonio. Both at home at the very least, though. No travel in between, which is cool. So at least it's a back-to-back with no travel in between, which is nice. But yet another back-to-back situation for the Rockets, and they're just not as good. 5-8 with no days rest, and 13-2 when they got two or more. So that'll just tell you how difficult it is. Did not look good. Ime Udoka was not pleased with the team after the game. A reporter asked about whether or not how about coaching all these young and talented players? Yeah, if they were smarter or something. That'd
Get
be
our
nice.
IQ up.
Yeah,
He said maybe our IQ could take a jump.
Yeah, if the IQ could take a jump, it'd be great. I love that. Ime don't care. He just does not care. And then the Astros were in the news as well, with possibly Nolan Arenado reconsidering the Astros move. Do you want Nolan Arenado when he said he didn't want to be here, when he already refused the Astros?
Well, wait a minute. Now, Verlander did that too initially back in 2017, two different caliber players. But Verlander at one point did that, and then he went back and changed. Maybe he Googled
Verlander
some
was
stuff.
just on the fence. He never said he didn't want. He never rescinded or never said, "Do not trade me to Houston." He actually they just had to convince him at the last minute. That's all.
Did Arenado actually say that, or did he just say I'm not waiving my no trade clause?
Yes, they got off of the Arenado train. Yes, because Arenado said I'm not going to the Astros. Arenado's the one who reconsidered on this.
Okay, that's fine. I mean, I'm kind of I'd like to see the rebuild start a little bit, so we can have another 7-year run. But I think anytime you do this stuff, but it's understandable. I may be wrong about it. Maybe you just keep this window open and this is the way you do it. Maybe I just saw it with Drayton and it was an abject disaster. What they did after 2005 was just, horrific what the Astros did. And they were not self-aware. and they ran the entire organization into the ground because they didn't know what they were doing. I just don't want that I'm just gun shy about that. I don't want to see that happen again. I saw Daryl Morey try it with the Rockets. He did the same thing. You get old, you don't have a real self-awareness about what your window actually is. I would say the Astros are more set up to compete for an ALCS. I mean, they're probably about where the Rockets were at one point, but you kind of knew the Rockets they were so James-centric, and he had never really showed up big in the playoffs at the biggest moments. So you kind of knew the DNA wasn't there, and yet everyone tried to believe that, no, this year's going to be different, and it never was different. But along the way, all they did was get older. And right now, the Astros they're starting to, the Abreu move. Not Montero so much. I understood that coming off the World Series, but the Abreu move, older. Arenado would be 33. You added Christian Walker, who that's fine. I mean, he's fine. Totally on board with that one. Paredes, I think, is just kind of, he didn't have a good year last year, so we'll see. You're moving an outfielder. You're moving a second baseman to the outfield. Like, I'm just having flashbacks. So don't mind me over here. I'm sure the Astros will win another World Series with this team, but
so Arenado comes over. He moves over to third base. Paredes moves to second. Dubon in center. You're a better team.
Yes, a better team than what, last year?
You could possibly be a better
on paper.
Team than last year.
On paper, I would say Breggy's a loss.
Listen. We keep talking about the positions. Are you sure Ronel Blanco is going to be Ronel Blanco? Are you sure that Wisniewski is going to be a fifth starter?
No.
Are you sure? Is Eric Getty not going to have a second season where they catch up to him? I mean, there's a lot of question marks with this rotation
can
right
Cristiano Ronaldo? Can Javier come back? Is Garcia or Lance McCullers?
Yeah, and apparently Garcia and McCullers there's talk ahead
They're
of
moving
schedule.
along.
Yeah.
They're not going to start. I don't think there's any talk about them starting the year, though, is there?
No.
It's just they're moving in the right direction.
But it won't be long.
Yeah, you missed 2 years. You just hope to move in the right direction.
That's all. Anyway, I'm worried. I know that everybody's worried about the lineup. I'm worried about this rotation, to tell you the truth. I really am. I don't know the Ronel Blanco just basically came out of nowhere and was fantastic. Are we sure we're getting that again? I don't know.
No, that has outlier season written all over it. Look how old he is. That's just that's an outlier season. And if it's not an outlier season, then it's golden. But you cannot, that can't be something that you just count on. Well, just Ronel will play like Ronel did last year. No, that's not. Frankly, it's like Montero. You had a great year from Montero, so you gave Montero a bunch of money for what was, not really a normal Montero season. It was kind of an outlier. And sure enough, the regression back to the mean kicked you in the ass, and you got what you got.
Hey, I think we might still have some spots available in the golf tournament. So if you go to ESPN975.com, sign up for the golf tournament. We got Brown Bag Lunch. We've got Valencia's Tex-Mex. We've got Carbach Brewing. I mean, it's awesome. It's fun, and we're raising money for kids' meals. So if you want to play at Wildcat Golf Club on Tuesday, March 4th, it's Mardi Gras. It's the Fat Tuesday, so we want you out there. We're going to have a big time. I'm going to go out strong. I'm going out swinging. Just so
what does that mean?
Well, I'm not driving home. I can tell you that. That's what it means. Okay, that's what that means. So we got that going on. Glenn Davis just emailed us. He said he's got tickets that he's given out. Lionel Messi is playing in Houston on Sunday, and he's got tickets that he's giving away Tuesday and Thursday on Soccer Matters. If you guys listen up, he's giving away tickets, so you got to be listening to win those tickets. So let's go. So there's a couple of things that we got as far as the station goes, and I got something to tell you about your testosterone. I just feel great. I feel great the way that, and I feel as good as I have felt in a long time, and it's all because of Game Day Men's Health. It's all because of the attention. It's all because of their expertise. It's because they know what they're doing. It's because they care. It's because they try harder. I was getting testosterone shots, and I swear it was just going through the motion. It was the same thing every time. Just check in, go get your shot, get out, pay us your money, and bum. It's not the way they do it at Game Day Men's Health. They want to know how things are going, how you're feeling, what they can do. Let's take the labs. We got the lab right here on site. A free evaluation when you walk in the first time. The other guys are charging to get an evaluation, whether or not. How about that? They're charging you to find out whether or not you can give them money over the long haul. They're charging you for that. That's ridiculous. Game Day Men's Health ain't doing that. So I just love the way that they go about it. I've been doing this for a long time. I know. I've been in the testosterone replacement game. If you're somebody that you feel like you can just be better, that you don't feel like you used to feel, GameDayMen'sHealth.com, GameDayMen'sHealth.com. Welcome back. We haven't talked much Texans. What do you think about Texans commenter put out there, Texans trade for Garrett Wilson. CJ would love that. We saw CJ after the Jets game. And he is a big Garrett Wilson guy. Garrett Wilson, extremely, I think, underused in New York. Bringing Devontae Adams over didn't help the situation for Garrett Wilson, but he has not. It doesn't feel like he's been happy there. What with Zach Wilson first, and then bringing Devontae Adams over. Garrett Wilson would be a wonderful addition for the Texans.
Okay, how you paying for him?
Well, you got to get rid of Shaq.
You paying him more than you're paying Nico. When his agent asked for, I know his agent. When his agent asked for more than Nico Collins, what are you doing?
Yeah, that's gonna be a problem.
Yeah, I'm just asking questions. I'd love to have Garrett Wilson. I'm just saying I'm just trying to bring up things that Nick Caserio has to work through. A guy who's never played on your team is going to ask for more money than the guy who's been busting his ass on the David Culley teams, and then he's going to have to be okay with somebody else potentially making more money than he does when he actually took what amounts to a very fair deal for the team. I'm just saying, this is something that you have to work through, because now you're going to pay two guys number one wide receiver money, because Garrett Wilson is going to get that. And that probably means cutting Autry post June 1. It probably means cutting Shaq Mason.
Listen, how much? Okay, so how much do you want to be here with CJ as opposed to there in that situation?
You're a lot better with Garrett Wilson. I'm not saying you're not.
And you get to play alongside a good friend from Michigan and Nico Collins. You know that those two are buddies. Michigan and Ohio State.
Have you met a receiver before? You're talking about how fun it'll be to play in Houston.
No, he wants to be here.
For how much?
Probably not a head case.
I don't know. I wouldn't put that on him, but pay me my money.
Yeah.
First and foremost.
Yeah. I listen, having him on one side and Nico on the other, I like it. I like the situation. Whether or not you can do it long term is another story. That's another one. I'm not sure that.
I'm not sure either. These are questions that have been brought up to me over the years when I've dealt with NFL teams, and they always say one of the trickiest things about bringing a player in through free agency or trade that you have to pay is, are you going to pay them more than the guys who have been there grinding, sweating, and building up a team? And because this team is not comprised of just a bunch of free agents, it's something that you just have to think about a little bit. That's all. I'm not saying I wouldn't want to do it. I'd love to do it. Your team gets a lot better. But it is one of those things you have to consider just a little bit is, where does the money come from? CJ is going to have a $60 million deal coming up soon. I say soon. Not really. Not really. You still have 3 more years of relative club control, though that 5th year, CJ's contract's going to jump that 5th year. So maybe that's the Texans thinking, is bring him in, and you make decisions when it comes time to make decisions after the next 3 years, if the Texans consider this. But somewhere you got to go cheap. So maybe it's on the offensive line. Maybe it's, I don't know. Somewhere you got to go cheap. You're not giving everyone a second contract. You can't afford to. Not in this economy.
Mm-mm.
So who gets second contracts? I mean, you could go cheap at running back pretty soon. You can go rookie running back contract. That'll happen quickly. Tank is on a rookie deal, and he probably won't play his 3rd year. And by the time he gets back for his 4th year, you probably let him go. You probably don't give him a second contract. If you add Garrett Wilson, you can't keep Tank Dell. You have to go cheap there. You probably have to go cheap at center or guard. And then a rookie, you get to that rookie contract, you get rid of Titus Howard. Like, I'm working through how you can do it. You're going to have to shift some money around and have some cheap guys. At all times, you have to have some rookie contracts going. You'll probably have rookie contracts along the defensive tackle position. Azeez Al-Shaair, hopefully you don't have him too much longer. I'm not an Azeez Al-Shaair guy. I think he's okay. I think he's fine. I don't think he moves the needle in terms, toughness. Like, D'Amico wants him because he likes the way he's wired.
Yeah.
Tough and physical and all that stuff. That's great. Can't cover, but that's fine. I don't think he's a huge difference maker when it comes to playing the best teams. Tough is great for a mentality you want to build, but I need a playmaker inside, and I don't think that's what he is.
No, I don't think we. So most tackles for loss generated per game last year. 33rd team put it out there. Myles Garrett led the way, 1.29 tackles for loss.
I wonder what that means. Does that mean you were responsible for creating one because of how you played? Like, because you obviously can just look at tackles for loss versus total run snaps and come up with that. I wonder if there's something else there.
Generated, the word generated
is what, yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. We'd have to ask. So Myles Garrett 1, Will Anderson 2 at 1.14. Trey Hendrickson, TJ Watt, Nick Bosa was 5th. Jonathan Grenard and Andrew Van Ginkel both at 6th with 1.06. Leonard Williams and Daniil Hunter both with 1, and Brian Burns and Greg Rousseau, all one tackle for loss generated per game. So did the Texans get the better of that deal where they traded Jonathan Grenard for Danielle Hunter, basically.
Did they get the better of it? I don't. Not. It's a wash so far.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I think it probably is. And did they get the better of losing the linebacker to the Vikings for
Cashman?
Aziz? Yeah.
No, I do not think so, but I brought that up, and somebody else, I think a couple other Texans fans said, that he wanted that Cashman's from that area and he wanted to go back home. Maybe that's true.
Okay.
He did play at Minnesota, so that may be part of it. Maybe one of those things you can't do anything about. I just know that they're not a better team with Aziz Al-Shaair than than Blake Cashman. I don't think that's true. Cashman was freaking good, dude. He was really good this year. He was good for us. Like, that's a guy who, was in the league, and he was a good tester at the combine or his pro day. We knew he was a good athlete, but that guy turned good while he was with the Texans, and now he's officially good. He's a good player. It's official.
I liked him a lot. He was a really, really. He made a lot of plays. I think they lost it. If you want to know the truth, you could have kept Grenard, and if you could have kept Grenard and Cashman as opposed to bringing in Hunter and Shaair, you'd have been better off. But
yeah.
But maybe Cashman
you would have saved money on Cashman. By the way, Cashman was cheaper.
Yeah. Maybe they're right. Maybe Cashman just said, "I want to go." Right? I mean, that's a possibility.
It's possible.
Yeah. I don't know who wouldn't want to stay here as opposed to Minnesota, but okay.
Minnesota.
Okay. Yeah, Minnesota. All right. 713-780-3776.
It's really cold out here, and the little guy over there is trying to rush the passer.
Well, is it cold there now or rainy or?
Yeah, we're 50-something. We'll be up we get 78 later this week. No big deal. Just go from 24 to 78 like it's nothing.
Yeah.
That's probably why I got this cold. Indy's been freezing. I get there, it's going to be a high of 54 today. This week, it's going to be in the 50s. That's for Indianapolis. It's baking. They're literally under a restaurant salamander. What they cook your steaks in.
Are you gonna wear your sunglasses inside in Indianapolis? How do you think that's going to go over?
Well, these are indoor glasses that are for light sensitivity.
Well,
so I just got them because Hollis
you look
Green.
like you think you're now that you lost some weight, you feel like you're a movie star.
I just got them from that cleanse ended up getting me for about 9 pounds. But I can tell you this much.
I thought you were an attractive man on NFL Network this weekend.
People wanted to do me.
Yeah.
Just not my life.
Okay. Are you worried about working with Steve Smith this week?
I texted Steve. He's not going to be there this week.
He's not? All right.
He's laying a little low.
Steve.
I said, probably smart. Probably a good idea, Smitty.
Good move.
Good move. Yeah, I mean, you got a ton of media people there. It's probably best let that thing, because it'll be a nothing. Like in 1 week, poof, didn't even happen.
Well, I don't know that's going to be the case.
For the public, for the news cycle, it didn't happen. Still happened at his house.
Yeah,
that never goes away.
No, his house.
I've got shoes I've left out that have never. I've said something in an argument that will live forever, and it wasn't even that bad.
Yeah. Don't worry. No, it's never, ever, ever, ever going away. And maybe she likes you more than I do, because it seems like she does. Seems like she likes what you bring to the table, Steve.
Oh, you mean Martinez?
Yeah,
that was a bad one.
Yep. So
that's not good.
Anyway, 713-780-3776 is the number if you want to get in here. We got to break it right here. We got to talk about our peeps over at Aqueduct Plumbing Company. That's our man, Billy Brown. Make the Brown go down. If you've got a problem making that Brown go down, Billy's here for you. Billy is awesome. Billy is, we've used him. We love what Billy does. It could be a huge job. It could be a small job. I mean, Yeah, I had where I used Drano, I did everything. I can't unclog this thing, Billy. All right, we'll send somebody over because you just don't feel like we just don't feel like you can do it, John, because that's just you, because you just have no skills.
Yeah, because that's not what I do. I'm not a plumber.
Not what I do. Yeah. Do I look like a plumber
Is
to you?
Billy
No.
trying to talk Texans? No.
Have you ever seen my butt crack? No. So do I look like a plumber?
God willing, no.
You know what though, Billy's guys, none of them really had butt crack thing going on.
No.
It was. I don't know if that's disappointing or not. I don't know. I don't know if that's a philosophy.
I don't think it's disappointing. I think it's appropriate.
Well, plumbers. That's just what happens when they crawl under there, and oh my God, when you put that away. But that's not the case with Billy's guys. I think that it might be a philosophy of Billy. No butt crack here, and that's another positive for Billy and the great people of Aqueduct Plumbing Company. Never seen any butt crack. How about that? So if you're looking for no butt crack in your life, how about this? Aqueduct Plumbing Company. Here's the deal. If you got any plumbing issue whatsoever, it's Aqueduct Plumbing Company. 281-488-6238 or aqueductplumbingcompany.com. And he crashed it.
You're listening to Houston's longest running sports radio morning show from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Hope you all had a great weekend. Well, it's Monday. We got a full week here. Lance is heading to Indianapolis for the Combine. It's now a night thing, right? So you will be here for the whole show each and every day. And we will get the inside scoop on what's going on at the combine. Shedeur says he's not throwing. You don't think it's a big deal?
No, I mean, he's not the first quarterback, so let's not make it a big deal just because it's Shedeur Sanders. He's got now, he's got what 3 of his wide receivers are going to be at the combine. Travis Hunter. I'm interested to see if Travis Hunter works out. I don't know. I haven't read that yet. Is he going to work out? Is he going to work out as just a wide receiver? Is he going to work out as a wide receiver in a corner?
Or either.
He may just wait to work out at his pro day. As a matter of fact, that would be my guess. There's talk that Abdul Carter, who may be the first pick of the draft, the pass rusher from Penn State, there's talk that he may pull a Marvin Harrison and do nothing at all. Just, I'm not doing anything. See you on draft day.
Yeah,
I'll have my sunglasses on like Lance.
See, I don't think like the Shedeur Sanders, the Cam Wards, the Abdul Carters, the even Mason Graham. What do they gain from this? They're top 5 picks. I mean, I don't understand. All you can do is lose your spot.
You think they are? Yeah, I get it. But why are you trying to ruin our combine? We're trying to have TV ratings. We're not going to. We're trying to beat the USA Canada, the nation of 4.
The combine's for like 3rd rounders that want to move up to the 2nd. They're
not
like
true. There's
2nd rounders that want to move up to the 1st.
Kelvin Banks needs this combine. Kelvin Banks, Armand Membo, who did not play for Missouri, who didn't play, like Mike Williams.
But Abdul Carter is a lock in the
Abdul
top 3
Carter is
spots.
one of those guys. Yeah, I get it. But if you're a real one, you'll work out the combine.
But if you're not, you're still going to be a top 3 pick. Okay.
Guess you're just not a real one.
Who was the kid? What did he have? A knee injury, and he still lifted, and he lifted more reps than anybody. Did you see this?
More squats?
No, more benches. Did you see it?
He had a knee injury?
He had a knee injury. He said, I don't care. I'm going to watch this. And boom, 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 boom. And he beat everybody. And I got to,
Is it a past year?
It was, no, it's just recently. He went in and I don't know. He did it at the Senior Bowl, didn't he? No?
Well, they don't lift at Senior Bowl. That's why I'm not sure.
Okay. I don't know. I'll try to find it. I'll try to find it. Anyway, that guy is a guy that you go, wow. I don't know what I thought of him before, but I think more of him now. I don't know how you can possibly think more of Abdul Carter right now.
Right. No, that's true. But, I mean, not to show up at all, not to just go through your pro day, you're not going to lose. You're right. I mean, the pro day, he didn't have to do anything. Well, he has to go to the combine and do interviews with teams and stuff like that. You don't want to not do that. You got to go get your medicals. You need to do that. But, yeah, I don't know. We'll see. I mean, these guys need to worry about, if they want to get paid, they need to worry about keeping the combine ratings good. That is going to put money in their pocket. So show up, play, and let us.
That's what they have to worry about, the ratings of the combine?
That's what everything worries about, John. Did you see? I went and checked the 4 Nations final game to see how it compared to NBA finals, and it didn't beat any of the NBA. There was what beat a couple of NBA finals, like a couple of games. But most NBA finals still, on average, it's not beating the NBA finals, but it is beating some of the playoff games that the NBA has. And this entire article was about how single events, how our world is now turned into, we're a single event society now. You want to give us one big event, everyone will tune in. If you want to make it a long season, go bleep yourself.
Yeah.
Baseball and basketball continue to go down. Now there's some, it's a little tricky because you're trying to get from the old Nielsen world into the streaming numbers. And so it's a little bit nebulous, but at the same time, I think that is fair that not only this generation, but all of us, we're used to kind of watching things on demand. And we're an on-demand society now more than we ever have been after COVID. So yeah, like 82 basketball games, that's cool, but I really want to lock in when the playoffs start. That's not wake me up when the playoffs start in the NBA. That's been something people have been saying for over 2 decades. That's not anything new. So basketball's probably always going to have that kind of issue, but you don't want the numbers to dip too much when you hit the postseason. Football, because of the nature of the short schedule, it's always going to have an advantage. You play baseball. Let me tell you, if baseball played a 26-game schedule, a 42-game schedule, I'll bet you the viewership goes up on it.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Well, the NBA's got 82. It's still too long. Still way too long. And it's half of what the baseball season is.
Adam Silver's with you. He wants to go 10-minute quarters and about 50 games.
50 games. Yeah. Except how you going to pay them players?
Well,
and
you
how
double
you gonna
the
make
ticket,
that money
the
at them?
ticket prices go from, a nosebleed cost you goes from $65 to $150. That's how you do it. And then your Cokes cost you $26.
Good luck with that.
Pretzels are $50
with that business plan.
Inflation, and then you put tariffs on it.
Yeah. I mean, we got to pay for everything. We're paying for the Texans. We're paying for the Texans stadium now?
You want the dirty little secret? Every time everything goes up financially, the player gets a new bag, the owners get a new deal. Eventually, and they got to pay for the new stadium or all that stuff. No, nobody. You know who's paying for those salaries? You are. You are with your ticket prices. You are with your viewing habits. When you go to games, you're going to get absolutely pummeled if you go get something from the concession stands. The fans always pay for it. You're always going to pay for it. And if you don't pay for it for then, guess what? I don't pay. I don't go to those games. Okay. How much does your Netflix cost you now? Oh, $25 a month. Guess why it went up? They did a deal with the NFL. You always pay. You always pay.
Modon.
No,
you're right.
Get your money. Get your card out. Tap right here. Dude.
Yeah, but now because of Doja, we all got more money. We're all getting $5,000 checks. So, bing.
We do?
Who's getting a $5,000
When do
check?
I get the $5,000 check?
Everybody in the country is getting a $5,000 check.
When? Isn't that how we got into this mess, by everyone getting a bunch of checks?
No. This is what we're doing.
We don't need checks. Everyone ain't getting a bunch of checks.
Getting a bunch of checks. That's what we're doing.
We'll see.
Right. We don't have to get rid of that.
We just get rid of all of our employees and then just get that money.
$37 trillion. No, everybody gets a check. Boom.
Where's
and then
that
we can
money
pay for
come
Netflix
from?
I don't know.
Where's that money come from? Netflix subscriptions?
A savings on Doja savings. You don't know nothing about
savings
about
on
what's
eggs.
going on in this country.
I went to taco stand down 45 on Saturday. Now it wasn't for breakfast, but where's my egg decrease? I went there and they go, due to a recent increase in the cost of eggs, we will be increasing our breakfast tacos by $1 and our burritos by $2. I thought eggs were gonna decrease in price. What are we doing here?
I got a friend who is a big supporter of Elon Musk. Let's just say that. And he also works well, I'll tell the story later. I'm not sure I can. I'm not sure I can tell this story.
But either way,
let's just say that they now have to send emails about what they did every week. 5 bullet points when they get fired. And they're not real happy about it.
This week, everybody who works for the government has to say what they did last week.
And I saw Tesla stock went to the toilet. They're like, "Hey, what'd you do this week?"
I don't. Fine,
and
whatever.
If you don't do it, then it's basically your resignation.
I'm gonna have to deal with an increase in breakfast taco prices.
Well,
now?
listen,
Todd doesn't do that with us.
Dude, here I went to the store yesterday. $13 eggs. $13 for a dozen.
Well, that was the most buy eggs, but if I want a breakfast taco,
that was the most expensive one. But listen, gas here, $5.30, $5.40 a gallon.
Always been high.
It's stupid.
Everything out there is too expensive.
I don't care about eggs individually, but if I want to go get a breakfast taco, you're going to add $1 or $2 more because of egg prices. I thought the benefit of November, whatever date it was, is that eggs were going to go down.
Well, they are going to in the long run.
I want my breakfast taco now.
You wanted them to solve everything in a month.
No, not everything.
Yeah.
I wanted eggs going down now.
Your money's coming. He told you you're getting $5,000.
Listen, you're getting $5,000 to pay for your eggs. Don't worry.
I don't care about eggs. I care about breakfast tacos.
I've never heard this. I'm literally Googling $5,000 check. I hope I'm getting one.
What? Hey,
I got to pay for Mason's wreck.
Hey, when we come back, we will have to fill out what we did last week to deserve our jobs. Okay.
Well, that Cooper
if that's what the government has to do, then we have to do it in the next.
Are
segment.
you going to put that Cooper DeJean bit on your doc?
Me?
Yeah. Are you going to put that Cooper DeJean bit you came up with on your doc?
What did I come up with, Cooper DeJean?
All the women who said Cooper DeJean.
Oh,
are you going to put that on your doc?
Cooper, will you want to be my Valentine?
Yeah.
Would you do stuff? Yeah. Okay.
Oh, I guess I get a free pass.
Yeah. You get and you get to talk about Underdog.
Underdog Fantasy. So what's the deal with Underdog Fantasy, Lance? Well, here's the deal with Underdog Fantasy. It is for your basketball. You got March Madness coming up. Yeah, NBA action. They're back all the time. UFC, PGA. Literally every sport. Baseball soon is going to be rolling. Every single day is an Underdog day. You just go to underdog.com or just go to your app store, download the app, and then use promo code Lance on your first deposit. They're going to give you up to $1,000 in bonus cash, which is obviously great. You get free money. They also give you a free pick. But here's the thing. Take your sports knowledge, what you already know is going to happen in the games because you watch these games, you study these games. Then go look at the statistics of those games. Say, wait a minute, this guy's going to get locked up defensively. I'm going to go lower on points in the first half. Oh, this team is really good in the first half. I'm going to go higher on rebounds. I'm going to go higher on points, rebounds, and assists. I'm going to go lower on three-point shots. Boom. And you know what? In your lobby, you have profit boosters all the time that you just apply to your actual pick'ems, and it makes your payout even higher. You can even choose their flex option, which means you are going to get paid on if you win 2 out of 3, 3 out of 4, 4 out of 5, even 4 out of 6. It gives you a chance to win even when you lose. So there's so many ways to win with Underdog Fantasy. Take what you already know about sports and play along with the games while you're watching them anyway with Underdog Fantasy. That's the way to do it. Promo code Lance. You must be 18 or older and present in the state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms and conditions apply. If you feel like you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER or go to inspgambling.org.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776 is the number if you'd like to get in with us here on the show. 713-780-3776. So what did we do last week, guys, that we could possibly claim? Okay, if Todd, who's our Elon, if Todd said, okay, guys, I want a list of everything that you guys did last week, and what would you put down so that we could keep our jobs?
If you're waiting for Lance, keep waiting. He's gone for the day.
He left he left the show?
Yes.
Bye.
For the combine, I believe.
Bye, Lance.
Yeah.
It was good to see you.
I mean, he did tell us.
What did
yesterday,
you
but
do
he didn't
last
remind
week,
us.
Del? What did you do last week?
Well, we spoke truth to power, not on this show because we would never do that. This show's full of cowards. But on my show, Rahil Ramzanali and I spoke truth to the McNairs and told them what the people are feeling. We don't want to pay for your new building or your renovated building. Speaking truth to the power that is the McNairs.
Okay, that's nice. You did that. I talked to Kelvin. I got Kelvin Sampson on the show and talked to Kelvin Sampson. That's the greatest thing that I've done in a while, actually, and did an excellent interview with Kelvin Sampson.
If you don't say so yourself.
Well, only because it was.
Okay.
I don't want to lie. I'm not going to lie to Todd about to Elon Farquharson about.
You think he appreciates that comp?
Being Elon? He's our
Elon Farquharson comp.
Elon Farquharson, yeah. That's what I did.
You can't ask what Lance did because he's not here.
Lance didn't do anything, I don't think.
Well, he did.
Did he make up a new song last week? No.
No, but he did laud the virtues of having children last week.
Oh, well, he did leave the show and throw his headset.
Yeah, he was in the building, but it wasn't safe for him to be on for about 20 minutes, maybe.
Yeah.
I mean, it went from segment to segment, but he would spend, 8 minutes doing whatever, and then he'd come back, and then another 6 or so. So maybe about 20 minutes or so where he was unreachable just because he was in a bad mind state. So
yeah, but I don't think that's gonna like Elon's gonna say, "Oh, that's good." You mean you threw your headsets and you got off the show for 20 minutes because you were mad?
Well, did it entertain the people? Shouldn't Elon Farquharson's main goal be about entertaining the people? So if the people
yeah, but I don't know that. Well, the story entertained the people. The story did. There was somebody on Twitch this morning that was explaining that he knew everything that happened. Apparently there were 2 pizza slices. Mason threw one out the window. Snacks hit him with the other one, or he hit him with maybe it wasn't 2 slices of pizza. I mean, I remember he had some kind of brisket or something. Some
Korean
kind of
barbecue.
Beef. Yeah, right. Korean barbecue. And that's what he hit him in the face with. Well, when Mason had turned the wheel all the way, when they pulled over on the side, he just hit the gas and it went right into the stop sign. And so that's what happened to it. But this guy knew more than.
Well, is it possible because Lance was on his phone and now his mic was off that somehow that Twitch viewer, they could hear him?
Well, I don't know, but there were a lot of F-bombs being there. When he said, did you see the video of Mason explaining it?
Yes, Mason was blaming his brother for the entire incident. Yes.
Yeah, and it was pretty fun. There were a lot of F-bombs being flung around there.
You're driving a car and you wind up hitting a stop sign. Not only does it suck that you cave in the front end of your car, but it's embarrassing too. Like, the explanation for what happened to your car, oh, my brother and I were having a food fight and I hit a stop sign. That's a terrible story.
Well, and the fact that you don't have a car now, you had it for 2 weeks and you don't have a car anymore.
Yeah, I'm sure he was talking mad-ish to anyone who didn't have a car. And he probably had plans to be the rides. I don't know what he does with went with girls. But I'm sure he had plans in that way too. And now he's got mommy driving him around, or he's taking the bus.
And mommy's car's down now too, so they got issues.
rough.
There's car issues.
I feel bad for the kids.
Well, Lance gets to leave though. He can go into.
He gets to spend a full week in Indianapolis, or
Indianapolis,
at least a full work week.
Right. So that's a positive for
You
him.
get
He
away
doesn't have
from
to
the
drive anybody around.
chaos, and I'm sure people are going to be calling him nonstop. But sorry, I can't do anything about it.
Yeah.
What do you want from me? I'm in Indy working.
So that was basically our accomplishments from last
Well, we don't
week.
accomplish anything on the show day to day. Why would you think we could provide a full document to people in charge
Don't
about
you
what we
think
did?
we should try to do more?
What do
or
you want to
something?
do?
I don't. That's a
You want to?
problem.
Yeah,
I really don't
what
want to do
you don't want to
anything.
do anything. You want to get up, do
Right.
this show, lean on myself to carry you through, and then
Yeah.
go play golf. What do you
kinda
want to do?
Well, poker too. I mean, you
Well,
forgot
yes,
poker.
depending on the weather, poker too. I mean,
Right.
don't pretend like you want to put in.
No, I
any
know, but I
effort.
feel like if we're gonna
Well,
get,
you made this scenario up in your head. We don't have to report our actions to anyone. Why are you making this something where now you feel bad about what you don't do?
well, it's pretty well documented what we do. It's
Yeah,
on
it's recorded
podcast every day.
So why do we need to report back? Why do we have
I
to
don't
write
know.
it down or type it out?
I feel like if we work for the government right now,
We don't
he would
work
walk
for the
in and
government.
fire us all.
We don't work for the government.
Well, no. I mean, we
Well-
work for the Gao country.
To be fair, Lance would probably be safest. There are less questions about his origins. I would definitely be the quickest to go.
Well-
They'd have to debate. Like, we're not sure where he's from.
What do you mean where I'm from?
They're going to look at you and go, we're not sure. So they have to have an actual internal discussion about you, about where they would keep you
So
around.
you're saying it's all racist? All these firings?
I didn't say all racist.
That's what you just said.
I said.
Well, I'm dark meat, so you're saying I'm in danger.
They would certainly question you less than they would me about my qualifications.
Okay, I don't ever get stopped at TSA. Okay. People believe, you know what? And he's a little dark, but he's okay.
You would say your name is John. And they go, "What's your real name?"
Giovanni.
Okay, thanks. Now we have to have a discussion about you.
Okay. All right. No. Okay. No. Anyway, I think we'd get fired if we work for the government. That's all.
Well, I think it puts us in a uncomfortable spot. But as you said, they can listen to what we do. We don't actually have to write anything down. What am I writing about? I think we
do
get 5
fired
hours of radio.
We get fired there too. We listen to the show. We fire you.
I know
That's
out
it.
of the three of us, I put in more hours, so I might have an advantage there.
Yeah.
You
right.
only work the 3, and it's more like
Well, I know,
220.
but it's not like you do anything these 3 hours.
I
You
try to
just
keep
sit
you
there.
guys on track.
You
I mean,
just
I
have
do
to-
that.
No, you just have to
And what
be
am I
there.
doing now? Filling in for a guy who's left. What am I doing now?
Right. I mean, that's okay. Only because he's down to 1 car. That's it. That's it.
It happened some way, somehow. One of you leaves this show at least once a week for
Yeah.
some reason.
No,
that's true. One day
I never leave this
last
show.
week we didn't even. What was it? Not last week. 2 weeks ago now. We didn't even do a show because one of you was gone. The other didn't want to do it.
Well, I took a day off.
Exactly. Leave the show, like I said.
No, yeah, you don't take that. You took days off too.
It doesn't affect whether the show goes on or not.
Yeah.
They can find a producer. When you guys leave, it's over. You guys need to take that in consideration. Be a man of the people.
Yeah, I am a man of. There's no question. I'm a man of the people, and I'm a man of News of the Weird, and I'm going to do that next right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. But first, I'm going to talk about Jason Brinkman and the Brinkman family, and how the Brinkman family goes about their business every single time. The Brinkman family has been doing this for what, 50 years or more? I mean, they're unbelievable how good the Brinkmans are at this whole roofing thing. But they do siding as well. And listen, the solar, it's incredible now. It's incredible. It's no longer those panels, okay? That ain't it no more. You're looking for the best way. Basically, it's just roofing. That's it. That's all it is. It's awesome, awesome, awesome. It's fantastic, and you are going to save with Brinkman Roofing. Listen, you have issues with your roof. If you haven't looked at your roof, if you haven't done anything to your roof, if it's shiny at all, look at your roof. If you've let it go for 5, 10, 15 years and never done anything, man, your roof needs attention. And if you haven't been doing that, you need to do it now. Okay? Call Brinkman Roofing. BrinkmanQuality.com. It's BrinkmanQuality.com. They've been around forever, been doing it, and are going to continue to do it for long after, and they'll stand behind their work every single time. BrinkmanQuality.com. That's BrinkmanQuality.com. Okay, so this really happened. 2 homeless men bought a winning lottery scratch card, but they did it with a stolen credit card. They won 500,000 pounds with the stolen credit card. So guess who gets the money? The guy who paid for it with the guy who they stole the credit card off of.
You use my money.
You use my money. I won. You know what the guy's going to do? Share it with him.
I wouldn't. Well, they're homeless. Is that what the issue is?
They're two
Or
homeless
unhoused?
guys. You wouldn't share it with them?
How did they steal it? Did they rob me or did I drop it and they used it? There are levels to this. Like if they accosted
stole
me,
it. They just pretty much stole
they
it.
accosted me and took my card and my wallet. No, you get nothing.
Yeah, no, I'd give it to them. If it wasn't for them, you wouldn't have it.
You stole something from me.
Yeah.
Why
That's all right.
do you benefit from stealing from me?
Okay. Forgive those as we forgive those.
You know how I'll forgive them? Not pressing
Right.
charges. That's how I
Listen,
forgive you.
You just got to forgive, Del. You know what? That was actually in church yesterday. That was the sermon.
How
was
about I
forgive.
use some of my newfound winnings to buy them lunch?
Trespasses, Del. It's called trespass.
And I buy them lunch. I forgave you your
No,
trespasses
we
by
give
buying you
them-
lunch.
We give them equal shares.
Nah,
That's
I
what we
can't.
do.
I'm not. How much of equal shares?
Equal shares.
They're just gonna spend it on. No, I was kidding.
What? On fun?
No. Now everyone says, if I give them money, they're just gonna spend it on drugs.
Yeah. And
That's
if
not.
that's
no,
what they
it's
want to
not
spend their
and.
money on. Who are you to?
It's
who
my
are you
money,
to-
actually. That's the point. Why am I giving you money when you stole from me?
No. You know what? If it wasn't for them, you wouldn't have any money. Okay, so there. You wouldn't have had the winnings. A student
That's
set
not
a
an
school on
excuse.
fire trying to hide his inflatable girlfriend from his roommate. He set the school on fire just so his roommate wouldn't see his inflatable girlfriend. I don't know. I think that might be I would just take her out. Just deflate her and get her out of the room.
Nah, that's disrespectful to her. You just don't deflate her. I've seen
Well,
enough.
maybe he loved her too.
I've seen
yeah.
enough
but he
movies.
burned her to the ground.
Well, that's a mistake. I've seen enough
Right?
movies with robots that if you turn them off, even if they are your robot girlfriend, they get upset. So,
You don't want to upset your inflatable girlfriend.
nah, it ruins the relationship.
Yeah. Well, nah. It'd be this. It'd be. It could still be great. Although, if you deflated her, it's over.
If he's
right?
given her a personality enough that he thinks that's his actual girlfriend, don't you think his mind would trick itself into thinking he pissed her off? Anyone who's got a plastic girlfriend probably has given her a personality.
Well, probably, but also, also he burned her. So
Well,
he
that's-
gave her the personality and then burned her. So is that murder? It could be.
In his eyes, it should be.
In his eyes, yeah. I murdered both of you. And I murdered this whole school so that no one would find out. An 11-year-old, tired of waiting for his mom at the daycare center, decided to just crash the car into. This sounds like one of Lance's kids. Crashed the car into the daycare because he was just sick of waiting on his mom. Have you ever been so sick of waiting on your mom that you crashed a car?
No, so I guess his younger sibling was in the daycare and she went to go get him or
guess
something.
so, yeah.
And he decided enough. No.
Yeah.
They generally didn't leave me in the car, period. But if they did, they were taking the key.
Yeah, right. Don't leave him in the car with the key. That's for sure. There's no question.
It's a mistake.
A 23-year-old Keene woman arrested Friday, accused of serially urinating on products in local stores. According to the Keene Police Department, Kelly Tedford, I could see a guy doing it, but girls getting up on top of, on whatever shelves and peeing all over them. I don't know. This doesn't sound like a girl crime. It sounds like a guy crime.
Well,
doesn't
you're
it?
mistaken. No, we remember back during the pandemic, girls were getting up to the same dumb things guys are doing to like fruit and ice cream and stuff like that.
Licking them and stuff.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it didn't surprise me that this happened.
It just seems like it'd be harder for her to pee on stuff than
It's
guys.
not that hard if it's on the ground.
What if it's not? What if it's not? What if it's on a shelf?
I can't speak to how she can control that part of herself, but apparently she gets it done.
Yeah, I don't know. It just seems like that's it. Yeah, it just seems like serial killers. It's mostly white people, right?
Sure.
Right, for the most part. Serial peers, it just seems like it'd be guys. I don't know.
I just think if you're willing to drop trowel, no matter what gender you are, go to jail for life if you're peeing on things. If you're a serial peer, go to jail. That's all I'm looking for.
Yeah, I agree too. Nearly 500 cat figurines were stolen from Gordon Ramsay's London restaurant. And you know what? I feel good about that. Why do you have 500 cat figurines? You're weird.
It's not a cat-themed restaurant. I didn't know Gordon Ramsay had that in his bag, but
I didn't
I
either.
wouldn't go to a restaurant if all I saw was cat figurines everywhere.
No, You know what? You're better. Your restaurant is better today because of it.
But how do you get away with that? You 500 of them. How are you taking that and getting out of the restaurant?
Yeah, I don't. It must have taken a while. Apparently, there's a security notice at DFW Airport that says they have electronic genital verification. But DFW Airport says, that's not real. We do not electronically verify your genitalia. Well, thank you. I want you to know. So if you go to DFW, if you're flying through DFW, don't fall for it. Don't let them touch your privates.
But why would they have to if it's electronic?
I don't know.
Wait a minute.
No, but somebody put up a whole. I mean, there's a service notice, and it's okay. Your genitalia may be photographed electronically during your use of this facility as part of the electronic genital verification pilot program at the direction of the Office of the Lieutenant Governor. In the future, EGV will help keep Texans safe while protecting your privacy by screening your potentially improper restroom access using machine vision.
To be
fair, somebody went to great lengths.
To be fair,
lengths.
If you told me Dan Patrick, who is our lieutenant governor, not the ESPN guy, if you told me that was his idea, I'd be like, you know what? I buy it.
I do. Well, no, he doesn't even want. He doesn't want anything. Hey, that dude, no way is he taking pictures of your junk.
I don't know his proclivities per se, but if he told me that was a new Texas law brought to us by Dan Patrick, I'd be like, okay. I believe it.
All right, we're done. Tomorrow, Lance will be back, and we'll talk Combine right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Mopey and Mapes next right here. Have a great day, everybody. We'll talk to you again tomorrow.
Welcome to the show. Hope everyone had a good weekend. Sean's back. He missed the show Speaking Truth to Power on Friday. Raheel and Ramzanali joined us from CityCast and took the McNairs to task. Very controversial to tell the world that we don't agree with public funding for a stadium. No one's ever taken that side before. So look at us doing the thing. You can hear Raheel on CityCast, wherever you find a podcast. He'll join us every week. We flip-flop because Michael Carroll was taking a day off. So normally Raheel would join us on Thursday. But welcome back, Sean. And from the weekend, what are the takeaways? Looks like the Cougs showed out big. And I say it looks like when I'm referring to game day because I wasn't up. Whether it be college basketball or college football, I'm not up for game day anymore. I'm just not going to get up for it. I'm glad seeing some of the highlights, the clips on social media that place was rocking. And I know Jay Williams talked about it beforehand that when they've been at Fertitta Center, that it is a great environment even before the game. And the Cougs took advantage of the spotlight and beat Iowa State. Iowa State came in a little shorthanded. They were missing their top two scorers and looked like that in the first half as the Cougs had their way. Of course, Iowa State made a run. The Cougs held them off late to win that when LJ Cryer got shot out by Trey Young during the game. They brought the tweet to him afterwards. So good exposure for the Cougs and a good win. They've got Tech tonight, a Tech team who handed them their only Big 12 loss. So you wanna clean that one up. Got to go to Lubbock for that one, and being well on your way to winning another Big 12 regular season title. And of course, in the NBA in the city over the weekend, the Rockets split two. The one that matters more, you would say, is the fact that they held off the Wolves. When Anthony Edwards hit that three, I was like, oh, no, not again. He hit that first three. I was like, oh, not again. Then Anthony Edwards didn't score another point. He tried to take it upon himself in the Rockets win on Friday night to kind of do what he did in their previous meeting in Minnesota. Didn't work out for him. Jalen Green, much more efficient on the night. He had a really good game. I think he outscored Edwards 9-3 in the fourth quarter. And it's not the only reason that they won, but the difference in the game was 121, 115. So when your two lead guards go at it in the fourth and your lead guard comes out on top, it's going to help you win. They lose in Utah because the Rockets on no days rest have not been good. The numbers are now that they're 5-8 when they don't have a day off. And I think they're 13-2 and have 2 days or more off. So it's not surprising. You'd love for that to be a little bit better. Ime Udoka was asked about what this young team can do to improve. We'll play that sound a little bit later. Pretty straightforward, short and sweet from Ime, not to be played with when asked about his team. And I would say I would agree. But that's kind of what happened in basketball over the weekend. The Jazz, surprisingly enough, will put in pretty good efforts depending on the night, and the Rockets just had a tough one. They got in early/late to Utah, so they didn't have a lot of time to get some rest in. And of course, the game is less than 24 hours after they played. Certainly after they finished the game in Minnesota, and it looked like it. They competed, they tried. Just Gallant George decided to not be stopped. He was really good in that game. The Rockets generally have a clear athletic advantage on whoever they're playing. In that Saturday night game, Gallant George, Isaiah Collier, they looked on par with the Rockets athletically, and Gallant George particularly. No one could stay in front of him, and that cost the Rockets as I think he put up 30 off the bench. So you split, but you beat Minnesota on ESPN, and Anthony Edwards almost fought a fan. Almost. He wasn't close. He did get held back. I think it was going into the break at the half. He was walking off the court, and some fan said something to him. So he went to have a word with the fan, got separated, walked back in, and that went without incident. But you'll take it. We've talked about it, played the sound of what it looks like when a star player rolls up on you and has a big night. We got the opposite from him in that fourth quarter. And as I said, Jalen Green was a better player. Fred VanVleet's still out. We will see when he comes back. I'm kind of surprised how long this is taking, but he remains out, and the Rockets have a back-to-back coming up starting tomorrow. So the games keep coming, and let's hope they can fare better in this back-to-back because both of them are at home this time around, so they don't have to travel. They can just stay, sleep in their own bed and see if they can improve that record on no days off. So that was kind of the basketball weekend. We didn't get what I want to see. Sean and I have talked about it. I want to see Altuve in left field. He did not play over the weekend. Space City Home Network had a couple games this weekend. There was a split squad day on Saturday, and then they played yesterday as well. Ronel Blanco will start today. Altuve's not in the lineup, according to Brian McTaggart. So while he's listed as the starting left fielder, he is currently not playing left field because he's not playing at all. So we'll see when he makes his first appearance for the Astros this season. And, they're not done, according to reports. The guy who said, nah, I'm good with the Astros now, you know what? Just took a couple months, right? No movement on where Nolan Arenado would play. And now he's like, you know what? I'm reconsidering. I wouldn't mind because maybe options are more limited than he thought. So the Astros are in on Nolan Arenado. Those talks have come back. I do have to wonder, how old do they want to be? It does feel like we are adhering to Jim Crane's motto of as long as I'm here, we're always in it. I have seen the Abreu comparisons. I don't like them. I'm not predicting that. We were talking about it this morning, and a tweet came in saying, well, this is just their 2025 Abreu signing. I can't imagine anything would be as bad as that. So I'm not going to stamp it with that, but they are trying to remain in contention. They have certainly a real shot to win the AL West, and if they're going to win the division, then they have a shot to go deep in the playoffs. It's just not what we're used to, mostly because the names who would be filling these spots were generally guys we saw from the jump. And when those guys depart, you have to fill in with veterans from other teams, and you never quite know how that's going to go. You think about what they are right now. Yes, Chaz and Jake are. Wait a minute. Is Jake's not an original Astro, is he? Do we remember if Jake Myers came through the system?
I think he did.
Okay. So you got Jake and Chaz and Altuve. That's your outfield. Never left. All Astros, right? If we're
lifers.
If we're believing that Jake Myers,
lifelong Astros.
So that feels good, right?
I can't picture him in another jersey
because it's never happened before. So Jake, Chaz,
number 6 is gonna be hanging from the rafters.
Not a chance. Jake, Chaz, and Altuve, lifelong Astros. Your infield, particularly if Nolan Arenado comes, there's not a lifelong Astro.
Pena.
Yes, Pena. I forgot. Pena is the one. And then Yiner, catcher, and then obviously your pitchers. So it's just a different makeup of what we've seen. It's fine if it works. They're trying to find a way.
Mercenary Astros.
Mercenary's tough. I would say vagabond Astros is what I'd call them. Mercenary suggests their 1-year dudes are going to come in and kill. I'm not sure. I would hope. I wish that was the case. Like they would just come in and be lights out, and we could start. And they did that every year, and we could just call them mercenaries because we toss them to the side. But the Astros are willing to keep these guys for several years.
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't know if you can be Paredes with like 3 years of team control.
Not exactly mercenaries. These are guys who they're expecting, no matter what age they are currently, to be at least figures that are around for quite a bit. Now, the Arenado thing is interesting because his money, if he became an Astro, would be split up between 3 different teams. I think if the Astros acquire him, they're on the hook per year for, I think I saw some number where it's about 15 or so. It ain't the full on what he's actually owed. So that's a benefit for them. They don't have to pay Nolan Arenado all that he is getting paid. But I don't like getting older. I think that's my biggest thing. Well, what are you going to do? They targeted him and he told them no. And now they're like, you know what? Hey, Nolan, you want to think about it again? And it's like, you know what? I will think about it. And you know what? I've decided if you can get this done, I'm more than happy to join Houston. He didn't see Houston as a fit earlier in the offseason. Now he thinks differently.
Then he showed up to St. Louis Cardinals
and they
camp, and he was like, you know what? I would love to play not here.
Yeah. And they were like, we would love for you to play not here too. We've been trying to get this done all offseason. Thanks for opening yourself up to the team who actually really wants you. So now the Chronicle has an article telling us why he isn't the right fit. And it's long and detailed about everything that makes Nolan Arenado a bad acquisition for the Astros, from a slow bat to his contractual thing. I don't disagree, but the Astros appear to be ignoring some of the maybe conventional wisdom on him and saying, hey, we want another competent bat. We want to strengthen that lineup, and Nolan Arenado does it. We will see if they can get that done. They revisit it. We'll see if they can work it out. So potentially Nolan Arenado, a future Astro. We'll see how long that takes. Okay. If you want to get in on the show, you can 713-780-3776. We'll hear from Ime Udoka. There is a big name receiver that Aaron Schatz. He's an internet football guy. A lot of followers. Those are the bona fides for him. He has a big following. You can find him, and he has a suggestion for the Texans for a potential trade. Now, it's a bold move for each team. So he's done it for all 32 teams, but he has it for the Texans. So we'll get into that today as well. And while we stick with the Texans, we'll talk a little bit about NFL free agency, because one Texan makes this only one free agent Texan makes the list of the top 100 guys. So a lot to get to before we're done for the day. Apparently, it's our day today, Sean. So I got to come up with something that's good for the YouTube. Good luck with that. In fact, I may choose things that they would never put on just to spite someone, because it's not supposed to be our day. It was supposed to be John and Lance's day, but they had nothing today. Nothing worthy of throwing up on the social. So now it falls to us. We will see what we can come up with today. All right. Sean's back. We're here. We'll be back.
This is the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
Rockets have the Bucks tomorrow night here in Houston. They play the Jazz and the Wolves. Did you hear that? What is that?
I don't know. It was just a
beep.
Beep. It almost sounded like at school, like the start of like an announcement. There, just went again.
There it is again. I don't know what that is.
It's not the emergency thing.
No. So you guys probably can't hear, but Sean and I can. So if something goes down, either we will be here or we won't. I'm not sure. We'll figure it out. So with the Rockets splitting the weekend, and they've got a young team, and you're gonna see efforts as far as execution wane depending on the night. Ime Udoka was asked a question about his young team and what he thinks of them and how it is to kind of maneuver as they grow. Here's Ime Udoka, short and sweet, after this question.
Coach, the Rockets have a young and talented team. What has been the biggest challenge in developing these players, and what aspects do you think will take them to the next level?
Consistent competitiveness and taking a jump in the IQ department.
Now that's short, but not surprising that he would say that about the IQ department. That comes with age. It's not even a question of these guys are dumb and they don't know what they're doing. You develop some players are basketball savants. Others have to go through experiences where things don't go right, and they have an answer for it later. And you hope you don't have to learn your lessons over and over again before you find those answers. But I think that's all I take away from it, is that the youth will play a part in some of their issues, and it'll be the case until they experience more things. And that's why these playoffs, no matter how long or short they are going to be very important to the development of the team. And if they can find guys who they believe they can lean on as they get better and better. So it was important this year. Now it seems like it almost seems like something we shouldn't have even questioned. But the thought was they had to make the playoffs this year, at least from the Rockets' point of view. And at least here we were discussing whether they would be a play-in team. Now they're getting closer and closer to that spot. They're the 5th seed, very comfortable there, but they have not played great as of late, which has made home court advantage been put up in the air as far as if they can achieve it. But that's why no matter where they land, making the playoffs was important this year, and they're solidly on their way. And we'll see whatever the matchup is. We'll see who's ready for it and who may need more time to figure out where they stand when it comes to playoff games, and if they are completely outmatched by a older team just with the IQ. We have seen the Rockets struggle in the fourth quarters recently. Happened again against Utah. That will be a point of contention between now and their postseason run. Can they figure that out? Or will that be something that gets highlighted even more massively when they're playing a team who has championship aspirations? Because where they stand now as a 5 seed, the teams ahead of them all believe they can go win a title. The Lakers, I think, are on a hot run. I don't think they can actually win a title. They did go into Denver to win a game. They never play Denver well. We can start to question whether now that AD is gone, Denver has to develop a different plan. And JJ Redick talked about how they actually game plan for this game. That's kind of one of the secrets. Not every game a coach in the NBA develops a game plan for a specific matchup. Sometimes we're just going to run our stuff. For their weekend game, I think Saturday game against the Nuggets, the Lakers decided we were going to develop a game plan to beat this team specifically. And without AD and Luka had his best game, they won. And that's what the Rockets will have to focus on. From night to night, they don't see specific game plans. Game 1 in the playoffs, that will be what they have to deal with, and how their young players figure out how to combat people taking away their best stuff and forcing them to do things that are weaknesses. will be an interesting subplot to those playoffs. So I'm looking forward to that. We got certainly 20 plus games to go, but at this point, I just want to see the matchup, who they play, and how the team figures out what's good for them and what they can and can't do in a playoff matchup.
It is crazy how far we've come in a year where now we're like, can we just fast forward to see these guys in the playoffs? Right now, it would be the Lakers. Maybe it is the Nuggets. Who knows? And last season, it was like, oh my God, March. This is where the Rockets come alive.
Yeah,
is March. They finally can figure some things out when they play. And last year they played like the entire bottom of the NBA in March. So it's going to be interesting on this side of things for the Rockets, where they're the team that's having to kind of walk the line of putting your pedal to the metal to win every game, to kind of shore up your playoff positioning, while also keeping in mind that, like, hey, you're going to then play in the playoffs. You don't want to ride it too hard to the finish line and get guys hurt, because this is something that we've seen lately, basically since the start of the month, is that the depth is a huge plus for the Rockets. But once they start becoming less deep, and especially once they lose one of their wings, and with Tariq not playing back-to-backs, sometimes they are out 2 wings, and then now with Fred VanVleet out, the rotation gets pretty tight pretty fast once you start taking a couple of Jenga pieces out. So
yeah, you watch Jeff Green become a more important part of the team.
Yeah,
on the nights when it's a back-to-back and Fred's out. Now Jeff Green's playing your most bench minutes.
We could leave Jeff Green in 2023.
Well, he played well against
it's a revenge game.
The Jazz.
It's a revenge game. I know.
Okay. Yeah. So to your point, it just takes a couple guys to miss time, and all of a sudden, Jeff Green's playing big minutes in a game.
I know he can't do this on the bench, but you think when Fred VanVleet like calls his agent after one of these games that he doesn't play, it's just like, that's another $5 million for old Freddie over here.
What do you think he's
watching these guys lose to the Jazz without me?
You think he's up to 36 a year now? What do you think? He's only like $8 million less than what it would have been anyway.
Yeah, it's just maybe every game he's out, he just makes an extra like $250,000. Just
wow. I mean, Minnesota detracted from his future.
No, it can go down. It can go down, but they're what, like 4-8 with him off the court.
It's not good.
Like that.
It's not good. He is more important than some people thought. No matter what you think his salary should be, Fred VanVleet, whenever he's back, you can just pencil him in for 37 minutes or so in a game, at least in the games that are competitive down the stretch. So Ime on his young team, and he will get his answers just like the rest of us will.
Yeah.
No matter the matchup. It is funny to think about, will the Rockets play the seeding game and start sitting guys because they want a particular matchup? This team who has no experience in the playoffs will say, you know what? We play pretty well against Denver.
I mean, it's hard, right? I mean, it's also 25 games left, but it is kind of spaced out to where the Rockets will really kind of have to try, or they just keep falling like a rock if Fred doesn't come back, to like be the 6th seed, because they're 3.5 ahead of the Clippers for the 6th seed. Yeah. And then really all you would want to do is just be the 4th seed. That's like really all they can shoot for. Now, just try to be the 4th seed.
The reason now Minnesota's lost 2 in a row, they lost to the Thunder last night. The reason, beyond the fact that now the season series is split between the two, you gain some distance between the play-in. Minnesota is only 1 game behind the Clippers, but when you beat them, you change the math, and now you are 4.5 up on them. And obviously, you lose. You're only 3.5 up, and they own the tiebreaker.
Yeah.
So that game was, as much as we will continue to throw in the caveat, there's 20-something plus games ago. That's why that win was important, other than beyond the fact that you didn't want to have Anthony Edwards go off on you again. You just want to win matchups where it could matter late. and you're now 4.5 up on Minnesota. Split the tiebreaker. Maybe it means you rest guys on certain nights down the stretch as opposed to having to play them, and that helps you avoid injury. Okay, when we come back, it's been a long time since I had a spring break. A shorter amount of time since Sean has. But if you're a parent or for whatever reason you're some college kid or high school kid listening, and you got plans for spring break, I've got one place you should not go because they don't want you there. We'll play that sound from the county sheriff when we come back.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
So during the break, I asked Sean what the name of a website is. We're not sure. We're going to get to it. If you don't know, Woj, who no longer breaks news, he is trying to help the Bonnies come to prominence. St. Bonaventure, his alma mater. So he's trying to help with their NIL by auctioning off things involving himself. I think it's a little much, but we'll talk about that. And maybe we can figure out exactly what this website name is because there are some questions. But before we do that, let's get to Volusia County. Volusia County is the county that That's the home of Daytona Beach, Florida. Daytona Beach, Florida, or Daytona, Florida, is where the Great American Race is held. Not the Indy 500, the Daytona 500. They have Bike Week there, so they have a lot of events that bring people from all over to their town, and they make money off of it. It's a tourist attraction. They have beaches as well, hence the name. Well, the sheriff of Volusia County is telling spring breakers, if we had our way, you'd stay out of our town. Here's the news story about all that.
Volusia County, Florida, home to Daytona Beach, now warning teens to stay away during spring break. Sheriff Mike Chitwood warning high schoolers, if you're coming to cause chaos, stay away. The sheriff says every single one of his employees will be working during spring break. Last spring, the department made 52 arrests and wrote 200 citations during last year's spring break.
And I'm looking to really double that this year. We have law enforcement is going to be all over the place. If they think we're playing here, we're not. We really don't want you here. I mean, I'll be honest with you. Nobody wants you here. They don't bring any financial benefit here.
Well, that was very plain. The sheriff expects Daytona Beach to be the busiest between March 14th and the 24th.
Shout out to that sheriff. Stay out of my town. We don't want you here. So, parents, just know the Volusia County sheriffs, if you think your kids are going to enjoy their time in Daytona for spring break, maybe warn them. Hostile police force looking to make your, maybe they're not looking to make your time miserable, but don't cross them.
No,
or they will.
They seem, I'll say, grumpy police force.
Yes.
Maybe just disgruntled police force. They're in a bad mood, and they might see you jaywalking or with an open container,
and
they're not going to let it slide.
Yeah, and fine you. So tread carefully.
Tread very carefully.
From visiting there, because I was born there, I still have family there. From visiting there, I know the locals, when it's one of those event weekends, they just stay out of the way. Like, they don't want to be involved. They understand the bikes are in town, the races are in town. I guess spring break is the same way. They're like, hey, we're not gonna go in that area. We're just gonna stay away because it's no fun for anyone involved outside of the high school and college kids who that sheriff ain't got no time for. So
no one wants them. Nobody wants you.
To be honest, no one wants you here. I don't know what the tourist board thinks about it. They might be, hey, relax.
Yeah, they probably don't love the we don't make any money off you being here. Which, if it is high schoolers, I think that's probably true. That the high schoolers, what are they going to go to Wendy's? That are there?
But it is a college kid location too, which I think that's the way you're going to make some money.
Yeah.
What about the local businesses? Are they backing this directive from the sheriff?
The aggressive policing?
Yeah.
No, I don't know.
I don't know.
Probably not.
He says they don't make money, so maybe it's a bigger it's a bigger worry than it is something they think positively about, even the local business owners.
Yeah. We go to the owner of Senior Frogs here in Daytona Beach.
Yeah.
Please come.
Yeah, I'm sure he might have a different approach. What's going down in Galveston? I mean, we make fun of that place, but people do come to Galveston. Sean, I know you made the face. I acknowledge
just the thought of that.
No, I understand that to us it sounds ridiculous, but they have a bike thing they did. I got caught in the middle of it. I didn't know it was one of their bike things, and I was down there, and you just got to be careful. You don't want to bump a guy's bike because you know there's going to be problems. So I know people go down there, and it's a bit of a touristy place. That's why Pleasure Pier's down there. Shout out to Tillman, I guess. But what do the people down there? What is the Tap? What does the owner of the Tap think about spring break? Does he want the Galveston County sheriffs going out there or the constables going out there going, we don't want you down here. We don't even make money off of you. I don't think that's the vibes from the local business owners, even in Galveston.
No, I think Galveston should be more. Thank God you're here.
Maybe
someone came.
I would assume you know less about Daytona Beach than me, but yes, they have the speedway, but it's not that bustling of a town when there's not a major event. I would think they will welcome all the events there at all times. It's a place where you want tourists to show up to.
Yeah. I mean, but there's not the Galveston 500. Like, other than the Daytona 500, it's the Daytona 500. Like, it is
true.
the Super Bowl racing.
It's true, and they have the Pepsi one too that they
yeah,
do.
like Galveston's like Pleasure Pier. That's about it.
They got a beach, kind of.
They do. No, it is. It is
considered a beach
by textbook definition. A beach. Yeah. No, I can't. Can't imagine spring breaking. Where are you going, Galveston?
Well, you are.
I'm too close to it.
Texas born and bred.
I'm too close to the.
I've been in Texas for now almost 20 years, maybe 20 years. So I've seen Galveston enough. I don't need to go down there, not for fun. I might go down to Galveston to drive and clear my head, but not for fun. But I'm not a 20-something-year-old from Wisconsin who thinks any beach will do.
I imagine that's how they get a lot of people. Is just like people that have never stepped foot in. Yeah, they're like, oh, so we can just fly to Hobby in Houston and then drive down, and wow, it's so much cheaper than South Padre, and so much cheaper than all these other very nice beaches. You know what? Let's do Galveston this year,
So
guys?
What you're saying is they take pictures of the 2 days a year where the water's blue and they send them out to convince people. I wouldn't disagree. You know what, Galveston? Make your money however you can.
No, please.
Do whatever you have to do to dupe
the
Midwesterners to come down here.
I was going to say, get the money however you can. Just know.
It ain't coming from me.
Not going to be my money.
No.
That's going to Corpus.
That's right. Corpus, as far as places to go. I've never been to Corpus either. I'm not taking a trip to Corpus either because I wasn't a spring breaker when I was here. When I was of spring break age, I was not here. Mark, we'll get to you when we come back. Anyone else want to get in on anything? Clearly, we'll talk about anything. You can. Sean and I here till noon. We will be back.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
Mark and Tommy, I saw you up there. If you want to get in on that topic, you can. So the Texans need help at wide receiver. People have taken notice across the NFL, people who do the thing where they need to make a list because it's content season right now. They make a list, and the Texans generally are placed with the wide receiver, whether it be through the draft or free agent. Mina Kimes, on Friday, we played the sound of her saying they should go after Cooper Kupp. This was following part of the segment where she said if they could, they should bring back Stephon Diggs. On Friday, I said I'm not interested in the Texans bringing in a soon-to-be 32-year-old wide receiver. Much like the Astros, I don't like getting older, particularly at that position, particularly for a guy who can't stay healthy, and the numbers have diminished, along with the fact that do we expect Cooper Kupp to be as productive here, even if he is healthy, compared to what he was in LA when he had at least his football best friend throwing him the football? Do people underestimate how much work that those guys did to know the ins and outs of what each likes to do and how that related to their production on the football field? Not saying that Cooper Kupp wouldn't come in here and work with CJ, but CJ has a number one, and there's no way they would have the same amount of hours put in that Kupp and Stafford did.
Yeah, they would have to get breakfast like every day.
Yes.
That's what Stafford and Kupp did. They won a Super Bowl. It worked out.
Yes, it clearly worked out. So to expect that connection to a connection like that to flourish in Houston, even to like a 80% of what it was in LA, I think is kind of delusional. So that's why I'm out on the 32-year-old. I don't care what the compensation. It probably wouldn't cost that much as far as drafts compensation, how the salaries work out, whatever. I'm not a capologist. That's for over the cap. I barely care about that stuff anyway. But what Aaron Schatz, as I said, not ESPN, but a NFL Twitter person, big following, says the Texans, for his bold move, should go out and acquire Garrett Wilson. The youth, I like. The compensation, I don't like as much because it's going to cost much more, and then you're going to have to pay him too. And, of course, you just paid a receiver, and it has worked in Philadelphia having two highly paid receivers, but they also had the offensive line that they figured out. And, of course, they had the defensive front to get after the quarterback. We all saw what they did to win Super Bowl. The Texans, without a lot of space, are weak on the interior. So are you devoting draft compensation and $30 million to another wide receiver to bring your total up to about, $55 million for two receivers, when you don't have an offensive line that your quarterback can stand behind and deliver? Do you remember when Joe Burrow came out and the conversation was about Penei Sewell or Jamar Chase? And that meme came out of Joe, they weren't stick figures, but they're practically stick figures of Joe Burrow dropping back the pass and seeing Jamar Chase open, and it fell like 3 yards short because he was drilled and he was flat on his back. And then the other one was like, well, you could have Penei Sewell and you'd have all the time in the world, but no receivers are open, so the ball would fall incomplete anyway. That was a meme for that particular decision for the Bengals. Of course, it worked out for both teams. The Lions got Penei Sewell. They're just fine, better than fine. And so the Bengals, Joe Burrow has been hurt quite a bit, but Jamar Chase was a clear, really good choice. The Texans are kind of in that mode too, where are you going to put that many assets into a position that may not be that important because your quarterback's always flat on his back? That's the push and pull of all this. If I could trust them to draft offensive linemen and not have to spend on one to go get one, if I could trust the interior of the offensive line to be fixed through the draft, I go, okay, find out if you can go get Garrett Wilson, even if you have to pay him. But I don't trust them. I would rather devote that money to a guard. Now you have to get rid of Shaq Mason, so maybe now you have to get two guards. But James Daniels, the Steelers coming off an Achilles. He got hurt very early, so that's a concern. I don't think Trey Smith is in the cards for them, but a James Daniels type, I would love in Houston. It will cost even with the Achilles. I just don't think. I believe they'll find the answers to the draft because they've proven not to be capable of it.
Yeah, it does feel like they're going to have to, I don't want to say cheap out on one of them, but take the draft lottery pick kind of approach to it, where you're just throwing a dart at either the interior of the line or at wide receiver at one of those spots where it's going to be, hey, we're going to need this guy to step in and be good day one, or step in and be passable day one. And you're going to need that from either a lineman or a wide receiver. And you can throw more of the chips in on the other one when it comes to free agency, because you'll just cheap out on the other one. And I agree with you where I would rather just like, hey, take a shot on either a cheap receiver in free agency or a wide receiver in the draft, because the offensive line, I'll say talent accumulation has not been what you want when it comes to how Nick Caserio's drafted these guys so far. So if for me, I would go free agent, offensive line, wide receiver, or trade. I'm just kind of counting those as one thing. And then a draft where you spin first, second round pick on a receiver, and then maybe later in the draft, try to shore up the line with more of a depth pick kind of thing.
Yeah, I don't like the thought of going young at guard. If you have to spend,
they also haven't drafted a good one.
Yeah,
like they have Jared Patterson's the best one that they drafted.
It's a combination of things that make me uneasy about the thought of going young. If you need to pay a guard to be solid here, not even to be great, just to be solid, and maybe we talked about Ime talking about the IQ of his team, just to add to the offensive line IQ, because they appear to not be able to handle game. Well, it's not appear. We saw it. They don't handle games and stunts. Maybe you need someone who has shown the ability to do that. And of course, you hope Cole Popovich, despite being in the room last year, now with a more prominent role, can teach the offensive line to do it as well. I would like more adept interior players when it comes to handling things that'll get their quarterback killed. That's what I'm looking for. And I don't think I would lean in going young in that way if I can. Now, they may be forced to. Maybe all the guards that they think fit are out of their price range because they don't have a lot of money to spend. But that will be my first priority, because I think CJ can operate with Nico as his number one as long as he's standing upright. And then if you need to use a day 2 pick or a day 1 pick on a receiver, well, the top end, as far as you're not getting yourself a Malik Neighbors, that receiver may not exist in this draft, but the one that will always be remembered for some is the fact that Brian Thomas can't win in the 20s, and maybe your draft pick in the 20s hits that way too, whether it be in Ibuka or Luther Burden, whoever they may choose, or they can wait in the second round and do that as well. So I appreciate the guys making the list and saying trading for Garrett Wilson gets people's attention. It's better than saying trade for a guard from the 49ers or whoever it would be in that case. So you say, hey, the star receiver that wasn't happy with Aaron Rodgers, go get him.
Yeah, the guy that's on people's fantasy teams.
Yeah.
The guys that people play with on Madden.
I get it.
Let's throw that guy on a graphic instead of some guy wearing number 68.
Yeah, understood. I understand how the game works, but I saw the actual games last year, and Garrett Wilson ain't going to help CJ stay upright. We saw it. We had Tank. We had Stephon Diggs, and he still got pummeled, even when those guys were healthy. And it hurt their production because he couldn't get the ball to them. And it just played its part throughout the year, turned him into someone who, on occasion, couldn't depend on to throw to open guys because everything had been affected pretty much from week 1 on. So we will see how the Texans approach this offseason without a lot of money, but they do have some draft capital. And my approach is and my thoughts are pretty clear on that. Okay, when we come back, we'll get into hour 2. And the question for Sean and I to answer is is a former ESPN insider doing too much to leverage his past fame or even his current fame? Because some of the things that Woj is doing to raise money for the Bonnies, like, it ain't for me. It may be for someone. I just know ain't no way I'm spending the money he's asking for to either meet him or get one of his phones. We'll talk about that when we come back.
But first, I want to talk to you about Prize Picks, America's #1 daily fantasy sports app. And the Cougs are in action tonight, going to Lubbock, it looks like, to play the Red Raiders. And on Prize Picks, you can make a little bit of money. I mean, for me, backing the Cougs and also a little bit of the Red Raiders. Give me LJ Cryer to have more than 14.5 points. Trae Young gave him love. He's got to show out for Trae Young. Give me Uzan to have more than 17.5 points, rebounds, assists. I think sneakily in these last few games, actually some of them not so sneaky, he's been the best player on the Cougs. And JT Toppin, who got thrown out early in the game, the first time these two teams play, to have more than 25.5 points, rebounds, assists. Also, throwing a little Tyler Hero on there to score more than 26.5 points. He scored 40 in 2 of his last 3 NBA games. He's gone over 26.5 in all 3 of those games. So throw that in a 4-pick flex play. You're going to get 5x your money, or if one of them falls short, probably JT Toppin because he's playing the Cougs, you still get 1.5 times your money on Prize Picks with the flex option. So download the Prize Picks app today. Use promo code MAPES to get $50 instantly when you play your first $5 lineup. That's promo code MAPES on Prize Picks to get $50 instantly when you play your first $5 lineup. You don't even need to win to get that money. It's guaranteed. Prize Picks, run your game.
looks like the Eagles celebration, not that it'll end with the parade celebration, but they won't be extending that to the White House. The Eagles aren't going to the White House. They didn't go the last time they won either. According to reporting, the players had no interest. The front office didn't have much interest. If we go back to when they won it last time, I think they could only get like 5 players to commit. So the White House, like, you know what? That's embarrassing.
That'd be such a great photo, though.
For only 5 people to show up. So
it'd be hilarious.
So it's not happening again. So the Eagles won't be making that trip to Washington to celebrate their title. Oh well. So if you were wondering, the first major title to be won, and would that team make the trip? You can call it a snub or whatever you want to call it. The Eagles have said no, which is, like I said, consistent with what they did the first time. Okay, so Woj, he is no longer breaking news for ESPN. That's Shams' domain. He's trying to help the Bonnies make money. In fact, he just tweeted out that he and Donovan Mitchell have come together because the Bonnies are both. The Bonnies are an Adidas school. Donovan Mitchell is an Adidas athlete. The Bonnies, are women and men, are getting Donovan Mitchell exclusive shoes. So Woj is doing his part to help his university. Another thing he's doing is auctioning off items that he owns, including phones he's used to break news in the past. Now, Sean, I don't know everything there is to know about you, but is there anybody you can think of that you'd spend money on to either meet or get one of their personal items?
Oof.
Like not a jersey. It's like literally something they owned that in Woj's case, used to break news.
Yeah, so not like memorabilia.
No,
or even like
it
shoes.
is something that they would say was their property.
It is something that I just own this.
This is not a jersey I wore.
There's probably something. I can't think of anything, but there's probably some like iconic thing that someone owns that I'd want that,
but
like
it doesn't immediately pop.
Yeah, like the phone that James Harden threw on top of a nightclub. I think it was Moses Malone Jr. Yeah.
Yeah. Why would you want that phone?
Yeah, it's a fun story. But I was thinking that vein of thing.
Yeah.
The Tiger Woods says, I guess this is memorabilia. I was gonna say the putter that his wife, his ex-wife now, put in the back of his Escalade.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
Maybe actually his Escalade. His old Escalade. His like 2008 Escalade.
You don't want it fixed, right? You want it. You want the damages done.
If it's fixed, then I'm just buying a car.
You're just buying a 2008 Escalade. What do you need that for? So some of the things that Woj is auctioning off, and they are getting bids. Now, the website is putabounty.com. Because I grew up in Southern California, see PUTA and think of a different word, but I believe it's putabounty.com. Mm-hmm. And I played in a Spanish-speaking soccer league, so I've heard that word called. I've seen that word thrown at people a lot, but
it's pronounced differently than puta.
Yeah, puta bounty, different pronunciation from where I come from. But there it is. Putabounty.com is the name of the website, and it's hashtag Woj collection. So some of the things in the Woj collection are this: the 2003 NBA draft credential with Woj's picture on it. Now, why would that be worth anything?
Wow, 2003?
Yes, 2023.
Oh. Well, still Wembanyama.
Yes, in fact, it is in parentheses, Wemby draft. So that explains why you might want it. The Wemby draft.
Well, 03 would have been the LeBron
draft.
LeBron,
Wade, Bosh draft, Carmelo draft. Yes.
Darko Milicic, yeah.
Sure, let's not forget Darko. Chris came in as well. Let's not forget them. He also is putting up for a bounty the iPhone used to break the NBA suspending the season from COVID. The high offer there, $525.
That seems like a lot.
Yes, for that phone. For that phone, because he was able to tweet that the season's been suspended.
He probably broke so much other news with that phone, too.
Well, that's the one he thinks is the most compelling, apparently. And it does have a high offer.
It does. It does have a high off.
A different phone, you can tell they're different because he took a different pose with this phone. So you know
that doesn't prove anything. You can have more than one pose with
I'm
the
looking
phone.
at it. It does look like a different phone.
Okay, that one has a button or something in the middle.
No.
Oh, is it all iPhones?
Yes.
Okay.
Woj is an iPhone guy so far.
That's interesting.
The iPhone used to break the Paul George and Kawhi till Clippers news.
That's probably also the phone he used to break the Chris Paul Russell Westbrook trade.
Well, he didn't use that as an example.
That's not the selling point?
Apparently not.
Oh.
That was big news during Summer League. Happened late at night. People were asleep, woke up to it.
Yeah.
$350. That's a high offer there.
He probably also tweeted like the Zion Williamson. Like, come on. That was Paul George, Kawhi Leonard, the biggest.
To your point,
the biggest thing that phone's ever done.
Well, how many phones does he use? How many phones is he going through? Because
I guess that is summer 2019, and he's also auctioning off a March 2020 phone.
Yeah, so apparently maybe he changes the work phone's number over and over again, so he has different phones. Although you don't need to change your phone to do that.
Or maybe he just has 3 different phones at all times.
Well,
one for
you think that,
but
the iPhone used for his farewell tweet and final NBA draft, $500. That's the high offer right now. Would you have paid any of these prices for anything that Woj is offering right now?
500's a lot.
Would you have paid Would you pay $200 for his Wemby draft credential?
No.
All right, we haven't found.
If Wemby was like a Rocket, then maybe.
But maybe.
Yeah.
So you do have a price, and as long as context is involved, that fits what you're looking for.
Yeah, because like I'm not a Wemby guy. I don't care.
He's not. Yeah, man can't even stay healthy. Look at him.
Well, okay.
I'm just taking your tone. That's
I'm just
all.
hoping. I just hope what's the best for that young man.
That's right.
I don't want his career being
Of
robbed.
Of course. Thank you, Sean. We appreciate.
I don't want to
your
be
words.
callous when the word blood clots are involved with the 7.5 foot tall person.
This is the one time you don't want to be callous. I appreciate it. So I haven't found anything you might like.
No, not the price point. That is. Does he should have like a discount option where I
don't see one.
They're phones that are much less notable.
I don't see one as of yet. What about
the phone I used to the tweet that the Rockets have drafted Montejunas?
Not yet. So he's got the 2024 finals credential, 2021 finals credential, the phone that he actually used for the draft lottery of 2023 and the Wemby draft. So that's the same phone.
Okay.
That's the same phone.
Okay, good.
$250.
That seems cheap. Considering the other ones are like 500.
So you would want this phone?
No.
At that price?
No, I'm just saying the market seems wonky.
My question is, what would you do with these phones? Because they're collectibles, are you getting a plaque and telling people it's Woj's phone? Are you using the phone? What are you doing?
At very least like a little card, like a museum where like you have your phone, you have this phone, I don't know, propped up in some way on your mantle.
Okay.
And then next to it's a little card that says Adrian Wojnarowski's phone when he tweeted that, whatever.
So I found the collectibles. What about some experiences? Would you pay for one? These are limited available because Woj has limited amount of time.
Yeah.
You can't just spend all this time hanging out with people. Dinner with Woj.
How much?
Submit an offer.
Oh, okay.
How much would you pay to have dinner with Woj? Woj only, by the way. It's a one-on-one with you and Woj.
Maybe like $25.
Woj ain't,
and then he's paying for dinner.
Woj ain't showing up for a $25 offer bid. He ain't showing up for that. What?
How about it's free, but I pay the bill. Whatever we run up.
Does he get to choose the restaurant? Oh, all of a sudden now you're not so sure about paying the bill. Okay.
Yeah, no.
Okay.
I was really budgeting for this to be a Chipotle run or something.
You want to have dinner at Chipotle with Woj?
Oh, I don't need it to be a nice dinner.
What do you want to talk to Woj about? Fine. Final one. Since that might be too rich for you. Video call with Woj. Like a cameo, I guess, I assume.
Oh, no. Maybe it's just a FaceTime call.
Yeah, maybe. So you would have Woj's number.
I mean, he changes his phone every 6 weeks.
It's true. Well, so 25 for dinner with Woj. A video call, I imagine, would be less.
Yeah.
15?
Yeah, okay. 10, 15.
Probably
10, actually.
I would assume you're never getting any of these things because Woj ain't showing up for less than probably.
No. What do you think?
Hyundai.
Yeah, I was gonna
for
say
a video call, probably $100.
100, and for dinner, what do you think the actual?
I think he's looking for some big time guy, a high roller to like drop
sharks
10K on a dinner with Woj.
Oh my god!
I think that's what he thinks is going to happen. Because you think he's showing up to some dinner for what, $200? He's not doing that.
No, you're right. It's just I just can't imagine the dude that paid $1,000 to have dinner with Woj.
Well, there's already dudes paying
$500,
$525 for his COVID breaking phone, his COVID news breaking phone.
Yeah, and it is all dudes. Like I don't need you to check. It's all dudes.
I mean, I don't think you can check who's bidding.
Yeah, it's all dudes.
And
maybe it's a loving girlfriend trying to get one of these experiences for their dude.
Possibly, that's definitely a possibility. Like for whatever reason, they know that their boyfriend or husband loves themselves some Woj. Devoted to Woj.
Would these be? Do you think the prices would go higher, lower, stay the same if it was Shams Charania?
I will tell you this, judging by Kay Adams' reaction to Shams, I think more women would be involved.
That's true.
If I go by
bigger market.
By how Kay
more bidders.
I don't think a woman would go after a phone, but a dinner,
no.
Maybe they'd pay for. Although maybe women would say, "What am I? I'm going to pay for dinner with a man."
I think there's a lot of cultural hang-ups. Where it's just more uncommon for the idea. We're more used to the idea of I am paying for the right to have dinner with this person.
Yes, it's something we are accustomed to,
conditioned to
that's not accept, and
that's not an insane
and not suggest
thing.
that it's weird. That wait a minute, we're just going to spend time eating, and I've got to pay my way to get that done. Yes,
just for the opportunity.
For the opportunity, yes, we are more conditioned to be fine with that. Women probably less likely, particularly for some sports figure.
Yeah,
like the guy, his job is tweeting and breaking news.
Yeah, just so he can tell me about the come up, whereas he had to leave class to tweet out that Rodney Stuckey has gotten traded.
Yeah. Once again, even for Shams, it's likely a woman paying for her.
What if it was
boyfriend.
Kay Adams?
What do you mean? Oh,
if the Kay Adams, it was the video call, the
Kay
dinner.
Adams?
Yeah. If we're bidding on that,
I wouldn't put. Nah. What am I doing? I'm
No. I just mean, do you think the market would be higher?
Yes. They're enough. Yes. What are we doing?
Do you think the Bonnies would have a #1 recruiting class?
Yeah. What Woj should have done is try to recruit Malika Andrews to be involved. Get one of his ESPN coworkers to be involved. That's how you get it done.
Yeah.
Although now we're getting into a weird realm of where
it gets murky.
Yeah, it gets murky. What are we doing here? So he might just want to stick with his own phone and an experience with himself. So there it is. You can go to putabounty.com, and it's not just Woj. You can put a bounty on a dinner with Earl Monroe.
Oh,
apparently
Pearl.
AJ Brown's sideline used book is up to $5K. So there it is.
What?
You heard me. $5,000 for that book. Sabrina Ionescu's up to $50K.
For what?
For a game-worn jersey.
$50,000 for a game-worn jersey?
Sabrina.
Is it like a finals game?
I have no idea. Just the scroll of all the things they have on a bounty is up there.
Better be a finals game.
Whatever it is, that's a high price. And the Wemby game-worn jersey right now is $75K.
Would you rather pay $75K or $50K for one of these game-worn jerseys, or you had to choose one, or I guess it's less money. Never mind. Or $500 for the Woj phone.
If they're the same price,
yeah, because I'm guessing price accounted.
There's
for
nothing about Woj that wants me to pay for anything. Like if he had a Substack and that's where he broke all his news, I'm good. I'll find out 2 minutes, later, 2 minutes after, at most, after you tweet it. I don't need to see it first. It doesn't matter that much to me. But he's trying to help out a school. More power to him. Let's see how much he can get.
I say less power to him.
If somebody's willing, do what you got to do, man. I just hope I don't know anyone who is willing. So I don't want anyone I know to come up to me and say, yeah, I put a bounty in to try to meet Woj or get one of his phones. Why? I thought I had more respect for you than that.
He's only going to get what, 5,000, 10,000 tops total?
Well, the dinner I think is the big draw. What I think,
and he can have more than one.
Yes, but I think that's the one where he
So
thinks that's the moneymaker.
That's so funny. There's just a week where every night he's going to dinner with some random guy.
Yeah, what are the rules? Like, am I paying for the dinner plus bidding to make sure you show up to this dinner?
And you also have to be able to get to wherever the hell St. Bonaventure's is.
He's not traveling to you. So
No,
a lot of things
I don't think he's. Hey, want to go to Papado?
He goes, you know what? I love some seafood. It's like, sure. I don't think that's happening.
No.
So there it is, everyone. Go to putabounty.com if you want to bid on a chance to get anything of Woj's because of how much you love him. If that's your thing. Okay. We will come back with more. Less Woj, but more other stuff. We'll do that when we come back.
The Del Olaleye Show continues.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's your host, Del Olaleye.
Always got to wait for that, Sean. That's the Fugees killing me softly. I was a heathen for the better part of my life, so I did not know they were covering another woman's song. Roberta Flack, dead at 88 years old, I believe. I don't know how long it took for me to figure it out that a lot of times great music is being sampled from somebody else. So, song that probably introduced me to the Fugees, likely saw the video on MTV, but that one came out in 96, and Roberta Flack's song Killing Me Softly came out in 1973. She passed away. She was suffering from ALS. She retired from performing like 3 years ago now, and she succumbs to ALS, passes away at 88 years old. Did you know, Sean, at any point that this was someone else's song, not the Fugees?
No, I had no idea.
Yeah, it's kind of how it goes. I'm a generation ahead of you, but that's kind of how it goes. This must be the first time it's ever been done, right?
Yeah, I feel like now it's a little bit easier because you can just like
the internet,
Google it.
Yeah, if you
it's on
want,
Rap Genius,
if you want to find out, you can. And of course, with social media, someone will immediately be like, the first one was better or something like that.
Well,
They'll let you know.
And there'll also be like a 17 tweet thread about the references.
Yes, true. That's very true. So back in 96, we didn't have that type of information. So I just assumed the Fugees came up with something great. And if I'm judging, and I'm still taking the Fugees song. I've heard both.
They did come up with something great.
Yes, they just used someone else as a base for it. And Roberta Flack's song is Killing Me Softly, and she passes away, unfortunately. So there that is. Art tweeted that to me. He also asked, would I rather want Berman's phone, Chris Berman, or maybe he meant Mark Berman. Did he mean Mark Berman's phone?
Mark Berman,
probably
much more than Chris Berman.
I don't know. I think Chris Berman's phone would probably be more entertaining.
What's on Chris Berman? Just the old text that
I'm
he had?
sure he's texted something he shouldn't have texted.
I don't know. He doesn't seem like a huge texter.
He didn't specify, but you're probably right. I think he's talking about Mark Berman's phone. I'd rather have Woj's phone. Neither one is something I care about. Like Marcus Berman's more of the local side.
Maybe Mark Berman's phone for the price. If the COVID phone from Woj, which by the way, I hope he at least like sanitized it a little bit.
Okay. You think this phone carries COVID because he broke the news?
Well, he might have also gotten COVID at that time.
I would hope at some point that he cleaned that thing up.
But if that one's going for 500, well, the Berman one's probably just whatever the Apple Store will take for it is what it goes for. I just need to be $1 more than whatever the Apple Store is going to take for it.
I'm sure in Mark Berman's case, I'm sure he's probably hadn't switched out his phone as often as Woj has.
No, he seems like he still has like an iPhone like X.
I ain't gonna put that on him. I'm just gonna say he probably doesn't delete text.
Definitely not.
So you might, if you care about the local side more, you might get some more of that.
I have to imagine that the texts aren't on the phone.
Oh no. Woj isn't leaving any. No, that's not. It's just the phone, which makes it even dumber. You don't even get the stuff that makes the phone important,
worth anything.
Yeah, you don't get like. Does he save any information that he's gathered on Notes app or something? Do you get to read that? Maybe that's not so damaging to his sources, but stuff he's compiled. No, it's just a phone.
I'm not going to have.
It's a brick at this point.
Tillman Fertitta's phone number now.
No, you're not getting any of that. But yet, someone's decided $525 is the right price.
That's why I think Berman's is just going to be.
What are they trying to get a whiff of Woj on the phone? I'm not sure. What are we doing?
No, I think it's
historic.
It's an art piece. It's not an art piece, but it's a historical piece.
So you legitimately have to, if you're going to display this thing, have a card that tells people that it was Woj's phone.
Good for parties, conversation starter.
Let me ask you something, Sean. If you're at a party and someone decided, hey, you want to see something? And you're like, yeah, sure, whatever. I got Woj's phone.
I just wouldn't believe him. That would be the thing.
Of course you wouldn't.
This is just your old iPhone.
Unless Woj saves a video on the phone of him telling people, this is my phone. Like,
or there's a picture of like the handoff where it's like Woj is handing him the phone.
Holding a newspaper up.
Yeah.
All that. Yeah. If you missed the previous segment, putabounty.com if you want any of Woj's stuff. I don't get it, but or if you're a Spanish speaker, it might read like something else to you if you read it out. I'm not a Spanish speaker. I'm just a Spanish hearer, and that's what it felt like to me. I've heard enough Spanish to know, and I've been called that several times on the field, so I'm aware. All right. So, other things that we haven't talked about that are less important than Woj's phone.
Well, we don't. Well, let's have the free market decide that.
Let's have the people decide.
Is this going to go for $500? I don't know.
I don't think the news, if you want to call it that Shedeur Sanders won't be competing, if you want to call it that, at the combine is worth more than what Woj's phone is going to go for. But it's no surprise. I don't think it's that big of a deal, but it feeds into things that people have concocted in their head about Sanders, Shedeur, and the family. Oh, of course he's not competing. Of course he wouldn't go to the combine and throw. We'll see if others like Cam Ward show up and throw. I mean, if you go by their YouTube videos, Cam might just go out there to spite Shedeur. It feels like they're friends because they work out all the time together, but you listen to some of the comments and let's just say it's friendly banter. Although at the very end of one of their videos, Cam was like, I don't work out with you. You work out with me. This is my workout. And I'll go get someone else if you're going to waste my time. So I don't know who's the alpha in that scenario. I would assume they both think they are. But from the videos, Cam's out for Shedeur's head. And like I said, the latest thing is like, I'll just throw you out here. This ain't even your workout. This is mine. And even the trainer was like, damn. The trainer's like, what are you saying? He goes, no, you had the privilege of working out with me. I invited you to this.
How many different workouts between these two do we have video of?
And well, we know the Sanders are involved in videoing everything because the one Sanders who doesn't play, I think it's Deion Sanders Jr.
Yeah,
has his own YouTube channel and he documents Colorado's football program. I'm sure Cam Ward has a video team following him during the draft process. It's just part of the game now.
It just seems like every couple weeks we get these guys working out together, and Cam Ward is just on his ass,
just lighting his ass up. I played some sound earlier when they both told each other, "You didn't do enough for your bowl game." And Shedeur did have a good one at the end. Well, you quit on your team. This guy's a quitter, of course, from not playing after the half. So
interesting debate of would you rather play one good half or zero good halves?
Zero good halves in the bowl and get your ass kicked. Depending on the NFL person, they might say, I'm glad he went out there and competed for two halves, no matter what the scenario. And another guy might go, none of that matters. Look how well he played. Shut up. So it depends on who's in your room. And we've talked about which quarterback we'd want with the Titans. I don't see the Titans anywhere rumored to be interested in Shedeur for the most part. It's either Cam or they're trading out. So whether those rumors are real or not, we will see. Lance talked about it this morning that it could be a thing where Shedeur falls deep into the draft. He didn't say that about Cam Ward. And of course, Shedeur could be drafted in the top 5. But
I was going to say, what does deep in the draft mean?
I think he was talking in the 20s or in the 20s, like something like that. Even maybe further than that, which would be a surprise to many. But evaluators, well, some at least, will tell you that this isn't a good draft for quarterbacks. These two wouldn't be drafted ahead of anyone of the guys who won the first round last year. I did see someone put Cam ahead of J.J. McCarthy, who went in the 12? Did he go 10th to Minnesota? Yeah. Okay. I think Bo Nix went 12 to Denver. 12th, yeah. So you had one evaluator. I think Jordan Reed say he'd have Cam Ward as like top 10 above McCarthy. Others have said neither one would go ahead of anybody who was drafted in the first round last year. I get the Bo Nix thing. I get he was great at Oregon. But there are limitations, at least right now, for what Bo Nix can be. And they had a very good year, made the playoffs. I think Bo Nix is in for a tough year 2 if that's the same offense they're running in year 2 of Sean Payton. I would probably slot Cam ahead of him and McCarthy because I wasn't high on McCarthy going into last year. And, of course, we didn't see any of him, so we're not sure about that. But there it is. I would still take the Woj story as more important, but certainly over Shador not working out at the combine.
Yeah, because what do you learn from guys throwing in shorts
against air, with receivers they don't know
yeah,
at all?
that you won't get from their pro day, where he'll throw to receivers he's used to throwing to. Like, it's just.
Do you think we will see the Aaron Rodgers, and the Zach Wilson thing where quarterback, are we still going to lose our minds over spinning away from the pocket and then throwing across your body?
Yes.
That's still going to light people on fire?
I guarantee
whoever does
you
it,
that if Cam Ward or Shooter, not if, when they both do that at their pro day, that people are going to lose their minds. And will it be people that have, the buffalo emoji in their name? Will it be people that have, what's the Miami emoji?
Usually it's just green and orange, the two green circles.
Yeah, the green or orange, or the U hands.
Sure.
And if they have those in their Twitter handle, or it's like Canes 69420 or whatever, I think those people
69420.
Just whatever
the number
a
is,
combination of numbers.
Yeah, they probably
it could be any combination.
Yeah, Kane 83, 87, 89, 91. They just list all the national title years behind their name. Probably, but I think
people are going to gas it up no matter what.
But I think some people who have fooled people into thinking they're quarterback evaluators because they tweet about quarterbacks on TikTok or Twitter, will look at that particular play and completely ignore that Zach Wilson did the same thing and it meant nothing.
Well, what will happen is that the fan base of those two quarterbacks will retweet the video and be like, "Oh my god!" And they'll share it, and then it'll get the trending, and Bleacher Report or Dov Kleiman or whoever will be like, "This throw from Shedeur Sanders' pro day is going viral. Do you think he should be the first pick in the draft?" And then it'll be from there. It'll be on talk shows, and we'll have to talk about it. Or we won't.
We won't have to talk.
Other people will have to.
I would ask or say to people listening to us and who see that video, ignore it. It doesn't mean anything. Stop it. It's dumb.
If they're not wearing football, actually no. If they're not having a defense against them.
Yes. If he's not avoiding
really
a sack, a real sack, as opposed to a sack that features cones that he has to dodge around and make the throw, don't worry about it.
I was gonna say if he's not wearing pads, but then I remembered that Johnny Manziel wore pads to his pro day. So
yes, he did.
Can't do that one.
Yes, a lot of nonsense is going to come out between now and the draft. That might be one of the more nonsensical things. A quarterback making a spectacular throw during his pro day, which he has practiced over and over again to wow anyone who's in attendance. We saw them play quite a bit over the course of their careers. You can make your judgments from that and see if you're right. But the practice stuff that's going to happen over the next month, I'm not here for it, but it'll be there. Okay, we'll come back with more when we get back. We'll get to some kook stuff. We haven't talked about them in a little bit, and also some news out of Philly that isn't involving the guys not going to White House. We'll get to that when we come back.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
The Cougs go to Lubbock to play Tech tonight. If they win, they get at least a share of the Big 12 title. Their one Big 12 loss to the Red Raiders. It was a really good game. The Red Raiders were able to find a way to win, and the Cougs obviously trying to win the return matches. I think about it like soccer. They try to go into Lubbock and go get one. It was 82-81. That game went to overtime. Cougs had a chance late in overtime in last possession, and Juwan Roberts got called for a travel with about 1.5 seconds ago as he was making his way to the hoop.
Cougs need to get a result tonight.
Well, they can't tie, so the only result they can get is a win. But to your point, yes, the result in basketball is a win. So yes, they do need to do that as far as to avoid getting swept by Tech. Look, they lose to Tech tonight, going into a tough environment, top 10 team in the country.
It's over.
They would still be up in the league by 2 games. They wouldn't have the tiebreaker.
Oh, yeah. So it's not over.
No, it's not over. They'd be still very comfortably in a position to win
and they
the
haven't
conference.
lost to anybody else. Okay, got it.
Yes. Yes. If they had happened to have dropped, a game or two beyond the Tech one, this would be a fight to the finish. But they've got plenty of leeway. But they would like to get to 16-1 and secure at least a share of the Big 12 title. And they we were talking about this morning, and a Tech person chimed in. Yeah, going there is going to be tough. They had a tough one against Iowa State. They did benefit from Iowa State's top 2 scorers being out. And that showed in the first half that the Cougs just kind of like suffocated Iowa State. Iowa State found a way to get back in it and make it a close ball game late, but the Cougs were able to hold them off. So they got a shot to win their second consecutive Big 12 title tonight. I don't think anybody really questioned whether the transition would be one that they could handle. But, there's always like, well, we'll never know. And, well, we do know. They were great last year. They've been great this year, and it has led to a boost in recruiting. They have one of the top classes in the country. And I'm sure going to the Big 12 probably helped. NIL is involved. It's a new age in college sports, but the Cougs are taking advantage of it. And this was a program back in 2014 when they hired Kelvin Sampson. He was done with the show cause, and he was coming from the NBA, and to get a guy of his stature, even with his time in the NBA, to come to Houston was maybe not looked at as a coup, but probably should have been if it wasn't. And we've seen the results since then, a decade plus later, and you are a perennial contender every year to go deep in March. And they had the guys from Game Day out over the weekend, and Jay Billis, and Jay Williams, and I'm forgetting the woman's name. Sorry about that. They all discussed the Cougs in glowing terms and talked about a real title contender because they can shoot the basketball now. We know, we've watched them over the years be a team who, while they still do win defensively, it felt like that was the way they had to win. Now they can go shoot well in a game where maybe a team has a hot night and you're not as afraid. Like they went over 53% from the floor against Iowa State, shot over 50%, nearly 60% from 3. Those are not the type of numbers we normally see. Now, they only got up to 68 points, just pace of the game and all that stuff. And more so, they turned the ball over 17 times. That was the thing that kept Iowa State in the game. The Cougs, when they could actually get a shot up, they were really good. They just limited their opportunities because of all the turnovers. So hopefully the turnovers they don't turn the ball over at that pace in Lubbock, because to expect to shoot that way on the road against a top 10 team, maybe you're asking a little bit much of yourself. Take care of the basketball. I would think that would be the main talking point going into that game, beyond lock guys down. So that's a big one tonight. You can check out as your Cougs on ESPN try to secure a share of the Big 12 title. The one thing I did want to get to before we go to break and get to our final segment. Are the Sixers the biggest They're clearly the biggest disappointment in the NBA. I'm trying to think of the last time a team who could tell you they had 3 All-Stars on it was this bad. Like, and the news now is Joel Embiid is looking towards surgery to see if that will help him. And they just gave him a giant extension in a year when they didn't have to. He still had 2 years left. And they were like, you know what? Thank you for never getting us out of the second round. Thank you for never being a good team in the playoffs. You're our guy. Here's all our money, and now we're stuck with you. And anyone could tell you, watching his career, that was going to be a bad investment. But sometimes teams feel like they're stuck, and they had to. But in this case, they actually didn't have to. They actually didn't have to give him the money.
Literally, like, he could not have forced his way out.
No. And if he
but
tried, you could just say no. And and maybe you would have been better off hoping he did and trading him. Now, it's a different example because Butler's older, and he had a player option too. He was going into his final year, and then he had a player option. Actually, it's just like Embiid. And you know what he did? Nah, you're getting older. You don't play up to the level a max says you should play up to. We'll trade you. Now he's having a good time in Golden State. All of a sudden, his foul line frequency has been on an uptick. The grifting has increased since he moved to Golden State. He's got to show them he's valuable, and he's getting to the line. Joel Embiid got benched in a game against the Nets over the weekend. Nick Nurse decided my max player wasn't going to be a positive contributor in a game against the Nets. And this is I don't have any hate for Daryl Morey. I know some people, depending on how you feel about his exit, may take issue with him, his exit from Houston. But you know what? He loves a star. And now he's got 3 of them when you include Maxey and Paul George. And they're one of the worst teams to watch in basketball. Like, they started 3-14, so they were always screwed. But just watching them night to night, I'm not saying I recommend it unless you love watching people be miserable, from the fans to Nick Nurse to the team itself. It's all misery in Philly. And maybe they deserve some of it. You can't have a Super Bowl winner, a Phillies team that can go on a run, and a great basketball team. I refuse to allow a team, not that I have any control, to have 3 really good teams in their major sports. You get 2. And the Sixers will always give me hope that they'll never have 3. We're in a much better position since Daryl Morey left, which may not have been the thought when you hire his second in command, but has worked out really well for the Rockets in their approach, from not trying to acquire Harden to being patient in terms of acquiring a big name. It's worked out pretty good, and we'll see how the playoffs work out for him. Okay, we got one segment to go before we're done. Price of tacos are going up, Sean. I found that out over the weekend. We'll talk about that when we come back.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
I will freely admit I don't know the best spots in my area to go get a taco, but there is a place. Where is it? It's probably, you'd say, in the Webster Clear Lake area. And I went there, and there was a sign that said, due to the increase of egg prices, your breakfast taco goes up by $1 and your breakfast burrito goes up by $2. This isn't what I was promised. Look, I don't buy eggs. I don't care that much about eggs. But if they're going to inflate the price of my tacos or burritos, I got a problem. Now, this was only one place. I'm not sure this is a thing everywhere, but it was a shock to the system because the egg price thing, I see people going to Costco and grabbing all the eggs they can hold. And I'm like, whatever. That seems stupid to me, but I don't care about eggs. So maybe it's important to them. But the convenience of a breakfast taco is pretty important, particularly on a Saturday morning. And you're going to tell me $2 more? Time to take a stand. I don't know what that stand is, but something needs to be done. Like I said, I don't know if it's a breakfast taco wide thing. No matter where you get a breakfast taco, your prices have increased. But at least at the place I go to, it finally hit me. The news reports finally got to me. I took a picture of it too to remember it by. You know, it's the typical white piece of paper, basic type they print out and throw on the on the drive-through speaker, and I'm like, oh, okay, this is the world I live in now, or my tacos cost more.
I do like that they had to give you a heads up.
I appreciate it because they're not going to create a whole new sign and increase the price of breakfast tacos. So you print out a piece of paper, you let people know, hey guys, it's not because we're changing our prices because we're greedy. The price of eggs has forced us to try to make a profit this way. I respect the warning. Figure this out. Whoever has to. How can I go eggless breakfast tacos? Because you can't. What if I tried to make a point? Hey, can I just have this without eggs? Do I get get the normal price back?
Should be like $4 off.
Yeah.
Seems like it's the most expensive part of the.
Yeah. What is it? Yeah.
Hold the egg.
Like if I want to hold the egg, how much is this going to cost me? If I just want chorizo and flour tortilla or
sausage,
corn.
egg, and cheese, hold the egg, please.
Yeah. What's it going to cost me?
Should be like 50 cents.
Sorry, sir. We don't.
How much does cheese cost?
We don't.
Cheese and tortilla. That's all
we don't do it eggless, sir. Sorry. Well, then maybe you need to adapt like I have to adapt to the higher prices. All right. Hopefully for you guys, if you're going to get your breakfast tacos, you're not as adversely affected as I was on Saturday morning. Since we're done for the day, Sean, what does that mean?
We did it!
We did do it. Gallant George up next, followed by the Killer Bees. I'll talk to you tomorrow.
Hello and welcome aboard Gallant and George on Monday, February 24th, 2025. I am Paul Gallant. He is Joe George. Sean Mapes behind the glass. Whole gang's back together, as are the Houston Astros playing a little game that we like to call baseball. They played 3 spring training games over the weekend, 2 split squatters on Saturday, Sunday against the the Cardinals, whatever.
It's a red team.
Yeah, all colors look the same. I don't see color. So just one more chance to flex that. But it's underway and cool, neat. Let's get to the regular season. But what really started percolating over the weekend were rumors again that the Astros might be interested in old Nolan, Colorado.
Very strange. I thought we were done with this stuff. I thought we were just ready for this roster as is, Paul. And all of a sudden, Nolan Arenado's back in the mix, and I'm trying to figure out why.
Yeah, I don't know.
Why are they doing this?
It's weird that this is being pushed out, this new interest in Nolan Avocado. It's very strange all of a sudden that it's back on the table. You would think that there would be a little bit more to it if it's back on the table. And by all reports that I've seen, the Astros' pursuit of Nolan Eldorado, it's all about, I guess, just, hey, he would have waived his no-trade clause a couple of weeks ago. Now he's more willing to. I guess the real question is, do the Astros need Nolan? I'm trying to think of another way to say it.
You've done really good this segment
without
so far.
saying it the right way. Nolan Gazpacho. I don't know what it's going to take, I guess, to make a trade happen. I guess I'll just say I don't think they need him. And if we're looking at the back of the baseball card, doesn't this feel like back of the baseball card addiction rearing its ugly head again? That they're talking about this guy. I mean, when was the last time he was good? When was he good?
I mean, he's good on defense still.
Defense does win championships.
But he's not the hitter he was, 2-3 years ago. He's definitely, like, if you're going to bet on it, he's more likely to be the next Jose Abreu than he is to be a great World Series trade piece for the Houston Astros. If I was going to wager on it, I guess that they don't agree with you, Paul. Like they must really think they need this guy on the team. And I guess it's the trickle down effect of he's your third baseman, Paredes is at second. That means Altuve is in left full time, and then McCormick, Myers, Dubon is your center fielders and right fielders, and they think that just makes you that much better by adding someone at third base that's this good defensively. It also makes me wonder if they just doubt Isaac Paredes at third base, even though they traded for him.
Yeah, it does seem like they want to move him over to second. And
yeah,
we all know that it's going to be a lot of Jose Altuve this coming season in left field. But should the Astros be thinking about Nolan Maldonado? 713-780-3776 to call in, to text him. You can join in on X if you want to.
Oh, X is there. I didn't do much Xing over the weekend. I stayed off Twitter as much as I could.
Why? Would you have a specific reason to do it?
No, I just kind of wanted to get away for a couple days.
Why?
It's just not great there.
Well, yeah, it's never been great.
I feel like it's just getting worse.
Why?
A lot of boobs on my timeline that I'm not.
That doesn't sound bad.
When your wife's looking at your phone and all of a sudden I'm on my For You page, she's like, "What are you looking at?" I'm like, that's not me. It's not me.
So no, it is you. If that's on your For You page,
that's true.
The algorithm.
I guess it technically is.
Yeah,
it's because I'm a man.
It's because you're a man.
Yeah, that's why. I don't know why they're doing this. They clearly feel like he is a
We're not talking about the algorithm and the boobs
boobs
anymore. Okay.
Nolan Arenado.
Nolan Habanero.
Oh, I like that one. They clearly feel like they need him or someone on this roster. It's unless they're just trying to deceive fans that they are trying to be active, but this still feels unnecessary to me. I don't think it makes you that much better to do this. And if you're to believe all the reports out there, if we're going to take at least some of them with a grain of salt, the idea is they still don't want to go above the CBT. So you're going to have to trade something of salary to move this, even if the Cardinals are going to eat part of the money. So I don't totally get why this is a necessity, why they are adamant about trying to trade for him. And I agree. It definitely feels very back of the baseball card.
Yeah, he's not the same player he used to be. And I mean, what are you going to have to give up to get him? and to get the Cardinals to pay for a lot of it. So that's why I feel like it's just a non-starter. The idea of trading for Nolan Desperado, I just don't understand it. I don't really get it. I think you go into the roster with what you got right now. You go into the season with the roster you got. I don't think that there's anything really you can do to seriously upgrade it. And all that you're doing, I think, in bringing in Nolan Palisado is just bringing in somebody who used to be good. So it's not really doing anything for me. I don't know if other Astros fans need to get that name brand item because they lost Bregman and they lost Tucker, but it doesn't really feel like there's a lot of people online either that are in favor of making another move to bring in an aging guy that I guess is good defensively.
And it seems like a guy that the St. Louis Cardinals have done everything they possibly can this offseason to get rid of. Like, doesn't that just tell you,
that's true.
Like, doesn't that tell you enough about the player itself? Like, that they're willing to eat, $15 million supposedly of his salary to make this trade happen. The Yankees don't want him. The Astros are really the only team that we know of publicly that he has rejected a trade to. So nothing else has even got close to a finish line. The Astros are the only team. So who are you even bidding against now? So if you're going to pursue a Nolan Arenado trade, then, well, I'm starting with the Cardinals are paying more than $15 million off his remaining salary. Like I want him cheap. So that way, even if he does get here and he's not good, at least he's not costing you an arm and a leg and preventing you from making any future moves. It just, I don't get it. I don't get the need for it. I wouldn't do it. And if he has a good start to the season and the Astros are struggling and they feel like in the midseason they want to make this trade, then go for it then.
Yeah, that's a better way to go about it. If you really think that you're going to need Nolan Lake Machado, that's, I think, when you get him. Halfway through the year, if things aren't going according to plan or you think that he can be a finishing piece. But I want to actually see that the guy's doing well if I'm going to give up something to bring this guy aboard and have the Cardinals pay his salary too. I mean, I would imagine you're going to have to give up something. I don't know what that is. I don't think it would be Cam Smith or anything like that, your top prospect. But I'm assuming you got to incentivize the Cardinals in some way to do it because I know the Cardinals are trying to get rid of him, but it doesn't feel like they're trying to get rid of him to the point of, oh, we'll just get rid of him by any means necessary. You want to get a little something back in return for this.
Yeah, even if it's like would you rather have Nolan Arenado if it's just a straight salary dump, Victor Caratini and Chas McCormick? Like that's $8 million. That keeps you under the CBT. I don't know. Like I kind of like to see how this can Chas McCormick figure it out finally. Probably not, but I also don't think Nolan Arenado is going to be some guy that again comes in here and is a game changer in the player he used to be. So this to me feels completely unnecessary at this point. And I'd rather just see what this group looks like now. Just run it. You could have made a move in the offseason. Go get Verdugo. Go get something in the outfield or like find another piece. Why this guy? I don't understand it.
And why the push all of a sudden back? The fact that the rumor came back to light without any real progress, it seems like, other than, well, he would be willing to waive his no trade clause now because Bregman's gone. Because that's the holdup in the first place. Tucker left, and he thought that Bregman still might be returning. But now I guess where a couple of months ago he wasn't sure they're trying to compete, now he thinks they're trying to compete again. Okay. From the 409, the benefit of getting Nolan financed auto isn't really worth it. Seems like smoke and mirrors. Another texter brings up Nolan Abogado and Nolan Adebayo. Like, damn, what's his name? Bam Adebayo.
Yes.
Boom.
No idea for a second. Yeah, it just seems, I mean, cool, I guess. They must really believe that like he's not cooked in the way everyone else in baseball does if they're going to do this. But the timing of it's strange. And also, like, if a guy doesn't really want to be here, then, like, why do they want him here? Why do you want a guy who doesn't really want to be here?
Well, now he wants to be here. He didn't want to be here at first, and now he does.
I mean, they got Paredes, and like, the offseason was early, and, yeah, I guess he's worried, like, he only wants to play third base. But, so, like, that was the holdup the whole time is he only wanted to play third, and he wasn't convinced the Astros were going to try to win. But the owner has always said, Paul, the window's always open when he's here, so.
That's neat.
Does this feel like a Jim Crane move a little bit?
No, it's Jeffy.
Oh yeah.
This is Jeff Bagwell.
Yeah.
This is Jeff Bagwell bringing it up to Jim Crane. Maybe they're having some second thoughts all of a sudden. Oh, is this really going to happen? Can we really make this work without our Gold Glover third baseman, who also is pretty damn productive? Maybe that's what's going through their head. Interesting little wrinkle, though, that came over the weekend for the Astros. You want to weigh in on that? You can at 713-780-3776. That's how you call. It's how you text. You can join on YouTube as well, at ESPN Houston, or on Twitch at ESPN 975. How many more ways can Paul Gallant butcher Nolan Turbinado's last name? We'll figure it out. So that's on the table. Also, we have our first hilarious Astros injury update on the year. In a year where I'm sure we will just get more and more and more. Stick around.
It's Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant and Joe George.
The Astros are supposedly interested in Nolan Arenado again, and Nolan Arenado is now interested in them. Also, we've been butchering his name, and by we, I mean me. I've been butchering his name on purpose. I don't know why I used to do this, but there are so many people who used to, Joe, put Nolan Arenado on a pedestal back in the day, and my way of negging him to make it clear that I viewed Alex Bregman as a better third baseman was just by constantly mispronouncing his name casually and waiting for somebody to get mad about it. But someone texted in, call him Nolan Abreu from now on. That is a slur, sir. It is a slur to call someone Abreu.
Doesn't it just feel like how that's would end, though? Here is another $10 to $12 million player that sucks.
Well, it's closer to 20 with Jose Abreu.
That's true. That's true.
I guess it depends on how much the Cardinals are actually paying here. I don't think it would be as bad as Abreu, but I mean,
it just feels like it's going to end that way. Like it may not. Like it might not be that bad.
Low bar to clear. I'm just not feeling like he's worth trading for. You know, I don't think you should be giving up anything for him. You should be getting something if you're going to bring this guy in here. And that's not going to happen. So I do feel like this is just smoke that's out there, perhaps to drum up Astros excitement a little bit. But it is strange that it popped up. Some text. Nolan Granado. Noel Lanarado. That's trying a little bit too hard. And then someone just texted in a bunch of different things that rhyme with that. Nolan Amarillo by morning. Nolan Armadillo. Nolan Aficionado. That sounds a little closer to Arenado. Nolan Trabajo. Nolan Robato. Nolan Tamarindo.
I think I like Robato of those options.
Nolan Robato?
Yeah. I think that's the best one of that group of 5 or 6 that we just got there from the text.
Dono Oregato, Mr. Robato. It's a good song.
It is a good song.
So there you go.
What if you could trade Rafael Montero? What if it was what if it was Montero for Abreu?
Straight up?
Oh no, you probably gotta get something else too.
Wait, not for Jose Abreu. Montero
for Nolan Arenado.
Yes. Just calling Arenado
I'm getting my bums confused. If it was Rafael Montero, if they would take on that deal to get rid of it, even though it's over at the end of this year, Montero's gone, Arenado in. Are you then in on this trade?
Yeah. I mean, he has the non-roster invitee. He's the non-roster invitee, Rafael Montero, and personally, I don't really want him to be there. But hey, that's just Rafael Montero being Rafael Montero. You know, he did win the Dominican series after walking the bases loaded.
Yeah, but he got out of it,
right? Yeah,
that's all that matters in the end.
I think we're going to have to bring back the Astros ER segment. I think we have to bring it back. Yeah, we got our first hilarious update. It's not even March. We're already getting weird Astros injury updates. Cue the music. Let's hear Dusty Baker talking about medicine for a little bit. Pedro Leon has left knee discomfort. Uh-oh. Does this mean he will be amputated in the next couple of days? I did just watch a TV show, American Primeval. And I mean, sometimes you got to do that when the leg gets really messed up. But left knee discomfort, that sounds shady. That sounds bad.
Yeah, in spring training, I feel like you normally would be a little more honest, maybe, about what's going on with some injuries. But yeah, we're back to discomfort. I'm just glad some things never change with the Astros. At least we know they're consistent. They'll always tell us about discomfort. That's it. But they'll tell us about it.
Taylor Trammell has right calf discomfort. He will be out a while because he is in a walking boot.
Oh, yeah. Okay. I guess I feel like I've never thought of someone being in a walking boot for a calf injury. But okay.
I don't believe that's a calf injury.
No, not at all.
He's in a walking boot. He probably broke something. What are we talking about?
I mean, he could have ripped it off. Like, he could have ripped something, torn a muscle in his calf.
Well, my real question is, why do they label it almost in a, hey, we know everyone's going to go crazy if we label it wrong. They always put it out there, and it never sounds like what it probably actually is.
It's just a giant troll. They're just trolling their own fans and us.
Yeah.
That's the only explanation. What else would it be? Why? It's not like this isn't hockey or football. Where like if you're like in football, I get it. Like if you're like, oh, his lower leg hurts. Well, because you don't want someone specifically attacking a knee or an ankle. This is baseball. It's okay to be a little. Yeah, they're not gonna throw at his calf.
We're also trying to figure out why Ben Gamble has a black eye. I looked that up. Ben Gamble, Astros outfielder, has a shiner. Is it because he got in a fight with somebody who called out the Astros outfield and then lost? Is it because he was trying to field a fly ball and the ball hit him directly in the eye? It's happened to me before.
Was he playing long toss with Jose Altuve and it was a terrible throw?
Could have been that too. It could have been a foul ball, but yeah, Ben Gamble, there's just been a bunch of pictures of him with a very massive black eye. Where the hell did that come from? Where are our answers?
I guess you got hit in the face with a baseball. That'd be the best. I mean, if it was a bar fight, like, we would know it.
You would think.
I don't think, like, also, I don't know what the bar scene's like down there in West Palm Beach. I don't know if it's great for.
I hope it's fun.
I don't know if it's good for the baseball players. I mean, I don't know. Ben Gamble's kind of like, he could go to a bar and no one would know. That's mean. But he could go to a bar and no one would know who
Joe,
he is.
it's 2025. We got Astros talking about knee discomfort, and Joe George is taking pot shots at borderline roster players.
I really like Ben Gamble. I was excited they re-signed him.
Yeah, he sounded.
Yeah. He might win the job this year.
He actually can.
He probably could.
That's what's sad. Continuing with this episode of Astros ER, John Singleton is ripped and in the best shape of his life. Joe Espada called him ripped. Mauricio Dubon says he looks like The Rock in Pain and Gain.
Oh. Isn't that a movie about steroids?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
It's a fun one. Mark Wahlberg and Dwayne The Rock Johnson. He's lost 25 pounds following a serious weightlifting program and says he's stronger than he's ever been. He took this on because he played more than he's ever played in a baseball season last year, 110, 113 games or so. So he worked out for about 3 or 4 hours each day, weightlifting, multiple sauna sessions, ground ball fielding, and hitting 5 days a week. He can now squat 505 pounds, bench press 385 pounds, and deadlift 665 pounds. Damn, that's like Jalen Hurts numbers.
Is he changing sports and we're not aware?
I mean, could he play offensive line for the Houston Texans?
It sounds like he could at least play linebacker.
He's huge.
How does that translate? I mean, what is, like, when he hits a baseball now and does his bat flip? Like,
how
far is it going to go?
It's dangerous. He could hurt somebody.
The bat or the ball? That
Both.
might be both. Yeah. I'm glad he's in great shape. Don't think we're going to see him much this year. But with Bregman gone, someone had to replace the physical change box to check in spring training, because before it was Bregman. He would come in with 25 pounds of muscle gained and best shape of his life. And John Singleton now has replaced Alex Bregman officially by doing that. So good for him.
He consumes very little carbohydrates and downs a lot of protein, carefully measuring everything he ingests. You know, I don't know if this is going to lead to John Singleton being a better player. I think we all have questions about whether or not being in good shape actually helps you out. Because remember, a couple of years ago, Yuli Gurriel stopped eating pizza and drinking soda. That was the big change he made. And then he came into the season and he actually stunk. And this was right after he'd won the batting title and on top of that, a Gold Glove. So I don't know that all of a sudden John Singleton being jacked, I don't know that means he's going to be better. But what I can say is every athlete should do this. Every athlete should be trying to be in the best shape they possibly can be in. I don't get this. In baseball, it really is something where people look the other way on it, and I don't get that.
Because I feel like it's the one sport where you can excel by being not in shape. I mean, they're not the best players, but like you got Devers at third in Boston or wherever he plays. You've got, Bartolo Colon had some good years. Pablo Sandoval had some good moments in time. CeCe Sabathia was a large man. He's a Hall of Famer. So you can be fat and good in baseball.
But it's weird that it's accepted.
It's strange.
Other sports, you would be criticized if you showed up looking like you're wearing a fat suit like James Harden did. You'd be criticized for it. Baseball, everyone generally looks the other way. And I saw a couple of people replying to the pictures of John Singleton looking jacked. It doesn't necessarily mean he's going to be good. Oh, he might not actually be good now.
That's true.
Is that functional ripped?
He wasn't really like that good before, so.
Truly, I don't remember it before. All I know is that there was a piece by Brian McTaggart on MLB.com talking about how jacked he is.
Yeah,
I was like, damn, okay.
I didn't feel like he was like heavy last year.
He seemed a little chonk.
Yeah.
But it wasn't, I wouldn't have said like, oh, man, this guy really got into the weed, huh?
Yeah.
He had the munchie side of it. We could see it. No, I never felt like that.
No, I never. I mean, I guess I'm looking at some photos here. He's got a little hypocritical from this side of the table, but he's got a little gut here for a baseball player.
Little gut?
Yeah.
Just a little bit.
For a baseball player.
Okay. But now he doesn't. Now he's yoked.
That's so much to deadlift.
This infield. This is going to be the greatest infield competition of all time. Aren't you excited? Iron sharpens iron, baby. Astros, bang! Damn, you guys aren't.
Honestly, I forgot.
You guys aren't in spring training form.
No, I forgot what it was for a second.
This is clearly first week of spring training.
Well, the game got canceled today, so.
Yeah.
For a second, I thought it was gonna be Astros built for this.
Oh yeah, that's true.
I like bang better.
So there you go, guys. We're just back to where we've always been when it comes to Astros bizarre injury updates. And yep, John Singleton is jacked now. Jack Singleton. Up next, interesting weekend for the Houston Rockets. Friday was awesome. Jalen Green outdueled Anthony Edwards. And then Saturday happened. And on Saturday, we got to go press the reset button again. What do we make of both games over the week? And we'll talk about it. Stay put.
You are back with Gallant and George
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul and Joe.
Comment on the Twitch. We were talking about how John Singleton's apparently ripped. Lopez69 says Singleton on that Adolis Garcia's offseason plan. World Series championship confirmed. Well, let's be specific with what we're talking about there, because obviously there's lots of implications when we talk about Adolis Garcia. There was a Photoshop that was put out last week on X/Twitter. It was clearly a Photoshop of Adolis Garcia, but the fact is that so many people have questions, specifically Astros fans, about Adolis Garcia, that at some point the play-by-play guy for the Texas Rangers community noted it.
The first time I saw it, I was like, that looks realistic.
I thought it looked semi-realistic. I didn't think it was completely impossible that all of a sudden Adolis Garcia would have the same head size as the Great Gazoo.
Okay.
To go way back in time and just give you an old reference, or look like you will see the occasional NFL player look like when they have a giant helmet on their head. Wes Welker always had this massive helmet.
Peyton Manning.
Manning's helmet was pretty
big. But Welker was always, especially after concussion. So, like, he went up a couple sizes.
Never big enough.
And now the Guardian cap, where it looks like he just has a Guardian cap on.
Yeah, exactly. So, Adolis Garcia's head, it's normal size. I don't want to accuse anyone of doing the Adolis Garcia offseason plan because I feel like there's some implications there. And we wouldn't make any implications against our beloved Astros of cheating. They would never do such a thing, except for that one time.
Yeah. I mean, also,
he wasn't here for that.
That's true.
First offense also, 50 games?
Yeah.
Gains are forever.
That's true.
All I'm saying.
That's true.
That's a good point.
You know?
But so is where it hurts you, apparently.
Well, that's a choice you can make. Each player can make for themselves. But yeah, seems like a good trade. I don't know.
Yeah, 50 games
to be The Rock in pain and gain. Yeah, I'll take that.
I would take that. I would take that. Okay, we're all in agreement. We would do steroids if we could.
Yeah. If it made our job, if it made us better at our jobs, yes.
He's not going to play a lot. So, like, how often is he going to get tested?
Yeah, I mean, you only had. I'm just building in that you're going to get popped for 50 games, and just like, who cares? That's half a season.
You would get paid for that half of a season.
Yeah, invest wisely.
The Rockets played 2 games over the weekend. Let's start with Friday first. Friday, they scored 48 points in the first quarter. And while there were some moments where you were wondering, hey, what are they doing defensively to stop Anthony Edwards? By the fourth quarter, the Rockets slowed down Anthony Edwards, and Jalen Green maybe played his best game in quite some time. He actually outdueled Anthony Edwards. It's very cool to see.
He was very good on Friday night. And Anthony Edwards is clearly one of the best, 5 best players in the NBA at this point. So
definitely one of the 5 biggest names, biggest stars in the league. That's for sure.
And like any night you can outduel him in the way Jalen Green played. And it's the best basketball we've seen him play probably all season, just because like the where they're at in terms of how Minnesota's expectations and how good Anthony Edwards is. Like, you need Jalen Green to be that guy.
He did have that stretch though where he shot like 70% from 3 for a couple of games. So I mean, it's not quite that, but to see him do this in a game where it felt like it was personal for him, the back and forth, it was really cool. This is after the game. A very, very confident Jalen Green feeling himself talking with this ESPN anchor on SportsCenter.
Just to go out and hoop, leave it all on the floor. I feel like I'm one of the best young guards in the league, and he's one of the best young guards in the league. It's going to be a fight every night, and that's what you're supposed to do. So, I mean, he's a great player, and it was a good game tonight.
One of the best young guards in the league.
That's a little too far for me for Jalen Green. He's not consistent enough for that to be one of the best.
But he is a young guard.
He is a young guard. But there are a lot of young guards in the NBA.
I don't know. This is one of those ones where it's just, I guess, foggy enough to understand what the hell that actually means.
One of the best young guards is not like
Yeah.
It's not a ringing. It's not like he's saying I'm the best young guard.
That's true.
See, if he did that, now that would be a lot.
Yeah.
It's murky enough where you could think about it. And Joe,
Helps.
your first reaction is probably the right one. But if you think about it for a little bit, you're like, well, he might be.
Well, like I guess we define young.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Okay, like Devin Booker. He's 28.
No,
is he young?
No, that's not young.
Okay,
come
on. All right.
That's,
I was thinking 25 and under, but since it's Jalen Green, he just turned 23, 23 and under.
it also is. I mean, in the NBA, 25 isn't even 25. You're like a 7-year vet.
Yeah, you're on your second contract.
20, yeah, you're on your second contract. 25. It's kind of like, well, he kind of is. If you're a star by then, you'll be a star. If you're a role player, you'll be a role player. Like, there's not a lot of 26-year-olds that go from, you know what, he just became a superstar overnight. It's like, nope, you kind of are who you are at that point. So yeah, young guard.
He is one of the best young guards in the league.
Yeah,
I think that is a fair thing to say. Where he ranks, he didn't specify.
No, one of.
He's one of the 30 best shooting guards in the NBA.
Yeah,
he has to be.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, you don't have to be. Yeah.
Well,
you think Peyton Pritchard's better than Jalen Green?
Yeah, dude. Peyton Pritchard, so much work.
There's guys
ethic.
off the bench that might be better. But
Yeah, but Peyton Pritchard just brings something different to the table, and you guys just don't see it, but I do. I see it. I see the difference.
He's pretty. He can ball out.
Mm-hmm. So that was on Friday. It was a nice win for the Rockets. They took down Minnesota 121-115 in a game where Alperen Sengun, oof. Sengun's been struggling a little bit, specifically looking very Angel Reese-esque under the basket.
That's a good way to describe it.
Yeah, it's a lot of misses, a lot of turnovers too. He's been struggling. And then Saturday night, the Rockets played the Utah Jazz, who stink. They're a 14-win team. And I guess the Rockets got to Utah late at 3 a.m., and it's a back-to-back, and you never know what's going to happen there. And, of course, Tari Eason can't play. But they lost 124-115. And we have to press the reset button. We're doing this going forward. We are creating a much like at workplaces where accidents occasionally happen. We're going to have a sign in studio somewhere at some point with a whiteboard that says it has been X days since Ime Udoka called out the entirety of the Houston Rockets. So we are back to now. Today is day number 2.
Okay.
Since we have heard Ime Udoka call out his team. Here he is right after the game went down on Saturday night.
It was ugly, embarrassing, non-competitive game all the way around.
How would you assess the defensive effort tonight?
Terrible.
I like it when he calls them out. It's just annoying that it happens as much as it's happening.
And it just hasn't. It's not going to stop. Because he'll do this no matter what, right? Like if he was still the Boston Celtics head coach, and even if they won a championship, like he's going to just call people out the way he sees it. But with the Rockets, it's effort, it's competitiveness, it's all those things constantly. It'd be one thing to just be like, Jalen Green, stop taking terrible shots. Alperen Sengun, learn how to finish again. I don't know what happened to you, but stop being broken. It's terrible.
See, that to me, it's like I rather have my coach just be like, effort wasn't there. Effort's terrible. Because that is something that you can change. Like you can't be like Jalen Green, play like March Jalen Green for more than 3 weeks at a time, please. Like if he could, he would just do that.
Yeah.
But effort is something that, second night of back-to-back in Utah, elevation, all that stuff. It is understandable that your effort just won't be there. And then you have your coach kicking him in the pants every time. Like, it's not going to be acceptable. Now, there is a little bit of are we going to do this after every loss? Or we're just going to do this 30
And does it lose its message?
30 times a season? It's just effort.
He's already doing it.
Yeah, no, it's every loss. Comes with the...
I kind of feel that way. I don't know how the players feel, but it's all you got. You're going to call them out for being not competitive enough every game. If that's really the problem, then I get it. But every time they lose,
which is funny because if you ask a person about the Rockets in general, you'd be like, what did they do best? They're like, they play so hard. And then for their coach after every loss to be like,
Not hard enough.
Not hard enough.
I like it.
And it is something where it's like you could always just try harder. Like there is no like theoretical limit to like, no, you should just try harder.
That's interesting. It's sort of in the same way. It's kind of hard to quantify how Jalen Green is compared to the other young guards in the NBA. Same thing here. You could always do better. You could always try harder. My mom used to do that with me when I would get an A. Oh, it could have been an A plus.
Yeah.
Seriously, I dealt with that all the time. Then I have my older sister, future Harvard goer, same thing. But she didn't get that as much because she constantly got 100s.
Oh, yeah, that's probably
There was no way. It wasn't like, oh, why didn't you try to get the extra credit?
Do you think your mom was the Ime Udoka of your household?
Yeah, and probably would still be saying the same things over and over again because I still procrastinate and I do all the things that I've been doing my whole life.
All right, so you're the Jalen Green of the household.
I've had a lot of talent. Not necessarily met up.
Need a more consistent. Need a more consistent.
A little more consistency would be great.
And your sister's a Min Thompson. Your sister is
just a freak.
Anything goes wrong, it's her fault because I have such high standard.
This is more Ime Udoka. This is really what got a lot of discussion. Not what Ime Udoka said here as much as this little snicker he has while saying this in response to this question.
Coach, the Rockets have a young and talented team. What has been the biggest challenge in developing these players, and what aspects do you think will take them to the next level?
Consistent competitiveness and taking a jump in the IQ department.
Damn, that last part. When he was asked about the team being young, he's snickering. Is he snickering at that guy for asking a Bobo kiss-ass question after his team lost by 9 points? Is he snickering because of the guy's accent? I don't know. Just throwing everything out there. But I enjoyed that. I enjoyed that little snicker. I know some people are like looking at that, specifically the Turkish segment of Rockets fandom, and they're like, this guy's unserious. He's unprofessional. Nah, I kind of like it. That question sucked.
Yeah,
you don't ask that question last night. Ask that after a win. Don't ask that last night.
Yeah, because I feel like it's a mix here. I think it's he's kind of snickering at the idea, and there's an eye roll in there too.
Yeah, no, I think it's the eye roll that really.
Yeah, it's part of it's the question, but it's like I don't need to hear about how young and talented this team is when they're losing to the Utah Jazz. Like I don't care. Ime Udoka does not care that they're in Utah.
Yeah,
they got in late, back to back. Like he doesn't care.
They're so young and talented though.
Yeah, that to me it seems like something where Ime Udoka would be like everybody's kissing your ass saying how young and talented you are, and you just lost to a team that has 14 wins. Like that. I think that is he probably just got out of the locker room being like everyone says you're so young and talented. You just lost to a terrible team, and then he sits down at the press conference and one of the questions is like, so you guys are so young and talented, and it's just the natural reaction of like, okay, sure.
It's the correct response too.
I mean, at a certain point, it has been like 6 months of everyone being like, so this team's so young and talented, and then going into a question.
Well, I think Ime is just ready for. He's kind of ready to win.
Yeah,
like he doesn't really care about young and talented. He wants results, and that's why he's annoyed with their competitiveness and their IQ that's not elevating enough. That's also that's a new one though. I think. Calling them out for their basketball IQ. I don't know if
that is new.
I don't think we've heard that one before.
You're right. That is new. I don't think it's been they're dumb, but I mean, he basically said it right there. It is frustrating that it's being said as much as it's being said. I suppose there's a certain point though where you just have to wonder when is he not going to say it, and sort of what Sean was saying a little bit ago. And hey, to this point, it does seem that the players respond to it, and that players want it. I'd point to one, just Kevin Durant talking about Ime Udoka the other day, getting into back and forth with Chris Paul that go viral over the weekend. Or it's after Friday's game, Anthony Edwards went to seek out Ime Udoka and give him a hug. I don't know what that was all about, but
future Rocket?
And that's what I thought when I first saw that. I was like, all right, write that down. Maybe this is a future Rocket.
I mean, that would be awesome. That's like my dream player right there.
I think we've zagged so far away from or in the direction of being a really friendly coach, a pat him on the head coach, that Udoka is now a rarity, and people appreciate that novelty and probably want to try it on for size to see what it gets out of them. Now, there's a curiosity of, oh, this could be interesting. Now, they would probably hate it after a while if they first joined it. We're talking about superstar players, but I'm sure there are some that are like, oh wow, this could make me into Kobe Bryant.
He seems like if it was a older and competing team instead of such a young and talented group. If it was an older team, it would be a little bit of the Chris Paul-itis, where Chris Paul year one, it's always like, man, it's great having Chris Paul in here. He sets the culture, obviously great point guard. And then by year two, the James Harden, Blake Griffin, everyone he's ever played with, it's just like, all right, enough of being on my ass about everything. Chris Paul, DeAndre Jordan, just being like, everyone got sick of Chris Paul after like 2 or 3 years, and they're just like, oh, okay, enough.
We get it.
Yeah. I think of Ime Udoka, if he coached a team full of like 35-year-olds, like I think that's probably where you would land.
Yeah, I think he does like just raise the floor of what your franchise is. Like, it's gonna be different because he's not gonna run his guys into the ground and make them play 45 plus minutes every night, but like it's very Tibbs like of what's happening in New York. I would say like people seem to always like the idea of playing for Tom Thibodeau, and then they get there,
and then you're
playing 45 minutes a night, and you're gassed in the fourth quarter.
Did you see Towns yesterday where he like limps off the court with 5 minutes left, maybe a little bit more than 5 minutes left? The Knicks are down 18 or whatever to the Celtics, and then he just comes back in the game with 3 minutes left and is obviously not healthy and is getting blown by Jason Tatum every time he's on him. And it's just like, wait, why is Karl-Anthony Towns on the court right now when he limped off 5 minutes ago in a game you're down by 20? Like, what are we doing here with Tibbs?
That's very Tibbs, though. And
it is
but Ime's kind of the same way where like Tibbs will like just like leave his starters in. He's just like, I'm just not gonna play my bench guys. Like, I don't trust you.
Yeah.
Ime is a little bit the opposite. Where like if you are not playing well, he's gonna yank you.
Yeah, no, he just rides. He just rides who. It's more game to game of who he likes or who's playing well right now.
I like that, but I do wonder about it just going forward. And we will at some point put together a sign. We got to put it in the studio.
And there is something where you need some pelts on the wall if you're a player to be fed up with the style, where he's lucky because the Celtics, when he coached the Celtics, obviously he was more successful than Brad Stevens was with that group, but the Celtics hadn't had the pelts on the wall to be mad at him for yelling at him all the time. Same thing with this Rockets group. There's nowhere near as enough of like, hey, stop. I know what it takes to win. It's
but they're also just like bought in. Like,
yeah,
like Jalen and Amen, like to their defense and all this stuff with all the criticism that Ime gives them, they're all about it. Yeah, and they handle it well, and they are the two probably better. They're probably two of the three best players in the team. I don't really know how Albie deals with this. It's hard to kind of get a read on it, but at least with Jalen and Amen, like they buy in. So if they're gonna buy into it, then everyone else has to. Yeah. And if Fred's gonna buy in and Dylan Brooks, then like it's kind of this is what it is.
I think that's the biggest key too, is that Dylan Brooks being a complete psycho and being like, hell yeah, love this. That helps. But if Ime Udoka was coaching like the Phoenix Suns, like I don't think it would go well because Beal and Durant would just roll their eyes and be like, all right, dude, okay, stop yelling at me.
713-780-3776 to call in, to text in on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. Is Ime Udoka's coaching style one that is going to work out for the Rockets? That's on the table. Cougs had a nice win. They play Texas Tech tonight, number 4 versus number 10. So that'll be fun. Last time that Tech played the Cougs, Tech actually won. Saturday, Iowa State was down their 2 top scorers, and the Cougs dispatched them. Not necessarily easily, because in the second half, things got a little bit close. But we also saw in this game, for the first time perhaps ever, the kind of player that theoretically, should he be able to get hot 6 games in a row, could carry them all the way. Because LJ Cryer had 28 points, and after the game, I mean, you even had Trae Young, of all people in the NBA, looking at LJ Cryer and saying, damn.
I mean, he hit the 4 threes against Arizona State that week last week too. Like, he is the kind of that performance gives you confidence of a guy like that can carry you through the tournament.
Because they haven't quite had that. I know that Jamal Shed,
yeah,
you liked Jamal Shed, but did you feel like Jamal Shed was capable of single-handedly dragging you through the whole tournament? No, and then he got banged up in the last game, and of course, that's it for the Cougs.
No, but like Cryer feels like a guy that, based on like with the roster you have, like the age of it, where like you're not super young. A lot of your guys have played well together, have played together for a little bit of time. You have Kelvin Sampson. That when you go into the tournament, like you have all the ingredients to go deep into the tournament. What you're missing is the guy who can close games. Cryer can be that for you. Like, doesn't mean he will. It's a March Madness is a crapshoot, but like he shoots the ball well enough, I think, from the outside that like it gives you some confidence that this could be the Cougs' year. I think actually.
Tonight's the last big game because of how bad Kansas is all of a sudden of the year. Because your last 3 games, Saturday, Cincinnati, Monday the 3rd against Kansas, a home game, that's no longer as big of a deal. And Baylor's just not Baylor that they used to be anymore. So this is really your last big test tonight. And I am curious to see how they handle it. I know we were having a conversation a little bit earlier when we brought up the idea of iron sharpening iron, and somebody will actually us. And okay, fair enough. And the Texans were all about that iron sharpening iron stuff last year. But the iron is as sharp as the iron's ever going to be. And I really feel that way about this year's team. If it's ever going to happen, you would think that after a couple of years in the Big 12 and having played the schedule that they've played this year, where they played Auburn and they played Alabama, and on top of that, they've already played Texas Tech, and they did go to overtime with them, their last loss. That was back at the beginning of the month. I think things are possible, and I would not have thought that 100% without mostly pandering that in the past.
No, I mean it's what's knocked them out of the tournament every year. They lack the guy at the end of the game that can just be clutch. Like we know what their defense is, but the offense, it just gets too stagnant in the tournament, and it's been the issue the last couple of years that even like when they had like Rob Gray, like they still lack like the guy at the end of the game. And if Cryer can be this, then they can go on a run, and I hope they do, because I really want Kelvin Sampson to get one.
Yeah, that's what it feels like they've kind of done in the Sampson era. It's like they've always had tremendous defense that can grind a game out, but they have just slowly gotten a little, like, moved it up an inch when it comes to that perimeter scorer type, where yes, it goes from like a Rob Gray, who's like a good college player, to Jamal Shed, who's a good college player who is going to stick around the league for a little while. And now you have LJ Cryer, who can like actually put it in and actually put up some serious numbers. So I think LJ Cryer with, the shooting that you get from Sharp too. You have Juwan Roberts download that you can really like weirdly just throw down to him in the post, even though he's kind of an undersized big, and he gets it done. So they have an interesting team. I do kind of agree with Paul that it's like, this is not now or never, but this is your best shot that you've had in a while to actually do something.
Yeah, because they got like a top 5 recruiting class coming in next year, right? But like
I think so.
But then you're gonna go young for really feels like
You'll
the
be
first
young.
time.
Yeah.
Kelvin's teams don't really do a lot of that.
You would have to transfer in a couple of veterans and stuff. So, and then that's just kind of you never know if you're going to get a lemon there, because there's a lot of teams. Kansas is one of them where they transferred in the guy, AJ Storr, and he was great at Wisconsin, just stinks for him. Just can barely play for them. So we'll see.
Gallant and George, Sean Mapes behind the glass, Joe George to my right. I am Paul Gallant, 713-780-3776 to call in. To text it if you want to weigh in on Ime Udoka's coaching style. Is it good? Too much? Or the Cougs and their actual chances to win a tournament? You can. Up next, Alex Bregman is officially a member of the Boston Red Sox, and he hit a ball over the fake green monster. Are you already missing the guy? And do the Astros have an alternative plan at third base that they're all of a sudden exploring? We'll discuss. Stay put.
2-1 pitch to Bregman. Rips that one high to left field, up towards the wall and over everything. Welcome to Boston, Alex Bregman, a 2-run shot.
So that's what Alex Bregman did in his Boston debut.
I just feel like if I'm the play-by-play guy, I'm saving my welcome to Boston for like a regular season game.
He's not the normal play-by-play guy.
Okay.
He's their spring training play-by-play guy, an in-game studio host.
Gotcha. Okay, that makes a little more sense. I was like, that feels like a wasted welcome to Boston.
This guy won't have another chance. So
yeah.
You gotta.
That happened in Fort Myers, not in Boston. But welcome to the Red Sox, Alex Bregman would have worked. Whatever the case, Fenway is a place where he has hit well over the course of his career. And the Red Sox are one of those teams who have a spring training ballpark that actually is designed like their actual ballpark. And he hit that into outer space over what would have been the Green Monster.
It was he had a very good game for the Red Sox in spring training. Does it mean something to you, Paul? Does it mean something to you?
What do you mean?
Does it get you excited for Alex Bregman? Does it make you sad that Alex Bregman's gone?
I mean, this is just what he's going to do, and you're not going to have that necessarily at third base.
I mean, I it doesn't change the way I feel. Like I'm still disappointed Alex Bregman's not here. This doesn't make me miss him more. The Arenado stuff actually is more of like what, like, well, why is Alex Bregman just not back? Like, if you're going to trade for Nolan Arenado's salary, why didn't you just pay that money to Alex Bregman?
It does seem like that is pretty logical. For those who don't know, the Astros have been, I guess, talking with the Cardinals again about potentially trading for Nolan Arenado, but doesn't really seem like any progress has been made since last time we heard about this rumor, other than Arenado might be more willing to waive his no-trade clause because circumstances have changed here in Houston. And I think he now views them as a contender again. It's weird, though. We don't really have a lot of concrete anything. We just saw Alex Bregman smash that ball, and I think it's human nature to be like, damn, well, don't get to see that anymore.
100%. And it'll feel worse again when he does it in the regular season, when he starts. Because if he doesn't start strong, actually, that might make it worse. If he starts strong in Boston after the way that he's struggled in the beginning months of the season for the Astros, people will definitely be missing Alex Bregman early in the season.
From the 409, y'all forget how great Bregman was last spring? I actually do. I don't remember spring training at all.
I saw someone tweet this.
Yeah, I was going to say, luckily someone tweeted it.
Yeah, he had 1,000 plus OPS.
Whoa.
Spring.
Well, damn.
And then he was atrocious in March and April.
That's true. We were all excited for his contract year, continues this texter from the 409. And then the real season started, and we remember how the first 3 months went. That's from Aaron in Mid-County.
There is an assumption, though, that things are just going to, that his career numbers in Boston are going to continue this season, and just he's going to be that guy.
I don't know why they wouldn't. I don't know why they wouldn't. And okay, the slow starts, they were annoying, but do you really want the alternative? It's hope that Isaac Paredes is going to do what he used to do at Tropicana Field. And you know what? I think it's a good plan as far as replacing him goes. And what Bregman got from the Red Sox was a lot. But this is, I think, what we're going to be doing a whole lot of. We're going to be, Russell Crowe looking in a room wearing a 1700s hat, saying, oh, I remember that. That was mine. Just a wandering eye for something that you don't have anymore.
And if it's not for the Bregman wandering eye, then the Arenado conversations with whether it's him or other players are going to be happening all the time this year. Should the Astros trade for this player, it really hasn't been like a main topic of conversation. We're hitting like a year this week. We've barely talked about the Astros ever trading for a player of like importance. Like it's always been Texans or Rockets conversations that have been had,
especially in the offseason. Like 2 weeks before the deadline, 3 weeks before the deadline, there's always like the article that gets written about like targets that make sense for each team at the deadline, and then people weirdly just become focused on those 3 players and they just are only talking about those 3 players. But as far as like a long, like honestly, as far as like the Astros need to add somebody to this team, like that really has not happened since probably they traded for Justin Verlander.
Yeah.
And either of the last 2 times that they traded for Justin Verlander, like there hasn't been this team needs something. I don't know if this team needs Nolan Arenado, but at least that's how they're operating.
Yeah, and I think that's how a lot of the fans are going to operate this year, because we're all. I mean, look, if they roll out McCormick, Myers, and Dubon or Altuve in the outfield, we're going to be singing the whole season. They need an outfielder to get someone else out there,
and that's where I keep on going back to. There's so many. Sean, get the dump button ready. There's so many fucking infielders.
I totally agree.
There's so many infielders. Why are there so many infielders?
I don't know.
It is weird how many infielders there are. That's really all that's my only observation. Here, baseball Paul here. There's a lot of infielders. I don't know. Trade for an outfielder?
Yeah.
Question mark?
If
you're going to do this for Arenado, there's not an outfielder out there you can do this for?
I guess not.
And for Arenado, you're already moving up the price point. Because before we thought, it's just $5 million to get an outfielder. Or maybe there's not someone who's actually worth going out and getting for $5 million that would play in your outfield. If you're willing to pay Nolan Arenado, like I get the Cardinals will pick up some of it. So let's just call it like $15 million. Just go trade for a $15 million outfielder. Just there has to be someone out there that makes $15 million or less and plays outfield and is as good of a hitter as Nolan Arenado is.
Or is at least like as good defensively as he is at third base. Like, could you get a Gold Glove center fielder or right field who can't hit to at least make your defense better in the outfield? But that's why this to me is starting to, I'm really starting to wonder, like, if I don't know if they regret trading for Paredes. I think they like the idea of his bat, but
it's been like 2 days though, you know?
I know, but
Yeah,
you're all back in on Bregman, and now you're rumored back to be in on Arenado, and like they're a third baseman. He's moving to second. It's like they don't believe in him as the third baseman.
And we'll see how he does, I guess, defensively in spring training, but they've really been pushing this. Yeah, we signed Christian Walker because he's the best defensive first baseman out there. Joe Espada's speech that has been discussed before the season, the Astros put it on their social media over the weekend. Let's listen in to Joe Espada rallying the troops. Again, this is the kind of person you'd want to hear right before the beaches at Normandy. This is a master motivator out there. Joe Espada.
I was reflecting and thinking about what I was going to tell you. I think 2024 was a challenging year for us. We were tested. Our culture was tested. Our commitment was tested. Our grit was tested. Great teams, they get tested. When things get bad, you really see the character and the strength of it. You guys always have found ways to overcome that. I want to spend a few minutes talking about leadership. You know what a leader is? That guy over. Because he wants to open the doors to create opportunities for the team. That's leadership. Somebody in this room will step up and be the next leader. Not with your performance, you can lead. With one inning, you can lead. Nice. There's so many ways to step up and lead. Otto Brown last year, Spencer, Blanco. Nice. It's here. So we are here for you. We're going to do everything in our power to prepare you to play.
Anyone can be a leader. He's explaining how leadership works. Anyone can be a leader. It's the little things you do every single day. Any of you, any of us, we can all be leaders together. Not going to lie, though. As always, Joe Espada is leaving me rather unenthused.
Yeah, he's not the master motivator. I think his message gets through to the guys, but I don't think
he's not the best speaker. Let's be honest.
Yeah, he's just not a rah guy. He's just this is how it is kind of guy. I commitment issues. He said that was interesting to me. I'm curious. I wish he could share more about what these commitment issues were that the Astros were having last year.
I am too.
Because I don't really feel like we would know what that defines. Because you hear it and you think obviously like the worst of like commitment issues. My guess is
I think of me and just not, self-sabotaging relationships and then constantly going back to things that haven't worked out, thinking that it'll be different. Because guess what? Your boy did that over the weekend. Dumb. Dumb. But we live, we learn until the next time that I do the exact same thing that I always do. We live, we learn until then.
But you'll learn eventually.
I don't think so. But those commitment issues, what did they learn from last year? What were they? I'm curious about that. I mean, maybe committed to being patient at the plate.
That's what I kind of like. The lesser evil of it is just like being committed to their process, which is what Joe Spot has talked about all offseason already. The little things, good at bats, like things that they got away from who they were last year. And it seems like that is a Spot's biggest focus on this season is basically, please do what I tell you to do. Play baseball the way that we want you to play. Don't go rogue this year.
More from Joe Espada's speech. I mean, they'll have you running through a wall. I mean, this is exactly the cup of espresso that you need to get through your day.
Just a reminder of who we are as an organization. 3 things that we do better than any other organization. We can pitch, we can hit, and last but not least, our defense. We care so much about defense that we went and got the best defensive first baseman in the market. The best last 5 years. No one is better than this guy. I'm going to leave you guys with this. The next 6 weeks, I want us to take the field and be the best we can be. If we want to play late into October, we have to be good on the baseball field every single day. We're going to do this. Okay? So I wish you guys a healthy spring training, and it starts today.
I wish they didn't post this. I really wish they didn't post it. Or if they did, that they had mic'd them up. This does not get me excited.
Same wavelengths over here, Paul.
Right. This did not get me excited. And the audio quality, not great. And the actual message, not great. Although he did say defense wins championships. And I agree with that. I do. Even in baseball.
Yeah, it seems like that's their focus. And that goes back to Arenado, like what he can bring at third, what he can just bring defensively. Altuve, his metrics getting worse. He had the lowest defensive runs saved in all of baseball last year at second base. That's part of the reason why they want to move him to left field. You have Jake and Chaz who are like can be good defensively. Got a bunch of noodle arms out there. So you're not going to throw anyone out at home. They can get to the ball. We think Altuve can. We'll see.
He has more time because the ball will have to fall farther.
That's true.
That's a great point.
Gets an extra step.
Yeah, that could screw up some of.
You think it's a full extra step that he gets over Yordan?
A little tiny step.
Okay, that's fair.
And that extra second of hesitation, when runners are tagging up, because they're gonna have to get their timing altered.
They might leave early because they're like, surely that ball has hit a mitt by now.
Nope, not quite. That half second, that's enough to change things for the Astros going forward.
To get it to Pena, who then can actually get it to home plate.
Yeah,
I'm not
or just
Altuve.
a third because they left early.
Do you think Altuve can he get it to home on the fly consistently?
It's so patronizing.
Like get it near the glove. Like get it.
Oh, what do you think he's gonna throw it into the first base dugout?
No,
left,
into the
right.
diamond club. That's what.
Yeah. Like how close can it? We've just never seen it before. He hasn't done it yet in spring training. They haven't shown anything.
The way
They've only shown him shagging fly balls.
That is a good point. The way the Astros have discussed it, it's been, he's been throwing balls since he was a little kid.
Yeah.
Of course he can throw a ball. Yeah, but from left field, that's what we're asking about.
Like 2 years ago. He couldn't
But
throw
that was
first base.
But it's so close. At second base, it's so close to first base. Now he's not going to be close to any of the bases because he's in the outfield.
That's true. He won't be close.
What if the first opening day, it's this exact situation?
What if it's baseball? That's how baseball works.
No. Let me finish. And then it's a sac fly, and just throws him out. It's just man! It's like Yasiel Puig. Just
intern save this clip to embarrass me the next time.
I wonder if it would happen. I don't envision it happening the same way Jordan had a couple of like gun downs.
Yeah,
They're going to run all over. He will be tested. He will have plenty of opportunities. They're going to test him going from first to second, second to third, third to home. Like they are going to push Altuve, other teams, to see what he can do in the outfield. Like they're going to make it as challenging as possible. That's what I would do. Yeah. Let's see if he can do it.
Yeah, just
like, can he do it? I don't know.
So the Astros, they gotta hide it. They gotta keep it close to the vest so that they can unleash this new weapon.
In spring training, like he's under orders, under no circumstance do you throw it full strength.
Do what Smalls did in the Sandlot. Just run it in.
Run it in every single time. Yeah. Run it in every single time.
Doesn't matter if it's bases loaded in a single. Run it in. Dude.
Yeah, no game tape. Yeah. No tape on his arm.
Roll it to Pena.
Virginia Buddenweed asks, will he still use his second base glove? No, he's using Jordan Alvarez's glove.
Yeah. His left field glove is still in the mail. Well, I don't know if it's still in the mail, but it was last week.
Yeah.
I still can't take it seriously until he gets his own glove. They can list him as a left fielder.
No, that's how good he is, Joe.
But like, get your own glove.
This Jose Altuve, the greatest Astro ever, and here you are questioning if he can throw a baseball. Unbelievable.
I didn't say he can't throw the baseball.
You implied it heavily.
He's been throwing for 30 years.
I'm just not sure he can accurately throw it. He can throw it.
He's been throwing since he's a kid, Joe.
Yeah.
Yeah, he can throw it. He has an arm. It moves forward.
Mm-hmm.
Can he get it to home?
Yeah.
We'll see.
We'll get there.
Doesn't matter if he hits the cutoff guy.
Yeah. Can he get to Pena?
I think the answer will be yes. I think he can get to Pena.
Jose Altuve is going to have so many assists. He's going to have
hockey
so
assists.
many.
Yeah. He's going to have a hockey assist.
Oh, yeah.
We're gonna be clamoring for a new baseball stat this year.
Yeah.
Of Jose Altuve.
It's going to be the Wayne Gretzky of baseball.
It would be funny if he's just an absolute psycho out there, like he's Manny Ramirez, just doing completely stupid stuff, going into the outfield and missing a couple of pitches because he had to go pee.
What if he's like Lo Perfido? Remember like Lo Perfido's first game?
Oh my God, I thought Lo Perfido was gonna die.
Yeah, what about Altuve just
what a psycho?
Just starts just like laying his body on the line in left field.
Well, none of us want that.
No. But like
look where that got Lo Perfido
traded.
The funny thing with Jordan and with Altuve, it's you don't want them to play in the field because you think that they're going to get hurt.
Yeah,
it's just this constant paranoia that they need to be little bubbleized children, like Bubble Boy with Jake Gyllenhaal back in the day.
That really is the whole thing. It's like you have two DHs, so one of these guys is just gonna have to play.
Yeah,
at some point is gonna have to play in the outfield.
And I guess they think Altuve is less likely to get hurt out there than Alvarez.
Probably. Yeah. I'd agree.
But I don't think they're going to put Jordan out there now.
No, I think he'll play like maybe 10 games. If that.
Yeah.
And like the only way he really would play a lot would be if they acquired Arenado.
Avocado. Get it right.
Yes. Nolan Avocado.
Nolan Coronado.
And move Paredes to second. If Altuve is unplayable in left, then you kind of have to play Jordan in left, and Altuve becomes your DH if you acquire Avocado.
I just wonder, like, what does unplayable in left mean? As long as you're like athletic enough to chase down a ball.
It's a great question.
Like, what does unplayable look like? Like, you just the fly balls that are hit you just catch them, and the ones that are in the gap, you just chase it down, hit the cutoff man.
He can't do those things. I don't.
But how would he not be able to do those things? Like, he can run. That's why he's out there, not Jordan.
Jordan can run. Sometimes it looks like he's on ice skates, but
yeah, he won't slip.
It shouldn't be that hard. Anyone who's played baseball ever, like, if you're in the outfield, it shouldn't be that hard. And I don't mean to be disrespectful to outfielders and saying that their job is an easy one, but it is definitely a lower stakes job than in the infield.
That's why he's out there.
Easier.
Yeah.
That's why he's out there, because it's easier.
So it shouldn't be that much of a disaster.
He's Jose Altuve. Like he can.
That is the funny part of it. So it's almost, it just becomes unintentionally insulting of Altuve. Like, woof, he's not going to be able to figure this out.
Can I bet on Jose Altuve to win an outfield Gold Glove this year?
Probably.
I'm sure you can.
Would
You'll
you?
get great
No.
odds.
Should
Well,
you?
I'm just seeing if the odds were like
10,000 to 1.
Joe
I was
Jr. is going to
thinking-
go
I was thinking
hungry.
20,000 to 1. Like it might be that high.
Sorry, son. Can't afford meals this week.
He got his birthday.
Put all
party
the money
yesterday.
on.
He's good.
No Christmas presents for you, Joe
Yeah.
Jr., because I said that Altuve is going to win the Gold Glove on a parlay.
A small wager.
A small wager.
Responsible.
MyBookie.ag, promo code VET975. How about that? He's Joe. I'm Paul. Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. Sean Mapes behind the glass, 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in. Whole gang back together today. Up next, the Jaguars finally hired a general manager, though it did come with a very awkward question asked of the Jaguars. And if you win a championship, are you obligated to go to the White House? Embrace debate. Stay put. The Jaguars finally hired a general manager, and they had an introductory press conference for him over the weekend. James Gladstone, the former Rams director of scouting strategy, will be their GM. The first question that the Jaguars faced at their press conference introducing Gladstone started off like this.
For Tony Baselli or Tony Khan, collaboration's a great buzzword, and I get it that that's an ideal, being aligned. The last 3 coaching staffs here pointed fingers like I've never seen in my life at each other, the staff and the GM. Why do you think this is going to be different?
That's a great question. It's a great question. Also, it looks like they just hired a bunch of dweebs. Like, you look at this GM and Liam Cohen. Like, this does not look like an inspiring group to lead a group of football team.
That's Luxist.
It is Luxist.
Duval.
That's Riz right there, baby.
Come on. You don't want that running your team?
No. The GM, I guess it's okay to be nerdy for the GM. Like, I guess that's actually what you want, but it's more Liam Cohen.
Yeah, Tony Baselli's bring a lot of man. He's having to carry a heavy lift of bringing some manliness to Duval.
I thought that was pretty manly. Duval, you know? Who else to talk like that? Duval. I'm making it.
I'm not going to do it if that's what you guys are looking for.
Duval. What's wrong? Who hasn't spoken to somebody else in a vaguely sexual way?
And that weird register of voice.
About a county where Jacksonville's located. Whenever I'm trying to get it, you know, and it's not working out so well. But no, now this is going to be my new move going forward. Now I'm back on the apps. Got back on the apps yesterday.
Okay.
But my new move going forward, this is how I'm going to seal the deal. I'm just going to go up behind whoever I'm on a date with, whisper in their ear with my hand on their shoulders, comforting them. I'm just going to go, Duval.
What do you think the result of that's going to be?
A lot of drinks in his face.
That's what I was thinking.
No, I think that
kicks to the junk.
Yeah.
I might not be the only person that has a junior on this show, you know?
Oh, yeah.
You might not be that anymore. I'm coming for your dad.
Here goes
dad
Paul,
niche.
Yeah, well, you better hope for twins then. Paul Gallant Jr. on the way.
That's true. That's true.
Duval.
Hey, babe.
Step 1.
Duval.
Do you think it would work better or worse if they're actually from Jacksonville?
Oh, yeah. That's nothing more rousing.
That's the mating call in Jacksonville.
Yeah, I think if Paul takes that talent to Jacksonville, you could have a lot of kids.
Duval.
Wow.
Sorry, I'm making it worse and worse every time I say it. So the Jaguars have a GM, everybody. There's also a report that's caught fire from 2 weeks ago. This is from before the Super Bowl. A entity called the U.S. Sun reported that if the Eagles win the Super Bowl, that they would not visit the White House. It was reposted over the weekend, and now it's become an embrace debate kind of moment. For what it's worth, when the Eagles won Super Bowl 52, they didn't go to the White House either. President Trump was in office then. There was the NFL and the national anthem versus the right. So that was going on. It is funny that this becomes the story. I feel like it is the right of every single player on the Eagles to choose whether or not they want to go and meet a president, no matter what office they're in. I do think that when you are, as a team, deciding not to go as a whole, I imagine there will be some people who are kind of disappointed in that.
Definitely.
So I would just advise them, hey, if you don't want to go, don't go. But I don't think they should cancel this.
Yeah, but wouldn't it be kind of strange if, like,
as a team,
if like 12 guys went?
It would be a little weird.
Like on like a 52-man roster.
That'd be such a funny photo up. But they still cater how they would cater for all of them. So there's a ton of McDonald's everywhere, and there's like 6 guys. 6 Philadelphia Eagles.
But if it's like the offensive lineman, then They'll eat most of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's always this
Lane
like
Johnson.
when
just
people say like they don't want to go, it always becomes a thing.
Yeah, it's like he's taking a stand.
I mean, look, there's no other way to cut this. This only happens when a Republican's in office. Like, there's no reason to ignore it. Like,
It only
doesn't
happens
get
when Donald Trump is in office.
It really has been
Yeah.
that.
Like, it's only that.
Yeah.
It's only been that.
Like, no one's like going the other way. I mean, like, yeah, we're not going. So
There have been occasional people that have done it for Obama and for I'm sure there's one person
Sure.
that
Yeah.
did it for Biden, but I'm with you in that. Yeah, it does feel like it becomes a lot more polarizing when it's involving the Dawn.
yeah, I mean, I thought there was. Oh, this is because I think were they going to their no? Because they weren't married yet. But Correa skipped 2017. I think Justin Verlander skipped one of them too. Didn't he get married? I felt.
Oh
like,
yeah, he was getting
that
married like the
2017?
day after in 2017.
Yeah, so like it happened.
But they didn't go the day
No,
after.
I guess no, they
Yeah.
didn't. So he skipped the parade, was it?
Yeah, he skipped the parade because his wedding was like the day after Game 7.
Because
That's crazy.
He didn't think he was going to be
Yeah,
going to the
he
World
was-
Series. He was in
Detroit
Detroit.
Tigers were eliminated.
Yeah, he was good. It was a perfectly planned wedding for him.
But you do plan that out well in advance. It is interesting that it was that close to the World Series
Tigers were
being
winning
won.
anything.
Still.
He had to know there was a chance he was going to get traded.
There are other weeks you could do this. It doesn't necessarily. Why does it have to be in November?
No, but what it was like, I think it was somewhere like super nice in Italy. It was like one of those. Like,
Yeah, you could. It's what you can't.
I don't know.
It was
It books
booked
up-
for years.
Books fast. Yeah.
All right.
But yeah, this is always a big deal. But yeah, it's probably a bummer for some of the guys there. I don't care.
Yeah.
I don't either.
It's
Do you?
always a big deal for 36 hours.
Yeah.
And then we move on.
I will say, if I ever won a championship, though, like I really don't care who's in the White House. Like that would be cool to meet a president.
It would be cool to go in the White House.
Yeah.
It would be even. It would be funny to get a shout out from him while
that's all I want is just a clip of a president being like, couldn't have done it without you. And like when they, turn it into, it's not a roast because they're compliments, but where they go like pick guy by guy out, but like actually going to, I don't want to go to a White. I did the 8th grade field trip to Washington D.C. All these buildings look the same. Nothing happens.
Saquon Barkley's here. Remember when New York doubted me? New York doubted Saquon Barkley. There will be a moment like that would happen. I would enjoy that, but it doesn't happen.
Done it without the tush push.
Big fan of tushes.
Yeah.
Big fan of them.
Makes
Grabbing them.
sense. There are a lot of big guys here.
It would have been fun if it happened. We'll see if it still does happen. But that all of a sudden is this like big polarizing debate online.
Yeah.
I don't think anyone should get mad about people who go to meet the president. It doesn't mean that you are a Nazi, and the other way around too. But hey, that's the culture that we live in these days. There are some rule changes that are potentially on the horizon for the NFL. Onside kick alternatives are being looked at because it does seem like they will keep the kickoff that they introduced for this year, where you have to declare if you're kicking it on sides. I don't like that. I really think they should go back to the old kickoff just because the onside kick can be cool theoretically in the past.
Yeah.
But if they're going to put an alternative out there, I think it's about time. Do the 4th and 18 or 4th and 20 or whatever they suggested they were going to do, because it would be more fun. It would be a more enjoyable product if there's actually a chance on 4th and 20, especially if it's an offensive play of you being able to somehow get the ball back.
Yeah, it'd be way more entertaining to do that. Just at this point, the kickoff just became, it was such a waste of time. I know there was more kickoff returns this year than the year before. So like they're trying to claim it worked, and they might move the, if you kick it out of the back of the end zone, there was one report that they might move that to the 35. Just get rid of kickoffs. Kickoffs, onside kicks. I don't need it.
But
They
then
kinda
there's no.
ruined it.
I need foot in my football.
Yeah, that's 1/3 of the game you just took out.
I mean, if they brought it, if I like the old way better. I know why they're stopping it because concussions are down, but it's just boring now. Give me a 4th and 15 for an onside kick. That sounds great.
Yeah, they just need to change the onside kick because onside kick now is like 1% or
Right.
whatever it is over the last 5 years or whenever they initially changed the onside kick like run up rules. Where now like if you're down 2 possessions, like you're just not going to get the onside kick. So it does ruin a little bit of the excitement.
I also don't love that you can only do it in the 4th quarter. Like if they were going to go to this 4th and 15 thing, you should be able to do it whenever you want.
Yeah. No, I agree with that.
Touchbacks might go to the 35 now on kickoffs. More replay assist could be on the table. More replay assist is good. More replay, not good. Figure things out in real time without slowing the game down. Because, Friday's Rockets game, good God. At the end, oh my God, they ruined the end of that game. It was so many stoppages. You don't want more stoppages, but you should allow refs to have bailouts that come courtesy of someone who's not there in real time that can quickly correct calls.
Yeah, it'd just be a much better viewing experience overall. Even the whole process of even just a normal challenge, having to go look at it, talk to someone, have them help you. If someone could just call in and be like, "Hey, that's wrong, fix it." We all would be fine with that.
Yeah, the super egregious ones where a guy clearly only gets 1 foot in, or where on one angle you can't see that it's a diving catch and it clearly like bounces and they pin it to their chest. And you just see the other side is like, this is the most incomplete pass I've ever seen in my life. If you can do that, where again, like you said, you don't need to go to the monitor, you don't need to throw a flag. Like let's get to that, please.
Speed it up, baby. Speed it up. The Packers also proposed to remove the tush push.
Soft.
I think that is soft.
No matter who proposed it, I was just gonna go soft.
Well, because it started off with
unnamed
a team, and then Diana Senior just reported it was the Packers.
Yeah, unnamed
like a minute
team.
ago.
That's soft. Trying to hide that you're scared of the tush push.
Honestly, when it was unnamed, I assumed it was going to be the Cowboys, Commanders, Chiefs, or Giants, like someone that played the Eagles a lot. It would have been very funny if it was the Chiefs.
Packers did play them week 1 for.
Oh, and they played in the playoffs too, I guess.
Yeah. So there is that. The Rams gave Matt Stafford permission to speak to other teams.
I'm intrigued. I'm way more intrigued with where Matt Stafford plays than Aaron Rodgers next year. I don't really care where. I think Matt Stafford's got some juice left in him.
Yeah,
like
he's a better quarterback than Aaron Rodgers is right now today. Not to go full CJ Stroud, but I still don't really understand why the Rams want to trade him. Like I get it. I've seen why. I don't really get it. Like I would just bring him back.
I don't either.
What's their plan? Like, are they going to pay Sam Darnold?
If they're going from Stafford to Darnold, like I can see it. Still wouldn't do it, but I can at least like see the logic there of just trying to get a decade younger. But
that's truly it, though. It's strange that it's happening the way that it's happening. I mean, he had a pretty good season.
It's good.
He looked good at the end of that game. He's tough as nails. So I'm wondering if there's something going on behind the scenes between McVay and Stafford or something like that.
It could also be a contract thing. Like without looking, they might not be able or not want to re-sign him way into, because right now he's probably like 37, 38. So they probably don't want to sign him until he's 40. That's probably what it is.
And like his brother-in-law or a family member works for the Giants now.
Yes.
So people are assuming that's why he wants to go. Like the Giants are going to trade for him. Like if you're Matt Stafford, you really want to end your career with the Giants?
I wouldn't. But
no,
but hard pass.
I don't want to die. And that offensive line, not exactly a good one. Joe George, Paul Gallant, Sean Mapes behind the glass. It is Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. You want to chime in, 713-780-3776 to call in and text in. That is the 10-minute drill. Up next, this is football, but it's also something that I can't believe actually happened. What am I talking about? I'm talking about when NFL analysts start taking things that aren't theirs. Stay put.
This is Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Paul and Joe inside the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
I know that many of you guys do not care about the doings of sports broadcasters, but drama is drama. And get your popcorn ready, because we have some very interesting drama going on with former Carolina Panthers wide receiver and possibly a future Hall of Famer, Steve Smith. Steve Smith has been accused of cheating on his wife with a married Baltimore Ravens marching band member.
Mm-hmm.
We found out about this possibility after an account belonging to a man named Tony Martinez. His handle was at Lamborghini, and these posts have since been deleted, claimed that Smith had been having sex with his wife, who he says is a member of the Marching Ravens, the Baltimore Ravens marching band, this one time at band camp. This guy went further to show screenshots of their actual back and forth. And then, craziest of all, he called Steve Smith on the phone with a rather cuss-heavy phone call.
Mm-hmm.
Can we play this on the air? Is my first question.
I cleaned it up.
You did clean it up?
Yeah, we're
okay. Here is...
I assumed there was going to be a lot of cuss words in it. There was.
Here is the husband of the woman Steve Smith was sleeping with, calling Steve Smith on the phone, who picked up, by the way.
Hey, yo, Steve.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, you been my wife, bro. What you gotta say for yourself?
I'm sorry.
You're sorry? She was married. You're not a idiot, man. You're Steve Smith Sr. What kind of dumb is that? Why are you quiet, man? Be a man.
Hasn't hung up. Went on for another, I want to say 40 seconds.
Yeah.
Here's my question. Okay, so this has nothing to do with Steve Smith.
Okay.
What's the point of this call? What's the point of this call? You're going to confront a guy who slept with your wife, and hey, you got it on tape. At least this is going to help you out in court. Because you did say sorry.
Yeah, you got
confirmation that he did it.
You got confirmation. You get to be viral.
You don't want to be viral for this.
You got
Why would you want to be viral for this?
No, you don't. He got an apology.
You did. I mean, Steve Smith, what a gentleman, said I'm sorry. What more can you say?
It is so funny.
I mean, you don't have to mean it, but you just say sorry.
I'm sorry. And then
what?
And then I love that he doesn't hang up.
No,
keep going.
He's just taking it.
Kind of an alpha move by Steve Smith.
He's just like,
Just
yeah,
be like, whatever you say. I am a, like you said, borderline Hall of Fame wide receiver, undersized physical wide receiver. Whatever this side of the phone call is going to be, probably I can take it. I'm Steve Smith Sr.
I wish he almost would have been like, yeah, it was great.
That's the thing. You don't want to be too antagonistic, I guess.
No, you don't want to be too antagonistic, because guess what? Stuff happens when you do this in real life from time to time. Yeah. And some would consider the stuff that happens afterwards to be justified. I do not count myself as part of that, but when things happen like this, it can get very, very ugly. Yeah. So, okay, at least this has only made it to the internet before it was removed, but too late now. Steve Smith married his wife, Angie, during his senior year at Utah in 2000. So 25-year relationship potentially down the crapper. And there's a lot of analysis being done of this marching Raven band member who one time at band camped a lot with Steve Smith.
Mm-hmm.
Some are saying she looks like Jeff Van Gundy. That's not nice. I'm not saying that. There's one picture where I kind of get it. There's a lot of other ones where I'm like, I don't get it.
The glasses, really. The glasses and then like the nose.
I think it's the nose that people are focusing on to why there's a Jeff Van Gundy comp here. I think my favorite part is
the end of the relationships, Joe. That's not cool.
Who he tagged in the tweet.
Oh,
who he tagged in the tweets very
Antonio Brown, ESPN, TMZ, the Panthers, Steve Smith Sr., the NFL Network, Ghost Golf Club, TaylorMade, Yeti Coolers, and then eventually the Ravens.
Why Yeti Coolers?
Steve Smith must have a brand deal.
I assume, he has a deal with TaylorMade with that other golf thing and with Yeti.
Yeah.
I would assume because it's all of his employers and Antonio Brown,
who is the most likely person to repost this story.
No, he's gonna make his wife cracker of the day. That's what's gonna happen.
I don't know. I don't know if she can be cracker of the day after this.
Let me see what AB's been up to.
I feel like if he hasn't responded to this, and like he is off his game.
Yeah, what's the point of having AB on Twitter?
Yeah, this is like an Antonio Brown 101.
This is interesting how this stuff opens up so much, and as I always say, like there's so many reasons I see that relationships do not seem to work, that marriages don't seem to work. I feel like I see something new every day. And it's like, oh, I'm supposed to find someone.
Well,
what do I do if 20 years from now, my wife sleeps with an NFL Network analyst and it's not me? What do I do?
You call him. Apparently.
No, what's that going to do?
Instead of confronting your wife?
Honestly, I don't know. I don't know how I would handle it. I think I would just stop talking to both, check out, and.
I'm just
good God, man.
Yeah,
to post it all out there, that takes balls. I'll give him credit for that. But do you really want that?
No, I don't know why.
I wouldn't want that. I wouldn't want to put this all out in the open. I'd want it to be found out privately. Like, this is embarrassing as hell.
Yeah, like if you want to like do the call to try to get him on camera admitting to it to help your court case, yes. To then post it on social media, I don't get it. I don't know why you do that.
Antonio Brown did respond.
He did.
To the initial one where he's tagged in, he quote tweeted with WTF I got to do with it. #CTSPN.
Ooh.
And then
because TMZ, he's the new TMZ Sports.
Yes, he did repost the very funny picture of Steve Smith looking down at his phone. It's a very, very funny picture. And then in a separate quote tweet, he did. This was one of the deleted tweets, so I'm not sure who, but he did give someone cracker of the day.
Okay.
For Saturday.
From the 832, calling another man because your wife is sleeping with someone is idiotic. Call your wife dumbass. Well, I'm sure that conversation's been had too. You would think, right?
I would hope so.
Yeah. If this is your first reaction, is like, I'm going to call this guy. That's strange.
Tag Yeti Coolers in the tweet.
So that's why it's like, it's very well thought out. He's like, I'm going to find out who his sponsors are and tag them.
From the text line, shouldn't the husband be mad at his wife? I'm sure he is again.
Yeah.
If it's thrown at Steve Smith, what's the guy to do? Hungry dogs eat. Okay, 409er.
It is
Hungry dogs eat.
It is Steve Smith.
What does that mean?
He's a Hall of Famer at some point.
Is he a hungry dog? I mean, he's been married for 25 years.
No?
Hungry dogs eat. What a justification of when you know somebody's married, sleeping with them. Like, I don't know, man. If you know, you should 100% walk away. If you know, you should walk away.
Yes, you should. However, as far as former Ravens scandals go, I don't have any moral problem with this one.
Yeah, this is very low.
I kept reading like because he posted like text conversations between the wife and Steve Smith. I'll just say it was consensual. The lady seemed to enjoy her time with Steve Smith.
She really did seem to enjoy her time with him.
So once I saw that, I was like, oh, what's the problem? I mean, obviously this guy's marriage is ruined. Maybe Steve Smith's marriage is ruined. Other than that, I don't see any harm in this. Other than, again, 2 families getting blown
The
up.
families that have been destroyed on
But
the internet.
other than that,
Other than that, I don't see anything wrong with it. Important caveat, Sean. Thank you for that.
It is important.
like, there's nothing criminal happened.
Yeah.
Considering last week, we talked about this, guys, while you were both out on Friday, considering we found out that Terrell Suggs, who at a Starbucks pulled out a gun on some person and called them a pussy ass cracker. That's a little more concerning as far as Ravens off the field than Steve Smith did.
Yeah.
And that happened like within the last week.
Steve Smith is easily number 3.
No, it's Ray Rice.
Oh, no, I mean number 3, like, this offseason.
Yeah, because
I forgot about Justin Tucker.
No, then
Totally
there's
forgot about him.
apparently there's another. There was wasn't there a DUI like not that long ago?
If there was a DUI worse than what Steve Smith did.
Yeah, Ben Cleveland, Ravens guard, blew a .178.
What?
Is that a lot?
That's so much.
Okay.
That's like 3 times the limit. Or no, it's like double the limit.
Interesting. Okay.
The Ravens having a bad offseason.
Bad off again. Steve Smith, not that bad.
No, Steve Smith looks like an angel compared to these.
Yeah. As long as he keeps this NFL Network job.
And they will.
Yeah. And his Yeti Coolers endorsement.
Yeah, the golf stuff might be tough, but I think the Yeti cooler will be okay.
Okay, good. No statement yet from Yeti, by the way.
I haven't seen that. Well, we'll wait for that.
Keep you posted.
Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. Astro spring training's underway, and it seems like they're sniffing a name that they've already been sniffing again. Is there anything to this? Will this guy be a Houston Astro in the near future? And why is this the one that they're focusing on? We'll discuss. Stay put. A few weeks ago, Nolan Arenado, a St. Louis Cardinal third baseman, was the subject of a potential trade with the Houston Astros. An agreement was reached in principle, but Arenado had a no-trade clause, and he was unwilling to waive his no-trade clause to be shipped to the Astros. But apparently, after Alex Bregman joined the Boston Red Sox and after some of the moves that the Astros have made, Arenado's now looking at the Astros and would waive his no-trade clause, and I guess the Astros are interested in Arenado again. That's the reporting we're seeing. I don't know how much teeth there is to these rumors, Joe. What I do know is that you keep on looking at this infield over and over and over again. You know it's going to be dramatically different. Now it's just a matter of how different is it going to be? Is it really going to be 3 completely new Astros in the infield? We'll see.
I think my gut tells me yes, because Walker and Paredes are in it. Pena's in it. So is the other one mostly Altuve? Is it mostly Arenado? Is it the kid they picked up from Colorado last week? Can't remember his name. The Gold Glove winner. Like, is he your
Brendan
Rodgers?
Rodgers, not Riley.
Is it Dubon? Is he your everyday second baseman? Like it. The farther we get into spring training, even though it's still very early, they seem very adamant and confident that Jose Altuve can play left field. And they are going to either, whether it's Brendan Rodgers, Dubon, other guys on the roster. They have so many infielders. Like, you still have Bryce Matthews right there too. Like,
yeah,
he could be up. He could win the job in spring training. That's part of the reason why I don't like the Arenado thing too. Is like, what if Bryce Matthews has an amazing spring training? So he just gets to sit in the minors because of Nolan Arenado? Why?
The more I think about it, the less it makes sense. But ultimately, the thing I just can't get past is, why are we hearing about this with any outfielder for the Astros? Why are there no sniffs for outfielders? Why are there no tea leaves out there suggesting that they're pursuing that? Why are they this confident in their outfield? And I guess still not 100% sure what they're doing in the infield, despite a lot of changes that they have made this offseason. It's strange.
Yeah, it is, because you would think adding a right fielder or a center fielder for a similar price, like you can find a player of a player that reported to spring training that had to acknowledge that he was being talked about in trade rumors is Starling Marte. When he got to camp for the Mets, he acknowledged that the Mets were trying to shop him this offseason. I mean, I don't know if he's that much different than Arenado right now. I mean, the batting average last year is not that different overall. I mean, he's still probably a solid defender. I'm not sure is it an upgrade over Jake Myers? Probably. Like, why not go after Nolan? I mean, after Starling Marte, like, why are you so hell bent on adding an infielder? This seems like the Jim Crane, Jeff Bagwell splashy name thing, where they like name brand recognition.
Yeah.
Jersey sales.
But I mean, who's buying a Nolan Arenado jersey?
I mean, if you're going to buy one of the 3, Walker, Paredes, Arenado.
I'd rather buy a cheaper Bregman jersey.
They are 30% off.
Yeah, I'd much rather buy a 30% off Bregman jersey if I got to wear those Fanatic rags.
Well, they're fixing the jerseys, though.
Sure they are.
Well, maybe not for the customers, for the players at least.
Sure they are.
But like, Arenado would be the one of the 3 that I guess, like, I would say, like, the average fan would like buy a jersey of. But that's what this feels like to me. It's a big name, and the Astros are interested in it.
But it's not even like great interest either. It's half-assed interest. It's just strange that of all the interest anywhere, that's what we've heard about a lot. It's just a bunch of infielders. Nothing on the outfield at all.
Maybe
from
they
start
like
to
it.
finish.
Maybe they like it.
They shouldn't.
I totally agree. They should not like it. They should not like an outfield that will be Altuve, McCormick, Myers.
Yeah, they're putting Altuve in the outfield. Whether that works or not, or doesn't work, it does scream desperation.
And that's before like actually like replacing Myers or McCormick. Like their plan for left field was like, all right, Altuve plays a little bit more, and then Trammell and Gamble
Trammell and Gamble.
Let's just see. Like that's just what it is. It's like, well, we'll see what these fringe MLB players.
Trammell has a calf injury and it's going to be out for a while, and Ben Gamble has a black eye.
Yeah. Apparently took a foul ball.
Foul ball.
That sucks.
That really has to. Wait, was it his own foul ball?
No.
Oh.
That's kind of embarrassing. You got to keep your head on a swivel. You just get hit by a ball.
I get that there's like 3 different things happening on the field all at once, but come on, dude.
There's a lot going on in spring training.
Mm.
You might have been watching
I
Altuve
agree,
play
Sean.
left field. He's like, is this Altuve guy? Is this 5'6" man gonna take my time in the outfield?
A lot of guys don't have black eyes. A lot of guys are on the field. Only one of them has a black eye.
That's a good point.
That's all I'm gonna say.
It's fair. Astros built for this?
I don't know. Yes, I think so.
They're fighting through all the injuries. You got knee soreness for Pedro Leon.
Mm-hmm.
You have a bruise of sorts that's keeping Taylor Trammell out forever.
Mm-hmm.
And Ben Gamble's in a fight club.
And Dubon's hurt too, isn't he? Or something?
Probably.
I thought I saw that earlier, but yeah, this is spring training's rolling, and we'll see.
It's rolling.
It's
rolling.
Guys are hurt.
It's rolling so rolly.
Oh, that's Dubin. Dubin's hurt.
Yeah, there's
Sean Dubin.
Dubin and Dubon.
I was close. It's only a letter off.
Mm-hmm.
That is true.
That is true. Dubin and Dubon are only a letter off of one another. Thank you for that.
Welcome. That's what I'm here for. That's what I'm here for, Paul.
So there you go, guys. That's spring training. I'm not gonna lie. Like, I just the more I try to talk about the Astros in spring training, the less excited I get.
Well, I think like once the guys start playing, I think spring training is a little bit better. But they only air like 12.
They aired 2 games over the weekend. They aired one on Saturday, which they lost. They aired the one yesterday, which they won. We saw Cam Smith walk a couple of times. It's more, what is it about this year's team that is exciting and new? That does not exist yet.
No, it's Altuve and left. I mean, DeZenzo is the guy that when we keep talking about the outfield that has not been mentioned yet. I think the best case scenario is he wins the right field job.
I was gonna say there we mentioned him.
Yeah, like you probably want him to win the right field job this offseason. That would probably be best for the Astros.
Yeah, right. And then you split
McCormick and Myers
in center.
Woo!
Yeah.
That's not
AL West, here we come.
Yeah, now we're moving jerseys with some
DeZenzo jerseys.
Oh, hell yeah. The Italians will love that.
I mean, look, they're trying to sell jerseys right now. They're working on the bee community. AJ Blueball, he's a beekeeper.
I saw that.
His dad's a beekeeper.
Okay, good.
But they sell the honey, or they bring the honey to the clubhouse.
I was gonna say we are 6 weeks away from AJ Blueball on the IL for bee discomfort, bee related discomfort.
Oof, getting stung by a bee.
It's the worst.
It's actually not that bad.
It's not the worst.
I thought it would be.
I got like traumatized.
I thought it would be the worst. And then when I got stung by a bee, I was like, wait, so I was just being a little weenie about this my whole life, and that's all it was?
I got like on my palm.
Yeah, I mean,
right in the middle. And like that sucked. So like ever since then, like freaked me out. But
there's no denying that for a moment, it certainly sucks. And it can get itchy, or it might be just there for a while. But generally, bee stings are very disappointing.
Well, not disappointing, but just
disappointing from the perspective of
bees are overhyped.
Right. And I think people see a bee, and like there's definitely some sort of instinct where a human sees a bee and you're like,
yeah.
But then when you actually get stung by one, it's not that bad. If it's a wasp or a hornet, totally different story. That's a lot. That's actually painful. But
they
a
also
bee,
look they look meaner, the wasps.
Well, they are. I mean, some of the hornets are, there's murder hornets. Like they're real. And they just murder the bleep out of bees.
Been a while since we heard about the murder hornets.
Mm-hmm.
They were in Washington, right? That's where they
Correct.
showed up.
Correct. But listen, bee stings overrated.
Watch.
Bee stings.
Bees.
Yeah. I'm just mad that I spent all my life being a little nervous about them. Then I finally got stung. So you had a traumatizing bee experience?
I was like a little kid. We were like,
were you out in the woods with
we
your
were
best friend and
playground.
you were in love with them, and then they got stung to death by bees?
Playground. It was just like walking back into class.
Oh, okay.
Closed my hand. Happened to catch a bee on accident.
Oh, you caught the bee.
No, I just like closed my hand and apparently it was already there. I didn't realize it. I closed my hand and it stung my palm.
You have incredible reflexes, though.
It was not on purpose. So then
It was just an act. Like you just, the bee was just in your
yes, I did.
hands, and you
worst
just,
timing ever, apparently. Then I walked to class every day back from recess with my hands closed for the next like year.
Entirely because of that?
Because I was scared I was going to
Hands
catch it.
the 1 in a billion.
Yeah. I was scared it was going to happen again.
You didn't think that it was overrated?
I was in like 3rd grade.
Yeah, I know.
Palm's a sensitive area.
It's crazy. I never got stung by a bee until I was in my 20s.
Really?
Yeah, and that was the first time I was like, "Oh, damn, that's it. Not that bad." I mean, if I was your age, I probably would have like an absolute weenie for sure.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Tears are there.
Stung me. Right. I mean, yeah, when you're little, it sucks, but
I was probably trying to get sent home from school on purpose from that.
Did you know anybody who was like deathly allergic to that too?
No, I never have. I mean, like it's always. I feel like it's like you see it on like TV shows and movies. They put it in there, but like I've never met anyone that's.
There was a girl in my grade who I remember like we were told that she was allergic to bees. We were like, oh my God, that's terrifying. And she had to have a little fanny pack with basically whatever you get injected with, just in case whenever we went outside for recess. Yeah, the EpiPen. Yeah.
I've also never met anyone that's like the reason why we can't have nuts on airplanes anymore, like allergic to nuts like that.
Oh, there's a kid at camp where he was like so allergic to peanuts, like he would like break out if like someone in the lunchroom had peanuts, like it was just in the air. He would like rash up.
That would be a terrible. Like if it was that bad, I could not imagine.
Well, I remember back when I was in 4th grade, my mom and another kid's mom got in a big argument because one of her kids, not my mom's kids, one of the other lady's kids was allergic to peanuts. And one time, I guess there was like a lunch event where there were peanuts there, and nothing happened. It wasn't an issue, but for whatever reason, my mom and this mom were beefing about it. I don't mean like just for 1 year. I think it was like a 3-year beef. Yeah. Yeah, they like it was funny. I think my dad and her husband were friends, and this bee incident, or not bee, this peanut incident led to a massive schism. Anyway, yeah, spring training, guys. Spring training.
Allergies.
We're talking about nut allergies.
I mean, look, hey, we've seen baseball games be canceled by bees before.
That is true.
Or at least delayed.
Or like delayed, yeah.
Right.
So it does happen.
But
if it happens at Minute Maid, the Astros just got to get blue ball to drive over.
Well, it won't happen at Minute Maid.
You're at Daikin.
Daikin Park. Yeah, they're scrubbing all memories of Minute Maid Park off. Saw a slideshow in the Chronicle. Thanks for the Chronicle bringing back slideshows. I've missed those. But they had a slideshow in the Chronicle, and they got to show everybody all the ways that Minute Maid Park is no longer Minute Maid Park.
Did you click through all of it?
I clicked through all of them because listen, I'm looking for the spring training content that you guys need, the spring training content that you guys desire. Because baseball, of course, is just an incredibly riveting sport, and spring training is just a really important time of year.
But I don't want it to be entertaining. I want it to be normal. I don't want like Altuve ran into a wall. I don't want that update. I just want.
You think so little of Altuve in left field, and I'm just gonna run with this, Joe, even though I know you don't feel that way. I'm just gonna keep on saying, like, man, does Joe George think that Jose Altuve can run with his 2 legs without some sort of Mr. Magoo-esque?
Yeah, I was gonna say they have Mr. Bean out there, and
guys, I want to run the bases, like.
Yeah, but he's not the worst fielder out there.
No,
it's decision making at the bases.
I just don't get why they're so confident. Like, this is what we have to do. We have to trade for Nolan Arenado. We have to do all these things. I just don't get it.
What if Altuve getting picked off all the time is because he just has an intense case of ADD and he just forgets sometimes?
He's just bored of baseball.
Yeah, so outfield would not work. Outfield's the wrong place.
So much worse.
The outfield's the wrong place to send somebody with attention deficit disorder.
Especially when like Frommer's on the mound who doesn't like get pop-ups. Altuve's going to stand out there for 9 innings most games, which is good. Won't have to do much.
They cut to him. He's like picking flowers out of him.
They're gonna plant.
He brought his Nintendo Switch out.
Yeah. He has AirPods in, just listening to a podcast.
That'd be fun. Anyway, guys, spring training baseball. Catch the fever. He's Joe. I'm Paul. I got Sean Mapes behind the glass. Ime Udoka is making headlines again for the things he says. The Rockets had a nice weekend. They went over the Timberwolves on Friday. You saw Jalen Green outduel Anthony Edwards. That was nice if you still feel like Jalen Green can be somebody. But after the game on Saturday, where the Rockets lost to a 14-win Jazz team, Ime Udoka was back at it, and we were back to 0 days, 0 games since Ime Udoka had to call out the team afterwards. Here is Ime Udoka just at the beginning of the press conference.
But it was ugly, embarrassing, non-competitive game all the way around.
How would you assess the defensive effort tonight?
Terrible.
I was really hoping he would say terrible more there. Terrible. Just
all
terrible.
That's all I wanted to say. This is how terrible it was, because it was terrible.
On the second night of a back-to-back, I do hate that it is actually a defensible argument to say, well, they're on the second night of a back-to-back and they got in to Utah very, very late after the win on Friday.
Yeah. I mean, I do get it. And if you look at what they're doing with back-to-backs right now, they haven't won both of them. I don't know the last time they've won 2 back-to-backs. January 27th and 28th, they lost to the Knicks in Brooklyn in a back-to-back. They split with Dallas and Toronto. They split with Phoenix and Golden State. They split with Minnesota and Utah. So, like, they haven't in a month won a back-to-back, 2 games in a back-to-back. So clearly they're struggling with it. And I get it. It's hard. It's not easy. But that's where I think Ime Udoka's frustration coming in is just he probably expects more from this team at this point in the season. They're just not showing it. Having to talk about competitiveness all the time. It's tough.
It gets old. But weirdly, I'm on the fence with whether it's old for me, because I do like hearing him do it all the time. I want him to constantly be pushing these players. But on the other side of things, I wonder if there will come a moment where these guys are like, oh my God.
Well, I think
like we were talking earlier, like if it gets to a Chris Paul phase, where
Yeah.
you're like just tired of dealing with this over and over again.
I think part of it too is like, when does it get old for Ime? Like, that's really like,
I don't think it can get old for him. I think that's just how
I
he's
think
wired.
more, but like with this group, like I think that's how he is wired. But like, if he truly believes like competitiveness is a problem with this team, and they're taking the season to evaluate the roster before they make any splashy moves potentially in the offseason, like having to rail about competitiveness all the time. And like, obviously he's not calling out specific players, so it's hard to know like exactly what he thinks the issue is. The only player he really calls out is Amen, I feel like. And he does that because he's had high expectations for him. And he even has done it in a jokingly manner when he joked about the Western Conference Player of the Week thing like 2 weeks ago. But if Ime is tired of it, that's really the more, I think, long-term interesting thing is like, if he doesn't think some of these guys can be competitive on back-to-backs, then they're probably not a fit for Ime.
Here's more Ime Udoka. It's not what Udoka says here, which is again critical of the Rockets, as much as the way he says it when asked a weirdly timed question, given the Rockets just lost to a 14-win team.
Coach, the Rockets have a young and talented team. What has been the biggest challenge in developing these players, and what aspects do you think will take them to the next level?
Consistent competitiveness and taking a jump in the IQ department.
A little smirk with the eye roll.
That last part was interesting.
The IQ?
Yeah. And again, he's always going to find a way to neg these guys if they're not playing well. But the IQ department.
Yeah, I mean,
rather pointed.
Yeah.
No, they're not just not trying. They're dumb. I mean, that's basically what he's saying there. And along the way, as you said, Joe, he smirks when asked about this team being so young and talented. Dumb night to ask that question, buddy boy.
Yeah, and
whoever asked it.
But I do appreciate the honesty in which he gives with just that little smirk and eye roll. Yeah, I mean, look, this is a team that struggled to close basketball games. Like, that is a lot of it is IQ, taking good shots. And we saw Jabari be in the lineup. Obviously, it was terrible pretty offensively in this game, with Tari Eason having to sit out in a back-to-back. And we'll find out tomorrow if Fred VanVleet's going to return. They have to wait and see how he responded at practice today to see if he's going to play. Yeah, he just young and talented. He I still don't know if he was annoyed with the question or the idea of the roster being young and talented.
He's laughing at the question.
Yeah.
This is the worst night to ask that, and maybe this guy's putting together some sort of package about the Rockets or the young upstarts of the NBA. But at this point, yeah, the shelf life of that 2 weeks ago, there's a lot more demand for that article than what we've seen from this team of late, where they've been struggling to close out games and they've looked tired a lot. And you can't really change looking tired by the end of the year. So this might be a conditioning thing to go into next season that they're going to have to be better at. The guy who really looks tired more than anybody is Alperen Şengün.
Yeah.
Şengün looks just gassed out there. And you got to be a little bit nervous about that, given his size, his frame. He's young still, of course. But next year, will he actually take steps forward on that front? Because if he can't do that, then that perhaps makes this well, if you're going to keep one, Şengün or Green, who do you keep? It makes that conversation actually more of a debate again, especially when Green plays the way that he did Friday night. And with, I think Ben DeBose put out the numbers, the way he has played for the past 80 games where he's shooting 35% from outside. Not bad.
No, he's put together like a good enough like tracker. I would say both guys have. Where like if you want whoever you want to buy into this offseason, like if you're going to pick one, I think the Rockets fan base is going to be split if they choose one. I don't get the sense that fans want Alpy more than they want Jalen, and vice versa. But Alpy can't fish at the rim. Like
no.
Yeah, it's funny because the two shortcomings are things that are, I don't know. If you want to be an apologist, you're just like, well, that'll just figure itself out. Like finishing around the rim, like Alperen Şengün was good at finishing around the rim his first 3 years in the league. This year, it's like almost come at the sacrifice of him being good at defense or better at defense. And I don't know why those two things should be correlated other than maybe you're just tired by trying on defense. And then, but even then, like you don't really think of having weak legs or, you don't have your legs underneath you for layups. Like that's just not a thing that you really think about. And then Jalen Green, it's like you said, over the last 80 games, 35% from three, but it's a lot of 70% games and then 20% games.
Yeah.
Where if he was just 35% every night, that'd be so much better.
Right. It's just so volatile.
Yeah, it is either 7 for 10 or 2 for 11.
And then, like, right as the season kind of started to unravel a little bit to where it was, you had a couple close games where you're trying to get game-winning shots in, and the play's drawn up for Amen Thompson. It's not drawn up for Jalen Green. Like, that means something to me.
For sure, yeah.
With Ime.
Yeah.
Ime is making that conscious choice.
There was one that was drawn up for a 3 for, I think it was Brooklyn, the Brooklyn game, where it was drawn up for a 3 for Jalen, and he got a good look. But yeah, it does seem like, I mean, the big issue is that was the same play both times, where it was Amin Thompson, the exact same part of the court, doing the exact same fake handoff.
Yeah.
Where it's like, can we not do it two times in 3 nights? Like, can we have a third pitch here or a second pitch that we try on these late game out of bounds situations?
Yeah, I do think Ime is kind of skating by a little bit,
Skating by a little bit.
I think most times we would look at coaches a little bit more if competitiveness and closing situations, and like we would put more blame on coaches. And right now, Ime, it's all on the players. Ime is not taking. No one's really taking a look besides from the Turkish part of the Şengün fan base.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not even saying like Ime is to blame, but it surprises me that.
Yeah, he gets. I mean, he
No
gets
conversation.
zero conversation
Yeah.
about like what does Ime Udoka need to do better. It's all just like what the players need to do
Yeah.
better. And I don't think that. I think maybe like you should get a little bit more, but I think directionally it's right. That
Yes.
it's like blame blame pie. They're the 5th seed, and no one thought they would be this good. But the blame pie for like what goes wrong with the Rockets, like the players do have more of it, but probably Ime does skate a little bit on that stuff.
Should he may skate on that? 713-780-3776 to call in or text in. Gallant and George, he's Joe. I'm Paul, Sean behind the glass. ESPN 97.5, 92.5. Stick around.
You are back with Gallant and George
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul and Joe.
So all we've got on the Astros today is that interest in Nolan Arenado is back. How serious is said interest? Doesn't seem to be that serious right now. We also saw the new general manager for the Jacksonville Jaguars introduced. Texans rivals in the AFC South. He had this to say about the fresh perspective he brings to the table. Quote, I have a deep understanding of the modern tools and mechanisms that are revolutionizing the sport and is really looking to fuse analytics and evaluations. The guy looks really young.
Mhm.
And I think as really well described by some random commenter on X. This man shows up at your doorstep to sell you solar panels.
Yeah, I can see that. They're gonna take the nerdy approach. They're gonna focus on analytics, and he apparently knows them.
They're just gonna say all the things that you say. I really get mad when I hear people that use these buzzwords that are so vague with their meaning, and you're talking about your strategy, and it's just a bunch of like I'm talking about mechanisms, my mode of operation, cadence, efficiencies. This stuff just gets thrown out there, and it's the kind of crap that is run rampant on LinkedIn with all the people who are busy Marilyn Mansoning themselves on that app.
Yeah, and they kind of they're baseball words a lot of times too. It feels like you said, deep understanding of the modern tools. It just feels very baseball. And we've seen teams kind of try to go like super analytical. Like we saw, the Browns try this a little bit. I feel like it just doesn't work in football in the way it's helpful, but it's not as, I think, as simple in baseball.
Oh, they should bring it in for sure. I honestly though, if I'm a Jaguars fan and this guy's talking, this young looking guy, and then he's just giving me a bunch of vague generic terms that you would go win 5 times on a bingo card, all 5 times, because he's just saying all the same things that you hear from those people that you just want to shut up. I hate LinkedIn. I hate people that constantly post on LinkedIn. You are a disease. You are a disease upon society. If you are someone who's constantly throwing LinkedInese out there, someone needs to stop you. I'm not saying how. I'm not intimating Luigi Mangione. I'm not doing that. What I am saying is though, you're a problem. You're ruining our country, our world with your constant need to smell your own fart. And it's impressive the dexterity with which you can do it. But again, LinkedIn, it's just an absolutely horrible place. And they found James Gladstone straight off of LinkedIn.
Oh, yeah.
In the same way that Jack Easterby was born to be the eventual Hitler of LinkedIn. Like the guy who would rule it all with like one strong fist of generic, the same things over and over again.
I'm just trying to figure out who my mutual connection. Now I'm looking at my LinkedIn, trying to figure out who I am connected with that's also connected with Jack Easterby. Can I get a connection to Jack?
Jack Easterby's LinkedIn is a treasure. And if by treasure, you might be thinking to yourself, what do you mean by treasure? Oh, the kind of thing that you see, and there's a part of you that wants to just end it all.
Yes.
But there's another part where you keep digging.
You can't look away.
Like cursed pirate treasure.
Yes.
Of some sort.
Oh,
Yes. Cursed pirate
Or
treasure.
you unlock like some spirit that's been locked away for 1,000 years, but also a lot of gold.
Yeah.
A lot of gold.
Or like the one with, like in Pirates of the Caribbean, you can't die.
Yeah.
But when the moon comes out,
yeah, you're like
skeleton.
Skeleton man.
Right.
That's tough.
That would suck.
That's a tough deal to take.
Hey, you go to bed.
I don't know if they get to go to bed. I think the whole point was they want to rest, and they're just constantly awake. It's nonstop, always up. And
being a pirate,
always
which
pirating,
sucks.
Yeah, being a pirate would suck. You'd have scurvy all the time. I mean, at least you're dead, so that's not an issue. But
get a bunch of gold.
It's hard work, and for the rest of your life. And also you're a skeleton at night.
Yeah. So you're constantly on the run from the British, but at night you're a skeleton.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm assuming that if you're a skeleton, probably not getting lucky with the ladies.
Well, she's a skeleton too.
Who?
There's lady pirates.
No, there aren't. What are you talking about?
And pirates
Keira Knightley.
Yeah, there's like one, and she wasn't a pirate.
No,
that's true. She became one eventually.
But
because she got kidnapped.
Do they go to port? Yeah. Go to port. They have some establishments. Go during the daytime.
Gotta go in the daytime. But that's the thing. You're not gonna get the
Primo.
You're gonna get like
the A1.
You're getting the C squad during the day.
The JV game.
It's the 1 o'clock at the strip club crowd. Yeah, it's the minor leagues. It's the Corpus Christi Hooks.
Okay. So things we learned today.
Not even the space.
Paul hates LinkedIn.
I hate LinkedIn with passion.
It's pretty brutal.
It's a shame because like every now and then I will have somebody reach out to me on LinkedIn that I haven't talked to in a while, and I understand how for some people that is a way to reach out to people, but God, I just can't go on it because the people that actually are on the app all the time, like, are you actually getting jobs out of this? When you're not posting a post kissing your own ass,
I think do
you get jobs out of this?
I feel like when I look at LinkedIn, it's just all like, and I get it, not having jobs sucks. I feel like it's all just like, woe is me, and everyone else is the worst. So like, it's not, everyone's just sad on LinkedIn.
Oh, you get that?
Yeah.
Damn, I'd rather have that.
Seems like a sad.
I'd rather get off on other people's misery than read all these guys who are getting off on themselves.
And spam messages from colleges trying to get me to enroll in their programs. I don't know why I still get all those. The last one I got is from UTSA. Why? Why am I don't want to continue my education.
Why not?
I have a lot of debt. I don't want more.
Yeah, but trust us.
Also, like, what am I going to use the education for in radio?
You could be better on the fly talking about math.
So I need to go. You want me to go get a math degree?
Listen, there's
maybe a minor.
They're preventing you. They're providing you with opportunities to grow, Joe. Grow for a nominal fee.
That's true.
And what if you have these skills?
I mean, I do have like a fake college degree.
Ooh, a fake college degree.
Well, it's radio broadcasting from an art school. It's probably not like a real degree.
What if you signed up for like college algebra and you just took one college algebra class? Do you think you could? How do you think you would fare? Because I think about that all the time. Because I haven't taken a math class since 2015.
I don't remember what algebra is. Like, is it just normal math?
No.
Then I'll definitely.
I mean,
fail.
it is normal math, but there's. I'm assuming you're asking if there's letters in it.
Yeah,
there is letters.
That's not real math. There's no one uses letters in what we do.
We're never solving for X.
Nope. I don't need X to help me find out why Nolan Arenado is a declining baseball player. Maybe I do.
I don't know. Those numbers could be useful.
Hard pass.
Someone runs down the hallway with a couple of pieces of paper. Sir, you have to see this.
You want me to get a math intern next summer, or in the fall or the summer?
Yeah, we just get a quant.
It's be like, hey,
we'll have intern Billy run the numbers, and we'll let you know.
This intern better have glasses.
Yeah.
If they don't have glasses, I won't trust them.
Even if they're fake, like just for the look.
I want and there's a specific kind of glasses I want. I want glasses that have Scotch tape in the middle of them.
Yeah.
I want glasses that look like they've been through it a little bit.
You want Harry Potter glasses.
Right. Yeah. Perhaps it's the result of bullying or something like that. Like I want these guys to want it,
all
to
the
prove
other
themselves
interns,
through math.
All the other interns can just kind of dress how they dress now, which is like mostly fine, but pretty casual. This one has to wear a tie and a button down.
Yeah.
Yes.
That'll suck on days like today.
Yeah.
It's a gajillion degrees in a building.
In the building, keyword in the building. Or it's not a
I think that's the
degrees.
problem is that it was like 40 this morning.
Yeah.
And now it's like 70. And our building can't catch up.
Slow building.
Well, maybe the little math intern, when they're done with the latest analytics on Nolan Avocado, they can come over to us and they can explain to Joe that it's not actually a gajillion degrees.
It's just 60.
Outside or inside.
Yeah, it's like 76.
It's not the heat, it's the humidity too, by the way.
Gotcha.
That's what gets you in here.
So I need a
What if-
weather intern too.
What if he can optimize how the strategy between what to set the thermostat at?
That would be great.
Mhm.
Just optimize that strategy. Anyway, it's Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, 713-780-3776 to call it. To text said you can join us on YouTube at ESPN YouTube. You can join us on Twitch at ESPN 975. Garbage time is next. Stick around.
You're listening to Gallant and George on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant and Joe George.
Last chance to dance, Gallant and George. He is Joe. I am Paul. And Sean Mapes is behind the glass. Whole gang back together. I just saw a video of an 11-year-old kid who is 6'5" playing basketball. The average 11-year-old in the U.S. is 4'8". He is 6'5". His name is Archange Rayleigh Lemovu. And as far as I could tell, this guy is indeed 11 years old.
Because he looks young. He's not his height, but like he looks like a child.
I guess, honestly, I can't really tell. He's wearing goggles, and the goggles make him look more like an adult.
Yeah, the rec specs.
Yeah, he's got some rec specs on, Joe, and I look at him, at least compared to all of these kids, it does really look like a total, just a complete freak of nature.
I also always wonder because there's a clip like this every couple months of like, look at this freak show.
Sad
who's
but true.
10 years old, and I am like, what's this benefit? Like, have this guy bump up a couple, in the U14. Like, have him play against 14-year-olds if he's 6'5".
I think that would be best
It'd be better for him.
Right.
It'd be better for him. Be better for the little kids. Like
He's just dunking and swatting every single shot in this one. It's interesting too, because I've always wondered if somebody would pull a stolen valor and like play kids sports again as an adult. Because there was something that took place in France. A 28-year-old man in France was trying to pretend to be a 15-year-old hockey player, and people started to sniff to double check how authentic that was after he absolutely decks a kid like over just in the middle of the ice. They're like, oh, that guy's maybe not 15.
That's an adult.
Actually, I thought we talked. Maybe this was right before. There's a 25-year-old last year. Oh no, this was 2018. Like 6 years ago. He's 25 years old. He was from Houston. He was displaced by Harvey. He went up to Dallas and pretended to be a high schooler and played basketball. Like, that's
will be fun.
Psychopathic.
Yeah, I've thought about it. I'd be like, how good would I be? Aren't you curious? I would love to go back. I think I'm pretty good.
I would love
to go back and play high school football.
Because you'd be like, you're fully physically developed, and there's some kids that like even at 16, 17, like they actually aren't fully developed, or they've been fully developed for summer, and so like
they're uncoordinated. Right?
Yeah, there's just some like level of like you're just more comfortable being an athlete than they are. So I think you would do all right.
Whoa. That would be amazing.
Well, are you going to be back at Shorecrest at single A?
Whoa.
Or are you going to
Are we putting you at like
Yeah.
I'm ready.
Are you ready to play North Shore?
Yeah. I'm ready. I'm ready for the show.
Okay.
I'm ready for the show.
Yeah.
Paul takes on North Shore would be like, can we convince them to do it?
21 Jump Street.
No, I wouldn't. I would never subject. I respect North Shore. No, I wouldn't do that with North Shore. Katy High School. I'm just kidding, guys. I like Katy too. All right, let's do a little garbage time before we get out of here. But if I had to pick between North Shore and Katy, I'd pick North Shore.
I think maybe we just give them a call
to play.
No.
Like,
More if they were playing against each other, I would pick North. I would root for North Shore over.
You're
Katy.
more of a North Shore fan.
Yeah.
I'm like, can we send Paul to doubles one day? They probably don't do that anymore.
Doubles.
Two-a-days.
2 days. No, I'll pass. Load management.
That's the tough part. Is getting to practice.
That's the Paul's in until the end of practice.
Summer conditioning. I wonder how that would go.
I'm good, kids.
Okay.
Oh, I'll see you later.
This was a bit. I'm out.
I'll pull out. I'll start ripping a dart.
Yeah.
Like,
It's like
nah,
Chad
sorry,
Paris.
guys.
It's the Chad Paris thing.
Mahomes, Rocker, the fight we always wanted. It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen.
Softies.
It seems that Patrick Mahomes and his wife, Brittany Mahomes, asked Patrick's father, Patrick Mahomes Sr., to stop. So that fight that would have taken place at Rough and Rowdy is, I guess, no more. What a bummer.
Not even just stop. Portnoy said that, Dave Portnoy from Barstool Sports, he claims that they were going to cut Patrick Mahomes' dad off.
Really?
If he went through with this fight.
It makes sense. I mean, you would think that given what Patrick Mahomes is now making, that Patrick Mahomes Sr. wouldn't be that cash strapped.
But like the fight is the problem, not the 3 DUIs.
4, by the way.
4.
3 that were charged, 3 that he was charged for. The 4th one, it's funny. There's a 4th one. People don't even talk about it.
Yeah.
I mean, that is a concern for sure.
Yeah, but it's also like
probably
I'm
lay
sure
low.
they've already had that talk.
Yeah. It's like, hey, you get a 5th DUI, you're out.
It's got to be weird telling your namesake, actual namesake, you need to dial it back when that person spawned you. It's got to be
I think with DUIs, it's easier than like if my dad wanted to do a Rough and Rowdy, like I would feel more weird saying no, you can't fight another 55-year-old man than I would being like, like, hey, Dad, stop drinking and driving.
Wait, does it say that he thinks his dad would have lost?
Stop.
Does it mean he thinks his dad would have lost the fight?
No, I don't.
Because like, if you think your dad's gonna win, do you let him get the
No,
get the
no,
cash
this is so
and then
embarrassing.
let him go?
This is so trashy.
At the time, I was like, why is the son of a Super Bowl winning quarterback like going to be fighting at Rough and Rowdy, like with the hillbillies on meth? Like, why is
It's
he doing
strange.
this? Yeah. He's worth, I mean, his son is worth $500 million.
Yeah, it's pretty trashy to fight in West Virginia and a fight that like the undercard is like a bunch of hillbillies that live in a
I know
trailer
they're from
park.
Tyler, but come on.
Yeah.
East Texas shot right there.
That was nice. I liked it. Shout out to Earl Campbell, the Tyler Rose.
Yeah, the only good one.
The only good one, I guess. On that note, that's going to wrap up today's edition of Gallant and George. Big thanks to our texters, callers, Twitchers, and YouTubers, and to everybody else who listened. For Sean Mapes Behind the Glass and for Joe George, I am merely Paul Gallant. So long, farewell, and have yourselves a wonderful Monday. The Killer Bees are up next. Peace.
Ooh, what up, H-Town? Hey, how we doing?
He's Blank. I'm Branham. It's AJ behind the glass, and it's a Monday edition of the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Not sure how Brian has another day off, but that's okay. We got AJ. That's good. I see AJ. I'm in Lubbock. I see AJ on the camera.
Yeah.
Wearing red. Is that a Houston shirt, AJ? Is that a Houston sweatshirt? U of H?
You already know for sure.
There we go. Go Cougs. Big one tonight in Lubbock. Big Monday. Did you have a good weekend, Blankers?
No, Jeremy, I did not.
Oh,
it was not good at all. How about you? I know you had a great win, so that starts your weekend the right way.
Hold on. We'll get to me in a second, but let's address you first. What happened? Why did you have such a bad weekend?
Well, as you know, and a few others know, we suddenly lost a dog last week, and it was tragic for my entire family. And my wife, as we all know, is such a huge animal lover that Saturday wanted to kind of, as therapy, go like rescue and feed and help homeless dogs and do all this different stuff. So I was like, no problem. You should probably do that. And I'll take the girls and it'll be fine. And she was supposed to be back around lunchtime. And about 4:30, I get a text message and she says, boy, we've had a lot to do. And I go, don't worry about it. We got it. She's like, oh, but I'm going to call you in about a half hour. I might have something that's come up. Okay. A half hour later, she calls. She says, so there were these 3 lab puppies that were getting attacked by a big dog, and we were trying to find a home for them, but all the foster groups are closed for the weekend. And I go, and? She goes, so I hope you don't mind, but I'm bringing them home.
Oh, boy. Yeah, I saw that coming.
All 3? Yeah. But I'll have them out first thing in this morning. Well, at last report, Jeremy, all 3 are still cozy as can be in my house, and we'll see what happens tomorrow when I'm supposed to drop them off at a rescue place. But one of my buddies was like, oh, bleep. And I'm like, oh, they already did that several times. Yeah, I've been on cleanup crew, and it's been fun.
So what are the chances you keep this long term?
So there's 3 of them, 2 girls and a boy. And my daughters have taken a massive liking to kind of a blonde lab with blue eyes. And so when I was scheduling the pickup and the drop off for me to drop the 3 dogs off tomorrow, my wife called me right after that, and she goes, so how many dogs did you tell him? And I said, I told him I'm bringing in 3 dogs. She goes, oh, I told him 2. I go, oh, you did? Why? She's like, well, the girls really fell in love with Cookie. I go, we've already named one of the dogs?
It's kind of mean to the other 2 dogs.
Yeah, she goes, well, the other 2 are kind of rambunctious, but Cookie's laid back and so sweet. I'm like, oh, my God. I was like, we're taking all 3 dogs in. We don't need another dog right now.
So what are the chances you keep Cookie?
I would say 30%.
I can't wait to know more about this. So we should have our answer tomorrow? If you still have Cookie tomorrow,
I have the appointment at
your
10,
dog.
I have the appointment at 10:30 tomorrow. So, yes, by the time the show starts tomorrow, we will know if Cookie has found a home with us or elsewhere.
Yeah, so we'll have a Cookie update tomorrow at 3 o'clock. Now, are we rooting for Cookie to be a blank, or are we not rooting for Cookie to be
we
a
still
blank?
have 4 very large dogs, and, we don't need another one, period. But a puppy that's not potty trained, because I'm going to be the one that's on all that.
Do you, okay. Well, I wish you luck. I'll be rooting for you. Eagerly awaiting that update
for me
tomorrow.
or Cookie? Because I think you're rooting for Cookie to be a member of my household.
I mean, Cookie would have a better home with you guys than the shelter,
Oh,
right?
there's no doubt. Yeah.
No, I'm rooting for you. I mean, I want you to be happy. That's what I want, Blankers. I don't want you to come into the work, grumpy and mad.
No,
I don't want that.
No, I mean, aside from Twitch, I'm fine.
I think it's better for me if Cookie ends up in the shelter.
Maybe
always thinking
that's
about
definitely,
me.
like those days when you come in and you're already on one. Yeah, that would be probably what we'd have tomorrow. You might know without knowing. Let's put it that way.
I'm never on one.
Okay.
Fingers. Yeah, good weekend for me, though. College game day was in town. Awesome.
Yeah.
Awesome. Good turnout by U of H, the students, the fans. That was really cool to see. You get a big win at home against Iowa State, and then a big one tonight. So it should be a lot of fun. I'm going to leave the show early at 5:40 if that's okay with you. I know I'm just putting that on to you now, but you can handle the last 20 minutes, right?
Yeah, not a problem.
All right, good.
AJ can't wait. I mean, he's constantly building resume tapes. He's absolutely like chomping at the bit.
Did you see that? Yeah. I saw AJ, I think it was on, I'm not sure where it was. Was it TikTok, IG? I'm not sure, but AJ did a little recap of the U of H game. It was good work. I liked it wherever I saw it. I think it was IG.
I didn't see
Thank
that.
you.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he
it was
did.
Instagram and Twitter too.
Oh, I'm gonna find
Oh,
it.
okay, Twitter. I think I saw it on IG. Yeah, it's good stuff. He was at the game. He didn't come say hi though, which I don't know if that's like him being mean or the fact that I have built this wall and this reputation where I'm not approachable. So I'm not really sure how to take that.
That sounds pretty.
No,
solid.
remember the other week I was telling you I didn't know if we had a credential or not, so I found out we had it. So I still navigating where to go and stuff. So I wasn't sure.
I got you.
Wouldn't Jeremy be able to help you with where to go?
True.
Well, I'm very busy, Blankers. I don't really like people approaching me before games.
On the Coug front, because again, I think people sleep on the Cougs, but it was hard to sleep on them being with College Game Day here and all that. But I was seeing that they're a 2. They're projecting them to be a 2. Is there any possibility, and what would they have to do to get to a 1 seed?
Yeah, I mean, you know me. I really don't care about seeding a whole lot.
I know, but I'm curious for the rest
there.
of us.
I mean, I think it's in front of them. Like I was reading somebody, I'm not sure who it was, where they were talking about how there's basically 6 teams in the country that all have a number 1 resume.
Okay.
Houston being one of them. So probably just continue to win, and then the teams that are in front of you continue to lose. That's just dynamite analysis there, Cotton.
Yeah, could it come
but,
down to just conference tournament play?
I think we overrate conference tournament play. Like people are always like, well, this game means they're off the bubble or they're on the bubble. And usually the committee's like, it's just one of 32 games. Like right now they're 3rd in the net ranking. People have been talking about their quad 1 wins, but all of a sudden they have 7. Like that's because they had a backloaded Big 12 schedule. They were coming tonight, obviously, another quad 1 opportunity. They have more quad 1 wins than Duke, more quad 1 wins than Florida. So I don't know. Like the committee's always kind of unpredictable. I think it's more about matchups than it is about seeding. Like literally, what's the difference between a 1 seed and a 2 seed? Like 2-15, 1-16 in the first round, 2-7 versus 1-8. Like they're all kind of the same thing whenever you're talking about, one of the bottom 1s or one of the top 2s.
Like geographically, you don't get like the first pick, but because especially if you're a high 2, you should still be close enough to home, right?
Yeah, I've the regional sites I remember looking at. I don't remember them off the top of my head, but none of them are really close.
Okay.
Like the Final Four is in San Antonio. If you look at the regional sites for the early rounds, you're looking at Dayton, Denver, Providence, Lexington, Wichita, Cleveland, Milwaukee, Raleigh, and Seattle. So, like, maybe Wichita will be the best choice there. I have no idea. And then the regionals, you have the East in Newark, the West in San Francisco, the South in Atlanta, and the Midwest in Indy. I guess you'd want to end up in Atlanta. I guess. But I mean, what's the difference between flying to Atlanta and Indy? You know what I mean? Like I don't get too caught up in the seating or the regional sites. Like obviously closer to home the better, but everybody knows that.
Yeah, for your sake, you should probably want to go to Milwaukee instead of Wichita if you're going to be in the Midwest. Wichita, jeez. At least Milwaukee.
I spent a lot of time in Wichita.
And I mean,
it's been a lot. I've never.
It's
I mean,
no
it's fine.
Sedona.
I'm not. It's no. Nothing is Sedona.
Right.
I'm not really one to like. I'm not out in these cities to the wee hours of the morning.
You don't have
like,
to be. Milwaukee, you got good restaurants.
Go get a bite. Yeah, I mean, I'm not really exploring. Like, I'm not a tourist when I'm on these trips. It's a business trip, Blankers.
Yeah,
like,
but you're staying right by the
arena. I got into my hotel at midnight. I wake up, I prep, I walk to get lunch, I come back, and I do a show from the hotel. Like, I'm not really to me, it's all the same. Like, all these cities are kind of like, whenever I come in for work, it's all really the same thing.
But like, even for us, like when you used to be, at least the hotel was in a downtown metropolitan area where you had multiple choices of restaurants, or if you did want to go, grab a drink or go to a movie or go to a mall, it's there. I would think that because like a metropolitan area like Milwaukee, rather than a maybe metropolitan area like Wichita, might be better.
For me, it just doesn't matter. Like I'm not doing that. Like for the fans, I'm with you. It'd be better to go to a more bustling city than Wichita, Kansas. There's like 12 Wichita people that are listening to us right now. How dare they talk bad about Wichita? But I mean, for me, like I'm in the hotel, I'm working, I'm going to the game, get on the plane, fly back. Like I'm not really spending too much time in these towns. Like maybe occasionally I'll go on a walk to see something cool.
Mm-hmm.
I had some time in Arizona. I had a full day in Arizona. So that's a little different. I rarely have that. I had a full weekend day in Arizona, which is
with
very,
your team,
very rare.
You're going to be pretty much laying down camp for a couple of days in the city that you're going to be in. So to that scenario, you'd at least have a day off. Because I know, and I know we're different, but at the same time, a lot of the time that you get some of the best information and the knowledge of the team you're working for is when you're in that situation, when you have an off day. And like some of the guys in the traveling party or even some of the players sometimes be like, hey, we're going to dinner, we're going here, we're going there. And you're like, yeah, cool. And then by the time then night's over, you're bonding with the guys, but you're also hearing some things and learning some things where you're like, oh, that's why they're doing this or that happened or whatever. And I mean, that's why
we just don't have many off days in college though. Like we
That's
fly in the day before a game, play, fly back. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
there's not that free time that like in the NBA, you have certain, like you're on a road trip and you have multi days between games, and those are those days. It's a
Mhm.
little different with the college schedule. I stayed in Arizona, so I had that extra day to visit Sedona. But yeah, I mean, you just have to keep winning, I think, for the 1 seed. You might need a little bit of help for the teams that are projected ahead of you. I think they might be coming out. Are they coming out with a new the committee coming out with a new bracket today? You know how they do their top 16 and they seed them? They did it a couple of weeks ago. I was reading that there was another one coming. I find it hard to believe they would do that on a Monday.
I would think
that's usually a
ESPN
weekend
would
thing,
televise something. I guess as we get
They would,
closer.
yeah.
Yeah, because it's similar to when they do
They
the football
televised it
ones
on,
with the
They
rankings.
televised it a couple of Saturdays ago. They televised it when we were in Arizona, when we played at McKell a couple of Saturdays ago. So I don't know when that next one is coming, but who knows? But a cool time to be a college basketball fan in the city of Houston if you're a Cougar. Texas Tech, though, top 10 matchup tonight, Blankers. They're number 10 in the country. You see some of this Twitter stuff? They're camping out. It's a blackout. It's going to be rowdy.
Really?
It's going to be rowdy.
Well,
yeah,
but
it's gonna
look,
be
you guys
an
get a
electric
chance
crowd.
to get a little revenge, right?
Yeah, they have that. I watched that game yesterday.
Yeah.
I rewatched it.
Yeah.
That was a tough one.
Yeah, so
Tough
you
game.
get a chance to get a little revenge, which is always good. You get another quad 1 win. That's always good. And you can pretty much, I don't want to say solidify, but you already got a 2-game lead for the conference. And boy, I mean, for the
3-game lead.
What's that?
It's a 3-game lead.
Okay, 3-game lead, even better. And then the biggest thing for me is because of the fact that it's been such the epitome of a team all year long. But in years past, even back to like the Rob Gray days where you had the go-to type guy, LJ Cryer stepping up and doing what he did Saturday was fun to watch.
Yeah, he had a big game. Houston was isolating them late. They're like, okay,
Yeah.
here you go. Here's the ball, LJ. Everybody else, get out of the way. Let AJ. AJ. I'm thinking of AJ, our guy. Let LJ do his thing, and he did. He was really, really good. They have good guard play. Cryer's capable of doing that. Sharp has been, foot sprain, maybe kind of derailed him, but I think he's closer to 100%. He's capable of doing that. Uzan can get you 20. Jawan Roberts can score in the post and force his team into decisions like, hey, you want to double J1? Okay, well, we got shooters around him. You don't want to double J1? Well, he can get you 20. So then you add the culture stuff like the defense, taking care of the ball, although Iowa State forced them to a season-high turnovers. But take care of the ball, get the offensive rebounds, play top-notch defense. So you combine that with the offense that they have this year, then they're dangerous. Tournament's tough. You can lose any game you play, you can win any game you play, but they're tough. Houston's tough.
Well, it's nice to know that you got a team that's got a chance to win it all, as opposed to a team that's just happy to be there. And that's what they continue to build and have with Kelvin. And this season, I just thought that having LJ step up the way he did, and you're right, they have other guys they can go to, but they've got all the pieces right there for another long run, which is going to be fun.
Yeah, it is fun. Give the Cougs a 2 seed to provide some extra motivation for the disrespect, says a texter. That's fine. A little chip on the shoulder never hurt me. Texter, population-wise, Milwaukee isn't that much bigger than Wichita, but it's way different in all other areas.
Yeah, way more metropolitan. Let's put it that way.
I've never spent time in Milwaukee. I've only flown into Milwaukee, and then we drove to – where did we drive after we landed in Milwaukee? I can't remember.
Play the Badgers? That's an hour away.
Oh, that's what we did. We played Wisconsin. That was my first year in broadcasting. It was a women's game. We went to Madison. Texter says you're lying to yourself. 40%, more like 80% that you keep Cookie. So 80% chance you keep Cookie, says the texter.
Well, it'd be a bet because 80% is not going to happen.
We'll see. The Rockets played 2 games since we had a show on Friday. They played a back-to-back, which is weird, Friday and Saturday. They won 1, they lost 1. We usually do this with the Astros when they play 3 games since we last did a show over the weekend, but it kind of pertains here to the Rockets. They played twice. So good, bad, and ugly from the Rockets weekend. What do you have? 713-780-ESPN. Busy show. We got to get into this Arenado stuff. Is this real? Do you want him? Combine opens this week. That's a lot of fun, right? Right. Also, Mailbag Monday with the Killer Bees today as well. 713-780-3776, the HRP listener line. We're on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitter at ESPN975, Blankers at Pac-Man Joel. I'm at Jeremy Branham. AJ's Twitter doesn't get a mention because he didn't say hello to me on Saturday. It is the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. First, I got to tell you about the greatness that is HRP. I'm sitting here talking about Houston for the last 13 minutes. One of the best Cougars is Mike Holly, U of H class of 1990. Used to protect a Heisman Trophy winner. Now he wants to protect your business. He does both of those very well. HRP's been protecting the interest of businesses for nearly 25 years. They provide comprehensive human capital management services, including HR compliance, benefits administration, payroll. HRP is going to work with you to customize a plan for whatever you need. There's nothing cookie cutter about HRP. You're not reading off a menu. If you need a little help, a lot of help, anything in between, HRP is going to create a plan for what you and your business needs. Their customer service, second to none. No one's better. You'll never talk to a stranger. You'll always talk to someone that knows you. They know your company. They're familiar with your company. I can speak to that customer service. We use HRP here at Gal, and they are fantastic. Anytime I have a question, quick to respond, easy to understand. It's great. Let HRP take on the demands of human resources and eliminate your HR burden so you can get back to growing your business. Give them a call at 281-880-6525. Let HRP customize a plan for you. 281-880-6525, or check them out online at hrp.net. That's hrp.net.
Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Rockets played 2 games over the weekend. They played on Friday at home. They beat Minnesota 121-115. And then they played the second game of a back-to-back at Utah 124-115. If you told me they were going to go 1-1, I would have picked this exact result. Win against Minnesota, lose against Utah, you win at home. Plus Minnesota, you now split the season series. So what's the second tiebreaker after head-to-head? Is it conference record?
Yeah, after head-to-head, then it'd be, I think it's conference record is 2.
I think it's conference record. So like you split the head-to-head. So now you have a chance to have the tiebreaker over Minnesota, which could be key. You're the 5 seed right now. They're the 7 seed. So that helps you. So I'm happy that they won the Minnesota game. If you told me they could only have one, I definitely would have picked the Minnesota game. But the good, the bad, and ugly. What was that noise?
No, because I misunderstood you. I thought you were going to say, if you were going to tell me how that scenario was going to go, I would have told you it would have gone just the way it went. I was like, not me. I would have thought that they would have lost to Minnesota and beat Utah. But then you factor in
the Minnesota game's more important.
It is.
The Minnesota game was far more important.
No, I'm not saying what you wanted. I'm
Right,
saying what actually, if I was going to predict it before the weekend, I would have said they're going to lose to Minnesota, beat Utah because they've been so hot and cold. But look, good win against Minnesota. And I've heard the people say, and it's just part of the NBA. But yeah, it sucks that they moved the ESPN game to 8:30. So you got out of Dodge late, got into Utah later, and then had to play. But they're a young team. They should be able to do that.
Yeah, good, bad, ugly from the Astros, from the Rockets. Where do you want to start? You want to start with the good? You want to start with the bad and ugly?
I mean, your call, because I think the good one game could be the bad the next game in multiple examples. So, the good.
What is your taste? What is the taste in your Rockets' mouth after they went 1-1?
It's bad.
Okay, because I'm actually a little bit more on the positive side.
Okay,
so
cool.
since you're on the bad side,
Yeah.
let's start with the bad and ugly, and also we'll go recency bias here. So
Okay.
start with the bad and the ugly.
So the bad to me is the fact that they continue to not play the defense consistently that we've seen be part of their calling card when they're playing well. And it goes from the Minnesota game where you put 48 up in the first quarter, but it's a close enough game where you're like, come on, man, like you guys got to lock down. But the major thing for me is you can be playing well in the fourth quarter, carrying a lead, or you can be playing less than, but no, you can win this game in the fourth quarter. The fourth quarter continues to be awful for them. Closing out games continues to be a problem for them, and consistency from team standpoint and the individuals on the team standpoint seems to be a problem.
Yeah, I had the defense too. Where has this top defense gone?
Yeah.
You thought, hey, Jabari, he's going to change things in the defense. It's only been 2 games. It's not fair to jump to conclusions after 2 games. They gave up 124 points against the Jazz. They gave up 115 points to Minnesota. Like, is Fred VanVleet going to come in and be Gary Payton and be the guy who changes all of this? So the defense, I've become frustrated with myself too. And it's not a talent thing. It's totally an effort thing.
Yes, it is.
Like they're not rotating as much as they like. I shouldn't say as much. They're not rotating with the fervor that we saw at the beginning of the year. The switching, like it seems like there's miscommunication there. Whether they're hedging screens, like how many times did Alpi Şengün get into drop coverage and not pick up the roller off a pick and roll, who just or the guy who's coming off the pick and just drained a 3? Like you go watch the fourth quarter for about the last 9.5 minutes of the Utah game. All Utah was doing was pick and roll, trying to confuse the Rockets on switches, and then Alpi Şengün was just in drop coverage, letting the guy who was getting picked for just hit a wide open 3.
Yep.
Like it was terrible, and that's not scheme. Like that's not Ime.
No,
That's
and I've been harping on
player execution, and that's why Ime after the game was like, the IQ's got to be better.
Yeah, because this is stuff going back to the Silas days. I mean, you thought you were beyond this once you got into the Udoka system because of the fact that, for sure, night in, night out, Jalen and Şengün were guys that on rotations and switches, they were clueless. And it didn't seem like there was anything being done to try and get them better educated on what to do and how to do it. But then when they get to the point that they were at for most of this season, it seemed like the plan finally came together. Everybody was getting it, knowing where they were supposed to be, doing what they were supposed to do. And now, like these last 10 or so games or 2 weeks to a month going into the All-Star break and then coming out of it, the same stuff keeps happening to the point where you're going, you can't just forget what you've learned. Like, why suddenly? And the effort just does not seem to be there on the defensive end.
Yeah. And that Şengün just kind of a sub point to that. Like he has zero desire to close out. And I was just mentioning that with the pick and roll stuff.
Yep.
Like he's sitting there blaming everybody else for not rotating, or he's blaming everybody else for somebody knocking down a 3 whenever he doesn't have the guy who is coming off who's coming off that screen. It's like, why don't you close that out? Like he just lets these guys have shots. He has 0 closeouts. 0. Well, he just watches it.
And part of the
there was
philosophy,
one play in particular, real quick, Blankers, where like he and Jalen looked like they were supposed to switch, and maybe it was Jalen's fault. And I lean that it was Jalen's fault, but Alpi, instead of like hustling to cover up Jalen's mistake, just kind of stands there and like points at the guy on offense, be like, "Hey, Jalen, you're supposed to be over there." Like cover up his mistake, man.
No doubt, because I was going to say even before you said that one of the big things I've noticed with Alpi too is, especially on those drops when he was dropping down and giving up jump shots, was the fact that the rule 1 is contest the jump shot as the shooter gets ready to shoot, because of the fact that you should expect you'll have the help you need to cover up the middle if they decide to skip the shot and try and move it down low, because that's the way the defense slides, rotates, and covers for you. And if they're not covering for each other, that's a communication issue. It's even worse when Alpy, you can talk about those things when you get to the bench or talk about those things with the coaching staff, whenever, whatever. But when it gets to the point where you're now, feeling so good about yourself that you're going to call out your guy and sell out your guys on the court, that's also a bad look.
And like that's what a good team defense does. Like you're not going to be perfect. Like you're going to make mistakes. But one guy helps out the guy who made the mistake. Alpy, instead, you're the closest guy to the ball. Should Jalen have switched? Yeah, he should have switched, but he didn't. So you as the closest guy to the ball, what should you do? How about closing out on a good three-point shooter? Like, is that too difficult? It's just hustle. It's hard. And they didn't have that. And look, maybe it's the second leg of a back-to-back. I hate that excuse. Like, I'll give them credit when they lose games in a second leg of a back-to-back. Like, that's fine. Like, I get it. Like, I really don't care if you lose the second game of a back-to-back to whoever you're playing. And that's probably why I'm more positive than negative coming off those two games. But it's just kind of the context of what happened, especially in the fourth. Like, you had like a 7-point lead, 9.5, 10 minutes left to play, and the Jazz went nuts. They went nuts in the final 9.5, 10 minutes of the game. And then the other bad ugly that I have is the dumb schedule. Is it an excuse for the Rockets losing a game and blowing a 7-point lead with 9.5 to play? No. But I find it really stupid. Pardon my French. I find it really stupid that the Rockets coming off the All-Star break have to wait until Friday to play their first game post-break, and then they immediately have a back-to-back, and then they have a couple more days off before they come back home against Milwaukee. And I know that Utah had a back-to-back too, but Utah was at home. The Rockets were playing a late 8.5 tip. This schedule made absolutely no sense.
And that was the third of 4 straight back-to-backs for the Rockets. And it's one thing if you're saying, well, they're playing too many games and it's all compacted to where you're playing, 2 and 3 and 4 and 5 nights and all these different combinations. But as you said, there was plenty of time coming out of the break. And if you're the league from a scheduling perspective, because we know that there's always the quirky last game before the break and everybody else gets off a day early to get out of Dodge. Then coming out of it, there's always the 1 or 2 games that Wednesday night, and then everybody doesn't play till Thursday or Friday. You want to kind of clear up some of the back-to-backs, look for those type of opportunities to kind of take some of the heavy lifting off of these teams because they do have to travel so much. I do hate the whining about it, and especially from a guy like LeBron, and we'll get to that at some point too. But at the same time, the other thing too, from a network perspective, is if you are going to change the time of a game like that, you have to take into consideration the following night a game time change should be made anyway. What's it going to hurt? Oh, the home team's crowd has a little bit extra time. So what? They're supposed to be a full 24 hours, and then you're supposed to give leeway and lead time more than that, depending on the situation. If this is just for TV, I don't care how young or old the team is, though. You need to at least give them a little extra because Utah's not the easiest airport to get into, but now you're going into altitude and things like that as well. And you're playing another young team where you're going to have to have your jets on. It's just that it does factor in. I'll just say that.
They played on the 13th before the All-Star break. They don't play until the 21st. Then they play on the 22nd. Then they don't play again until the 25th. And then they play another back-to-back against San Antonio on the 26th. So you still have that back-to-back. You have a back-to-back in mid-March with Dallas and Chicago. You have a back-to-back the final days of March with Phoenix and the Lakers. And you still have 3 more back-to-backs the rest of the year. Like and I understand you can't avoid that stuff, but out of the All-Star break, you should be able to avoid that stuff.
And it's one thing to say, they reduced, because back in the day when I was there and they were a winning team, we would have one of the top schedules in the leagues for the amount of back-to-backs, and it was around 22. But now, I mean, they're proud of themselves if they go, hey, we reduced all the teams back-to-backs. It doesn't matter. It's like when the back-to-backs are still happening and against who matters, but also like you need to do better in terms of the situations like this. Like, understand that there are still times that if you can cut the team some slack, injuries are going to happen. Things that teams are dealing with, and you've got to be more pro player if you're asking them to do all that you're asking them to do with the schedule.
Any more bad and uglies before we look at the positive side of things?
The bad ugly for me is just the fact that, first of all, like Cam Whitmore, I don't know if he ticked him off again or what, but Cam Whitmore is just, it continues to be the most frustrating mystery of basically any situation the Rockets have going on. Like, again, the talent's there, the attitude's not. the fact that some games they tolerate it and they're like supportive of it, and then other games you realize he's probably done something else because he's not getting the key minutes, he's not getting the looks, he's not getting the forgiveness, and you're like, are we doing this yet again? Especially when on the second night of a back-to-back, when you could use your bench because you're resting a couple of guys, that Cam Whitmore is going to be a guy that goes 0 for 1, plays 10 minutes, and you're like, what happened there?
He got more minutes than Reed.
By 2 minutes, yeah. They got the same amount of shots up.
Yeah, I was thinking about that too. He must be in the doghouse again because not only, 10 minutes on the second leg of a back-to-back when everybody was out, but was a DNP coach's decision the first game out of the break on a night when Jabari comes back and gets 38 minutes, which, it was a hand injury, so his conditioning should be fine, but just kind of odd that the guy comes back and he plays 38 minutes. But Jayshawn Tate passed him in the rotation. Aaron Holiday played 18 minutes in that game against Minnesota. So, yeah, it seems like Cam Whitmore's in the doghouse again.
Yeah, and again, we may never know, but at the same time, it's just so frustrating because when he's on, when he's right, the talent is there, and you're like, this is a dude that could, especially in a game like that. Those two guys in particular, but especially a guy that's gotten the amount of playing time all season long, the Cam Whitmore. If you really are one of these kids that believe that the silver spoon fed, the only way I make a difference is when I score. You could have capitalized on that coming off the bench in Utah, and you could have done something there. And instead, you basically, let it just slip away because you did something or whatever the case may be that you only played 10 minutes and you were a non-factor.
I will say that there is a chance that maybe he's not in the doghouse. It's certainly possible, obviously. DNP and then 10 minutes on the second leg of a back-to-back when everybody was out. But I do think that there is also a shot that during the All-Star break, when they were going back and reviewing some things for the last 5, 7, 10, 15 games or whatever, they were, watching the film closer where they're like, this Cam, yeah, he can score and he's streaky, but he's killing us defensively, killing us in other ways. I will say that that's plausible as well. It's either doghouse or it's either that they saw things on tape that they don't love with what they're seeing whenever he's on the floor. It has to be one of those two things.
That's fair, but I hope they communicate that to him because he's got to understand, because a lot of it is stuff that you and I talked about. It's, key moments late in the game, the entire bench is standing up around the huddle because everybody's dialed into a one-possession game, and Cam looks like he's a drink with an umbrella in it, short of already being in Cabo, and could care less about what's going on in the huddle. And if they see that kind of stuff, it's like, hey, this is something that's got to be conveyed. You got to nip it right away and basically explain to the kid, you keep doing stuff that you're hurting yourself.
Yeah, I agree with you. I would kind of getting a read on who Ime Udoka is. I would imagine that he has had that conversation with Cam. It certainly needs to have been had, but if I had to guess whether it has been had or it hasn't been had, I would guess that it has been. Like Ime
it has in the past, Jeremy. Where I would be concerned is that if he comes in with the expectation, hey, I've been getting more minutes. I've been doing in my mind, I've been doing the things they wanted me to do since I was in the last in the G League. So I'm ready for this. And then if he only plays 10, how he can get emotionally crushed in a snap of a finger. And you're like,
that's not communication though. Like that's more his reaction to what you've told him.
Right. But if if no one addresses that in the last game or the last 2 games, last 3 games, this is what we saw, then he's got to believe, hey,
But what do you think it is? Do you think that they've told him or not though?
They have told him in the past. And I don't know how recently they told him.
If you were a betting man and he's either in the doghouse or they watch film and they don't like what they're seeing, if you're a betting man, do you think Ime's had a conversation with him or not?
I think he's had it in the past. I don't know if he's had it because of coming out of the All-Star break, and a lot of
bet on it. Though, if you had to bet on it, which way would you say?
If I had to bet on it, I would say that he's in the doghouse for something else.
Right, but do you think that Ime's talked to him or not?
About just this recent demotion or this recent?
Yes.
I would say not at this time.
Yeah, okay. I'm on the other side of that. KJ says you could tell by Cam's face on the bench he knew he wasn't playing 1 minute in that game versus Minnesota. Ron on Twitch says resting Cam face.
That's
he
pretty
does
good.
pout, man.
He really does. He doesn't hide it at all.
On the bench, he sulks big time. It's kind of funny. It's not funny, but it is kind of funny at the same time. All right, 713-780-ESP. We'll get your thoughts on this. Also, the positives. I do have. Look, I'm happy today. I have some positives from the Rockets' last 2 games since the All-Star break. 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Are you fresh and clean, Blankers?
Today, no, not so much.
I am every day.
Yeah,
Positives.
I didn't shave because of Doggate. So,
Doggate, Cookiegate.
Cookiegate. There you go.
Not to be confused with Pizzagate.
No.
What were the positives that you have of these two games, Blankers?
Look,
tough for you, it sounds like.
I like the fact that they handled their business against the Timberwolves team that is good, that was a strong contender to win the West a year ago, that has a player of the capabilities of the Ant-Man. And you shoot 50% from three, and you shoot 50% from the floor. And, you have your highest quarter of the year to start the game, to set the tone. And I felt like they did a better job of being able to take the ball out of Edwards' hands when they needed to. And they got them. And again, in that game right there alone, the fact that you not only didn't know what to expect of Jabari, but Jabari was a factor, and Jabari was able to do some things. There was a lot of positives coming out of that Minnesota game that I like. Coming out of the break, I was curious, like, which Rockets team was going to show up after this game, the way they played, the stats I mentioned, and how they got this win. I'm like, okay, looks like they might be on a mission to kind of move up into that top four and then maybe solidify, maybe get into 2 or 3. That would be fantastic. And then you go to Utah the next night and you're like, man, it's more of the same. It's like the minute you think you're starting to figure things out of who this team is, they completely go right back to what you don't want to see.
I feel like you're being a little critical of them on the second game of a back-to-back.
Well, okay, that's fine. Then I am.
Everybody's entitled to their opinion.
But I'm saying Jabari, like Jabari in a nutshell, Jabari himself is such a young player. And I understand.
Especially coming off an injury,
And yeah, he came off an injury, but then he laid an absolute egg, and everybody's worried about whether he starts or not. Well, he plays so well against Minnesota that they throw him back in the starting lineup because Tari's out, and you're like, okay, cool. Now he can really get comfortable. And against the Utah team where they desperately need him, and he basically is a no-show.
He hadn't played in 6 weeks. Like
you said, though, conditioning shouldn't be a problem. Where's the problem?
You're a little rusty when you haven't played in 6 weeks at the NBA level.
But if you're rusty, then you shouldn't get 15-9 your first game and look like you got it, like you haven't missed a beat, and then lay the egg.
Some stuff sometimes that stuff shows up, a little bit later. Like you come back and you have the emotion of coming back and you play well, or your shot's just falling. Like you can have your shot one night and then not have it the next night. And whenever it's the second leg of a back-to-back on a late travel night, sometimes those guys don't have their legs. Like he hasn't played basketball in the NBA. It might be even more than 6 weeks, 6 to 8 weeks. He hasn't played in 6 to 8 weeks. He's playing 38 minutes in a game, and then the next night on a back-to-back, he has a bad shooting game. Why is that a surprise?
It's because it's not just how he shot. It's just the overall that, I was looking for him to kind of really take advantage of, the Jazz game as an opportunity to make a statement against a lesser than team of saying, hey, I really want to start again. I think I should start again. I'm feeling really good, and I'm really going to be able to help this team. And look, you can say that about a lot of guys that I was expecting to be, stepping up. But if you get 2 rebounds against Utah, you can affect the game in other ways. If you're 1 for 8 from the field, sure. But we already talked about how much of a difference maker he can be defensively with his versatility, his ability to block shots, and especially rebound on both ends of the floor. If you give me 2 rebounds in 30 minutes of play, that's not good enough.
Yeah, I'll hear you more on that. Like, I hear you more on the 2 rebounds in 30 minutes. Like, that's unacceptable. Like, to me, him having a bad shooting night makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
The rebounding, I'm with you there. Texter Branham won't let it go as a bad loss to Utah. I just don't care about losing second games of back-to-back to anybody in the NBA. Like that, maybe that's a flaw of mine. It's just my opinion. The positives that I had, I thought Jalen Green was really good in both of these games. Not perfect, but scored well in both of them. He had 60 points in 2 games. Efficient shooting in both of those games, too. Good sign. Maybe this all-star break will do him some good. Get ready for this stretch drive. Now, of course, the conversation with Jalen Green's always consistency. So maybe some consistency, but Jalen Green, I thought, looked good. Amin's three-point shooting is suddenly looking better.
Yes.
Like he's knocking down threes. Like I don't ever want him to be a high-volume three-point shooter, but go 1 for 2. Shot clock winding down and they're daring you to shoot. Bury it. Don't be scared to shoot that. I actually pulled his numbers like last 10 games, and he's shooting like over 40% from 3. So that's very encouraging. Also, his mid-range game, like from the elbows, free throw line, why don't they do that more? I would like for him to look for that shot more often. I think that shot's actually more efficient at times, depending on how the game's going. I think that could be more efficient than Jalen Green heaving up threes, and he played well these 2 games. I think it could be more efficient than Alpi in the post. I want them to start using Amin more as a scoring threat.
I don't disagree. I think that a lot of people took notice of the 3-point shooting and said, look out to the entire league if this becomes a consistent thing. Like if he, Westbrook, it was in his head. Every time you laid off and said, I dare you, and even Jimmy Butler to a certain degree, we dare you to take the 3. And then it starts getting to be a mental thing. Like he shoots his 3 ball with confidence, like he expects it to go in, whether it does or not. And some of the threes that he's hit during this last stretch too, where you're like, there's nothing wrong mechanically with that shot. And if he's shooting with confidence, that's something that he can definitely add. Not that he's ever going to be like one of the best 3-point shooters in the league or anything like that, but that's something where I think he can shoot a solid percentage. And that makes people respect his game so much more. Now he can really take advantage of, like you said, putting it on the floor. And I think his mid-range touch is really good.
Like he gets those floaters from the elbow
Yep.
and he does not miss. Like when those are falling, he needs more than 12 shots. Like shoot it 20 times. If they're giving you that and you're making it at a 50% clip, more of that, please. So I'd like to see that more. I never want Amin to be shooting threes early in shot clock, but wide open, shot clock winding down, take it. If somebody penetrates and you're wide open in the corner, take it. It has improved a bit. And then Jeff Green, 4 for 6 from 3. I dogged him the other day because he's missed all his threes, and rightfully so because he missed all his threes. But Saturday night, he was knocking them down. So tip my cap there.
Jeff Green to me is a guy that you have to tip your cap. Just one, it's just because of his age alone. The fact that we kid a lot and we hear it way too much about, hey, it's a stay ready game. You never know when your number is going to be called. But especially at his age, with all he's already done in the league, to expect that this guy doesn't know if his number is going to be called any given night. And in back-to-back nights, he gives you great effort. The ball just wasn't falling. He was getting some good open looks against Minnesota. But the fact is, whenever they've needed him all season long, it seems like he steps up and he performs and he gives you double digits. And then just when you think he doesn't have the hops anymore, he goes and absolutely posterizes somebody and shows you that he's still got a lot left in the tank. And that's a valuable commodity off your bench when they've had all the injuries they've had all year.
Texture had no idea until recently that Jalen Green was the most blocked player in the league by a wide margin, means he takes poor shots. I
didn't know that either.
Yeah, if that is true, and I believe you, Texture, it means that he's, I don't know if it's poor, but maybe going to the rim, he gets.
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah, like I see both sides. Like, yeah, like you should have a little bit of awareness if your shot's going to get blocked or not. So like, hey, maybe don't shoot that. Maybe try to pass it if you can. That's not a great stat.
No, I don't even know how they calculate that for everybody, but I would think
I've seen it on box scores. They keep it in college now too. Like
Is that
they
right?
have you can.
Because a lot of times, as much as I give him credit, like he needs to go to the basket more because his ability to hang in the air and cause the defender to have to do a second jump is where he normally capitalizes around the rim. And sometimes if there's 2 defenders there, that's where I can see him getting stuck. But more times than not, I see him still getting the ball on the rim.
Yeah, I didn't realize that. Let them keep it up and don't make the playoffs. It would be a disaster. I'll agree with that. If they don't make the playoffs, it would be a big disaster. Doncic had 3 bad games after injury, cuts Jabari some slack, says the texter.
It's more big picture with me. I don't want to completely single out Jabari. I kind of did because of the fact that some of the Rockets faithful and the Red Rowdies were like, don't you dare say a word about Jabari Smith coming back for injury. And then when he had a good game, they were all over it. And then I was like, well, you got your starting job back. And that's now what I was like, I'll let you go before I say anything. Grade Jabari Smith. Or a whole lot of D's being thrown around after that Utah game.
Yeah, I'm willing to. I think that the bad shooting is forgivable, especially the injury and the back-to-back. The 2 rebounds in 30 minutes, I'm completely on your side. Like, go get a board, dude. You're 6'10". 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line. Nolan Arenado news kicked around over the weekend. Is it alive? Is it not alive? Who knows? But do you want Nolan Arenado manning the hot corner for the Astros? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Live in the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees. Now back to Joel and Jeremy.
So Nolan Arenado news, huh? Reporters came out. Was it Feinsand or whatever? I never heard of him. Actually, I've heard of him, but he's not a Houston guy. He's like a national guy. And then McTaggart working with him. Like the Astros have re-engaged the Cardinals into talks for Arenado. Chandler Rome came out with The Athletic and said, yeah, they did rekindle their chat, but there is no momentum towards a deal. So who knows what the truth is? You never know with these reports. I mean, Bregman was telling you 90% of the reports of his free agency were just fake, which kind of proved to be true, right? He's only going to sign a long-term deal. He signs a 3-year deal with opt-outs after year 1, year 2. So who knows where the reports are? But the question that we can have, and I think the conversation we can have, would you like Nolan Arenado as the third baseman for the Houston Astros, Blankers?
I'm going to say no, Jeremy. And again, we don't know what we don't know about the details, the financials, the things that might make it make more sense to me. But I'm a little leery of the fact that because of the fact you and I have gone back and forth on this scenario and the possibility that if they didn't bring back Bregman, that there wasn't going to be a plan B or anybody else they might bring in. Now, it might be that the one other player that they would bring in would be Arenado. And I'm going, but I'd rather have a bat in the outfield. I think Paredes can be just fine as a defensive third baseman, but I think he's going to have a good offensive year. And the bigger thing to me is I've got PTSD on the Abreu situation. Arenado's getting older. He's got multiple years left on this deal. Again, we don't know how much money would come back from the Cardinals and how the deal would be constructed. But as just currently the scenario of just bringing him for multiple years at his age, and I think he's diminishing skill sets on both offense and defense, I don't feel great about it. I'm not comfortable with it because of the fact that if this was, a couple years ago, Nolan Arenado, it's a no-brainer. But again, the money wouldn't be, having a chance to be reduced, and this wouldn't be a guy the Cardinals are trying to get rid of.
We have some idea about the finances. Like the Rockies are still paying a decent amount of his contract. Now, what that does with the competitive balance tax, I have no idea. I'm not smart enough to know that. I was not a math major, or at least I didn't graduate as a math major. But we do know that Colorado is paying down some of it. We also know, based on when the Astros, they basically acquired him, and Arenado was like, no, I'm good. I'm not going there. They were going to pay down St. Louis that contract quite a bit as well. Whenever this happened the first go around, the Astros would have owed him somewhere between $40 to $45 million for the 3 years remaining on his deal. Which what that does with the CBT, I'm not sure. Like with the Rockies retaining some of it, with the Cardinals retaining some of it. Like I'm not really sure the math on that. But the Astros would have to pay out of pocket $40 to $45 million on the final 3 years of the deal. So somewhere upwards of $15 million a year on the high end of it, which isn't crazy. Now, Arenado at 34 is nowhere near the player that he used to be. Has fallen off offensively these last few years. Last year, specifically, a 101 OPS plus, which is right at league average. OPS plus at 100 is average. 101 plus or 101 is slightly above league average. Last year or 2 years ago, 108. Now, 3 years ago was 151. So if you're making this trade, you hope that he can try to find some fountain of youth. But how many guys get better at the age of 34? It's pretty rare. Now, defensively, he's still really good defensively, and probably better than Bregman defensively, even at this later stage of his career.
Do you see, and I don't know, once these rumors started to resurface and I was, bouncing around seeing what everybody was saying, and someone put out a defensive video of him at third base, just sitting there on his knees and fielding a ball backhanded over the base or right near the base. And then just essentially without looking, taking the ball with both knees on the ground and basically making a swing throw across his body and throwing an absolute seed to third base. And you're like, it's not just his ability to put a glove on most balls hit down to third baseline. His throwing arm and his accuracy with it has always been phenomenal.
Yeah, he's still incredible defensively. His offense is way down. Asking myself the question, would I be interested in the Astros acquiring Arenado? I lean no. I lean no on that because I do understand that the Astros getting under the competitive balance tax makes sense this year. The repeat offender tax is higher. you're probably not signing Framber Valdez. So Framber Valdez leaving in free agency, if you bring in an Arenado and you're above the luxury tax, well, now you're getting a fourth rounder as compensation as opposed to a pick at the end of the first round. So I think that that's something that you need to consider. I'm okay with them going over the luxury tax if it's for a big swing, if it's for a player of significance. It was our Verdugo argument. Like if they're going over the luxury tax for Verdugo, no, thank you. I'm right there as well with Arenado. Going over the luxury tax for Arenado for me is a no because of where he's at this stage of his career. Now, if you can find a way to somehow get under the competitive balance tax, like you have the Rafael Montero contract, like maybe you can throw in somebody else that's making, $5-6 million with the money that's being retained. Maybe that takes him away from, the calculus of your CBT. So if they could figure out a way to get him under the luxury tax, I could be in favor of it because there are some positives to this. And I'll tell you why on the other side. Do you want Arenado in Houston? 713-780-3776. It is the Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. Do you want Nolan Arenado in Houston? Texter, do not want Nolan Abreu under any circumstances! Exclamation point, throwing up emoji. I see what you did there, calling Nolan Arenado Jose Abreu. Can y'all figure out the Astros love crush for Arenado? I can't. Yeah, I think I have an idea. Better than what they were going to give to Bregman. Why not? It's not better than what they were giving to Bregman. They had a standing offer for 156 for 6. I heard Nate Griffin say they upped it to like 170 something over 6.
Huh.
So like that's the first time I've heard a number attached to their improved offer. What would you offer for Arenado, or isn't there a better and cheaper third baseman Astros can trade for? Not many players are on the trade market this time of year. Some would be like, well, why not outfielder? Well, there's not really many outfielders out there. Like the only one that comes to mind at all would be Verdugo. It is interesting that he's unsigned, which you kind of wonder, like, why. Now, I remember Alex Cord didn't love Verdugo, like as a clubhouse guy. So I'm wondering if his struggles last year and maybe the reputation that he's not great in the locker room, maybe that is factored in, that he's not a good
especially since
clubhouse guy.
he went out publicly and said, after a year with the Yankees, I'm ready to get back to being my old self, not just by growing his hair out and putting his chains out and growing his facial hair. But I'm sure a lot of teams are like, oh boy, that's not what we wanted to hear in the locker room.
There also must be some sort of financial demand that he has that teams aren't meeting. Because why wouldn't a team give him a Brendan Rodgers deal, where minor league deal, if you make our team, here's $1 million bonus, or the Ben Gamble deal? Like Ben Gamble signed a big league deal, but it's only a $200,000 guarantee, and it's got $1 million bonus if he makes the roster. So, like, why isn't Verdugo signing that? Like, that's very low risk to the club.
But
so
even,
I think that there is
to
a
your
demand
point, Jeremy,
he has financially.
There's teams like Milwaukee out there that are constantly getting ripped for the fact that they watched a lot of their good players go in the offseason for a team that made the playoffs again, and saying you could still spend. And there are pitchers and position players out there and say, well, even if he wanted $7 million, that shouldn't break the bank of a lot of teams. Yes, I understand it should be closer to that 1.2 that Gamble did or Hayward's $1 million deal. But even if you met in the middle, you should say, hey, for a guy that's been at least a proven starting outfielder in Major League Baseball, whether you want to criticize his offense fairly or not, you should still have an opportunity to get him for $3.5 million.
What if he's saying, you have to give me $5 million, though? And a team's like, well, you're not worth $5 million, and you're a clubhouse cancer. So, like, that's got to be the divide. I think you'd be signed if there was compromise there.
Yeah, and just, hey, you know what? A lot of guys have to do a prove-it deal. You know, you look at a lot of guys that kind of diminished in skill or never lived up to billing. And if you have one good year, you can make all that money back and more and sign the big deal. But for a one-year deal to guarantee you have a chance to audition your skills to get another deal, as opposed to sitting at home hoping someone meets your demands, I think you got to cave at a certain point and come back to reality.
King of Bad Vibes says, great. Bagwell found his second Abreu. Ron said, outfield is way more of a concern. I just don't think that there's outfielders out there. Ron says that the Cardinals should eat all remaining money after they hacked the Astros years ago. Well, Chris Correa had to do years in prison. But here's where my thinking's at as to why the Astros would be in on Arenado. One, he's severely discounted, right? Like you're getting a player at a very, I don't want to say minimal, because like even if it's somewhere between 12 to 15 million, that's still significant. But he's a guy who's making 25, 27 million a year, and you're only having to pay 50% of that cost. Okay, $12 million. So 12, 15 per year. It's also front loaded to where now that money becomes cheaper and cheaper over these final 3 years. Now, that doesn't influence the CBT because they take the average annual, but it does impact Jim Crane's bottom line, what he's paying out each and every year. Now, where I think that the biggest gain is that Nolan Arenado would help you defensively. There's no doubt about that. Isak Paredes is his more natural position. Third base, yes, but he's an average third baseman. Second base, still important, but not nearly as important as third base. Third base is a far more premium defensive position. So adding Arenado to third base, keeping your defensive level at a very high rank from where Bregman was last year. And now Isak at second, not his natural position, but probably better defender than Jose Altuve.
Oh, sure.
So your infield defense is very, very high with the addition of Arenado. I don't know if anybody watched that Joe Espada where he gave that clubhouse speech on the day of spring training whenever it opened. And he talked about how great, that they hang their hat on their defense, and we want to be really good defensively. So it's very clear that the Astros value defense at a very high regard. That's where Arenado would help you. You have ground ball pitchers. We've talked about this when we talk about Jose Altuve at second base and why are they moving him to left. Ground ball pitchers, you have good defenders on the infield, it's going to lift your team. So this mostly, I think, is defensive motivated as to why they want Arenado, but also ask yourself this, like we're projecting, and who knows what it's actually going to be, but we're projecting that the Astros opening day lineup is going to have Chas McCormick, Jake Myers, and Mauricio Dubon in it, right? Like that's what we think. That's our projection. If Nolan Arenado is better than one of those guys offensively, just one, if he's better than one of those guys offensively, he's now upgraded your lineup too.
Yeah, look, I think that what you said and the fact that, from where you left off last season with just a gaping hole at first base of trying to figure out what the hell you were trying to do to the disaster, of all of the negotiations, but also I think dodging the bullet with Alex Bregman in a lot of ways, but you knew he was an above average defender. The fact that you added 2 gold glovers on the corners, and like we talked about, regardless of what he is or isn't offensively, the fact from your top 2 guys in your rotation, but in specific, you have guys in your rotation that are ground ball pitchers. You upgraded your defense, and you get Altuve away from second base. And I agree with you, Paredes is a better second baseman, but the outfield is still just a massive eyesore to me. That is a huge concern that worries me, but.
That's a different conversation, though.
It is. I understand, because if you're going to put Altuve, then offensively, you're right. Then the outfield, there's one less guy to worry about. If Altuve is your starting left fielder, now from an offensive perspective, I'm not worried about it as much as if I was going to see Dubon and Jake and Chas in the outfield pretty consistently. And even if you throw Gamble in there, I'm not feeling really good about any of those guys offensively the way I am in Altuve. It's just, when you look at this, and you're right, you just don't know who's out there for trade, but you know that there's really nobody out there now that can fix the problem in the outfield. So you have to consider, is Arenado's bat good enough? And will it be good enough for the next couple of years you have him to be better than at least one of those guys that you're putting out there?
Yeah, like I still lean no to this, but he helps you this season. He helps you, I think, in a pretty substantial level defensively. And then if you're going into this season expecting your bottom of the order to be some combination of Chas, Jake, and Dubon, and you can replace one of those guys with Arenado, even though Arenado is, regressing, even though Arenado is just barely above league average, that's an upgrade to your bottom of the lineup. So, like, Arenado does help you. The question that you have to ask yourself from a Dana Brown perspective, from a Jim Crane perspective, is paying what you have to pay for Arenado and potentially going into the competitive balance tax, which I don't see a scenario that they could avoid that by acquiring Arenado, is that slight gain offensively and substantial gain defensively worth going into the luxury tax? I lean no, but I also at the same time do think he would help the 2025 Astros.
Yeah, I could see how, he can help simply because of the fact that I think that who he has to be better than offensively is so less than, and just over the course of his entire career, I would believe that he could still be better than any of those 3 guys that I rattled off. I just think that you take your chances for now, and as long as you don't get off to the awful start you had a year ago, if you're in a good position as the season progresses towards the trade deadline, would it be better off for you to find a better type player that is going to be the kind of fit you really need for not only just now, but maybe even for the long term, but even for this season, if you wait it out?
Now that brings in a completely different set of problems, because now you're talking about, again, pulling from a minor league system that has been pulled from a lot. And it seems like they're trying to load up that minor league system, because now I think that's also part of the intrigue for Arenado, is that you're getting him at a discount, which probably is closer to his true value with where he's at as a player now. But then what you're trading for, you're not trading anything of significance for Arenado. Like, you traded Ryan Presley to Chicago to clear the money off the books. You got a very low-level prospect that has a 95% chance to never make it. You're not trading anybody of significance for Arenado. So, like, that presents another part of the calculus when you're talking about that, because trading for the player you're talking about, a player, we don't know who that is, player X at the deadline, that's going to come with a pretty high prospect tax. Look what the Astros gave for Yusei Kikuchi last year. So those don't come cheap. So I think that's part of the intrigue to Arenado as well.
Yeah, and my counter would be, if you got a guy with an expiring contract, he's a rental, maybe the price isn't as steep, but as we saw because of the example you made with Kikuchi, when there is a lot of teams in the mix with a chance to make the playoffs that's looking for the position that you're looking for too, then it doesn't matter if it's a rental or not, because the price is probably going to go up by the day as more teams stay competitive trying to get that player. And that's what makes it more challenging, because overall, when I look at this, I just, like I said, I feel the Abreu vibe. I feel the fact that this would just be for that one, this season right here. And after that, I have some deep concerns about what he's going to be in the return on investment you're going to get in the last couple of years of this deal, regardless of how much the other teams have paid for.
And that's ultimately why I lean no. Like, I lean no while also understanding that he would be an upgrade to this team this year. But the money down the road, which again, reverse escalator, but it doesn't really affect the CBT. Like, does that take you out of a couple of players that would help you even more than Arenado would help you this year? So that's why I lean no, because I agree with that. Now, I think the major difference between Arenado and Abreu is that at least Arenado is always going to be good on the defensive side of the ball. Like, you're not really worried that Arenado is not going to be good defensively. Yes, as you get older, you lose some range, but he plays third. That's more instincts. I wouldn't be worried about Arenado losing a lot from his defense. Now, do I think Nolan Arenado could stay above average offensively for the next 3 years? I don't. I think there's a really good chance he's not above average this year and then only regresses from there.
No, and I think that, when you were rattling off his stats too, I was like, what was his last year in Coors too? Because I think a lot for the majority of his career, he was helped by the fact that he was playing in the altitude in Denver.
He had some big years in St. Louis though. Like his first 2 years in St. Louis, he went 34-30 dongs. Okay. So like his numbers, of course, were better at Coors, but he had some really good offensive years the first couple of years in St. Louis too.
Yeah, you just
he was third in MVP in 22. I mean.
So, but again, that's and then in 22 with the years removed and his age, is there ever a chance that he gets anywhere close to that again? And I don't think the answer
that's not
is yes.
No, you're right. You're right. No, the answer to that is definitely no. But that shouldn't be the bar. Like you're not saying, okay, if we acquire Arenado, is he gonna return to the guy who finished third in MVP? That's not what the Astros are entertaining here. Right. The Astros are entertaining, does a guy who hit 272 last year at Busch with a 719 OPS, a 101 OPS plus, does that help us with his defense? I think it clearly helps them this season.
Yeah, it definitely helps you defensively. I hope that maybe playing in a ballpark like Daikin Field is going to give him the opportunity to maybe bump up some stats a little bit. But if you're just trading for average and you're losing the opportunity to get a higher draft pick, if you do lose a Fromber, if because of the repeat offenders tag and all that, is it worth all of that? Is that enough? And from a Jim Crane perspective, it's a little surprising because Jim Crane, who's looking to be splashy, I don't think this version of Nolan Arenado, if this was Arenado in his prime, it's splashy. This right here seems to be a little bit more leaning towards desperation than it would be the splashy, and maybe Crane leans away from it.
I don't know if I'm going to go as far to say desperation, because do I want to see 145 games with Nolan Arenado, or do I want to see 145 games with Mauricio Dubon?
But that's the desperation. I think that you look at what we've been talking about, what I've been harping on, which is how scary that outfield or those three guys not named Altuve are in the outfield, and going, man, at this point of the season, there's not many more guys we could get, and I don't really like it either. Arenado's out there. Let's go get him. And we have to face the fact that he's not what he used to be. Then that's where I see it's more like a desperate move than a splashy move.
Texters want to weigh in on this. 713-780-ESPN. Arenado and Astro, do you like the idea? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
I do find it ironic when having the Arenado conversation. And look, I lean no Arenado, but I do find it ironic that a lot of people in this city, oh, Crane cuts corners, Crane is cheap, which is not accurate, but Crane cuts corners, Crane is cheap. And then whenever he wants to add an upgrade to the roster, everybody's like, no. Kind of a contradiction, no?
Yeah, I understand it. I mean, I understand where you're coming from. I think it's because we all don't understand, and we're all maybe a little bit remorseful on some of the moves Crane's made when we know that he likes to go splashy as opposed to maybe more realistic in terms of filling holes of the team and the needs that they have when you already have, like with a Hader and things like that, and some of the moves that didn't work that he and Bagwell constructed. But look, offensively, it's a big if, because I see everybody that's boastfully saying that, hey, you add Arenado to this lineup, I love it. I'd pencil them in as being a favorite in the American League. And I'm going, yeah, but you're really relying on Arenado to be good offensively.
No, you're not. You're not relying on him to be good offensively. You're relying on him to be better than one of Mauricio Dubon, Chas McCormick, and Jake Myers.
Isn't
Because
that
if he's
good?
better than one of those guys, no. Mauricio Dubon was not good last year. Chas McCormick was not good last year. Jake Myers was
But
not
I'm not
good
saying
last year.
be great,
They're
be
all
superstar,
bad.
be all-star, be anything like that. But okay, just be a little bit better than average, but then at that price, regardless, I don't know exactly what that price would be, but even still, if they're responsible for $40-some million over the next 3 years, and it could cost you a higher draft pick for a guy that's just going to be a little bit better than average, I'm not feeling that.
Yeah. The long-term aspect is why I would balk at this. The short term, I think he makes you easily better.
Yeah, he does.
Easily
But I'll
better.
tell you, Jeremy, to answer the question from the fans' perspective, I don't think the fans have looked at it the way we have in terms of how much money is offset by what's been paid by either the Rockies or would be paid by the Cardinals. And they just know that, hey, the totality of that contract is this amount of money, which means he's been averaging this amount of money. So their thought is, well, I
don't know.
I think a lot of people don't look deep enough to say what part of the contract was being paid by another team, like even some of the trades the Astros have made in the past, the Greinke trade and other trades. And if they're just a casual fan, they're like, oh, God, at his age, even though he was an all-star, with what he's making, I don't want that. I think that if they knew that it would be a lesser number, maybe they'd be a little bit more open to it. Because I agree. Definitely, he's better than any of those three guys, so he helps you across the board for this year.
Yeah, I mean, I think I overestimate the intelligence of our audience. So I think we have the smartest. I think we have the smartest audience in all of sports radio.
Paul's on line one right now.
What's that?
Paul's on line one.
Grammar.
Yeah.
Hey, are we talking about MLA Paul? MLA Paul's on line one?
Yeah, he just wants to talk to you about the smartest.
So Eric, he didn't want to come because this is Arenado earlier in the offseason. He didn't want to come because Bregman at third has uncertainty, had nothing to do with the organization. He's now interested because he knows they are still a contender and he has third. I do think that if the Astros traded for Arenado, I do think he would accept it this time around. I think back whenever they traded for him the first time, I think he was still holding out hope for a team that he had more desire to go to, closer to home, maybe New York. But I do think that if the Astros made a move for him today, I actually think he would accept it because I think he'd rather be in Houston today than St. Louis today.
Yeah, no, I think that there's a little bit of truth in a lot of things that have been said. And we always say the truth lies somewhere in the middle. I think that, we saw what happened with Bregman going to the Red Sox. I think that if there was a chance that, they were still kind of in the mix to try and do something to bring back Bregman, he didn't want any part of that. He's a third baseman. He wants to play third base. He wants to play where he wants to play. And maybe the only reason he would consider this is, hey, they've now got a hole at third base. I know that I can play third base wherever I go. I got a chance to win, and I got a chance to be credited with kind of being a guy that could be the difference if I do my job, as opposed to, going there with uncertainty like we've seen with Bregman and the Red Sox. Like, hey, I could go there. They still could bring Bregman back, or they could still be doing a lot of other things. And it's not one of my top choices anyway. And until they say no, I think that a lot of those things played into account.
713-780 ESPN HR&P listener line. Eric says people keep saying outfield. Okay, who can you get? Realism sucks for fans. Arenado hit 272 with 16 bombs last season at Busch Stadium. Is one of the most pitcher-friendly parks. He's probably a 25 homer, 80 RBI guy at the Dike. I'm not sure about 25. I think he'd flirt with 20. 25 might be too much. 409 Josh, if Nolan would be an upgrade at third defensively and allow an improvement at second defensively, and Altuve improves the outfield offensively, you have to consider it, I think. I think that's a good point as to why it helps the 25 Astros. Caleb Arenado would be an upgrade to our team offensively and defensively. I don't like the money attached to him, but I don't see why people are up in an uproar about having him. Another texture with the short left field fence there at the old Dike wouldn't benefit him. Maybe pick up his game a little bit. I do think Arenado's numbers would slightly improve in Houston than they would St. Louis. I don't think it'd be major, though. Texture, I personally think it's a guarantee that Goldschmidt and Arenado have big years this year after leaving St. Louis. Yeah, we'll see about that. Arenado's not officially leaving St. Louis yet. Goldschmidt, of course, landed with the Yankees. Texture, I think fans complain that Crane will pay Nolan Abe and not Bregman, but I think Bregman just didn't want to be here regardless of how much the Astros would have given him. I don't know. I mean, if the Astros would have given him, let's see, he's making $40 million deferred. If the Astros would have given him $200 for 5, would he still be an Astro? See, I think he probably would.
Yeah, I think you're right. Yep.
So, like, I don't know how much of that was, hell-bent on Boston versus he got the best financial offer, because Boston gave him the best financial offer. So, like, I get a little bothered with he wanted to go to Boston over every other place. Well, how do you know that? Like, he took the offer that was the very best financially. So I can't tell you that was his top choice whenever it was, like, obviously the best financial choice.
I think that the biggest thing that they're missing by asking that question is it also was probably of the cities that were still remaining for him to sign with. I think that it's where he wanted to go probably the most. If it wasn't Houston, I think that, you don't know what you don't know. Yeah, you could be playing for AJ Hinch, but you're going to Detroit. And I don't think they're going to be willing to kind of go and throw caution to the wind and go for it once they bring him in, having already signed Flaherty and doing the things that they have done already. I think that's pretty much he would be their limit. Whereas that Boston's going to be a team that seems to want to spend again, and they want to desperately get back to winning again. The Cubs, I mean, is that a great roster? I don't think so. But yeah, they've in the past they've wanted to spend. They've kind of scaled that back too. And I just don't think he wanted to go to Toronto.
Yeah, you can't say definitively that he picked the team that he wanted to go to the most, because the contracts were all different.
Mm-hmm.
If the contracts were all the same and then he picked Boston over everybody else, okay, yeah, you're right. He picked Boston because that's the place he wanted to go. But you can't sit here and tell me that Boston, who gave him the best financial offer over all the other organizations, you can't be like, well, the reason he chose Boston was because that's where he really wanted to play. You might be right, but there's no way of proving that. And I could very easily say what trumped it all was that it was the best financial deal. So unless there was a bigger offer elsewhere, unless all the offers were the same, you cannot tell me with 100% certainty that he picked the place that was the most suitable for him whenever you eliminate finances.
No,
because
not with
the one thing that's
100%
the uncommon
certainty.
denominator was that Boston gave him the best financial contract.
Yeah, you can't say with 100% certainty. And the one thing that lends itself to what you're saying is that has to be considered by people is if you heard the interview that he did with Carabas on the podcast, he basically said in the final half hour, 3 different offers came rolling in. Well, then guess what? Where he signed probably means that team was willing to up their offer more so than the other teams involved, and therefore made the most sense for him because he was looking for the biggest bag.
Yeah. Alex, is Isak a better third baseman or second base? He's probably better at third than he is second, but he's pretty average at third, and he's still an upgrade over Altuve at second, so I'm not really that concerned about Isak at second base. Quite frankly, Texter seems like a no-brainer. We might be getting an upgrade to Bregman for half the price. I don't know if he's an upgrade. But would I rather pay Arenado 12 or Bregman 40? Give me Arenado at 12. Texture, no brains needed. I just wonder about the ripple effect of the organization, locker room, positioned in the field and the lineup, as well as minor league options come to fruition. Arenado's a stud, arguably better than Breggy. Stats are close. I think Nolan is better than Alex in the field. I do agree with that. And at bat, I don't agree with that. Nolan's cannon is one of the best in the game still. Bring it. Would be better than we are today. That was a lot there. Sign Nolan. This is what makes Major League Baseball interesting and watchable for the fans. Okay. Josh from Seabrook, can Arenado play outfield? I say no. I don't know why that matters. I guess because the outfield's a weakness. Okay. I guess I see where you're going. It doesn't make any sense to bring him in. I think I told you exactly why. I think I gave you the Astros rationale, and I think I argued it well, quite frankly, Josh from Seabrook.
Well, that's not shocking either, but I think you did. You brought up the reasons why you should be at least considering it. Look, I mean, they said that if Bregman was going to come back, that he was going to be the third baseman and Paredes was going to play second. If Bregman doesn't come back, but you feel like you can bring in Arenado, and we all agree that defensively, that's why the main reason why he still is as attractive as he is because he's still, just a vacuum over at third base, that your infield becomes even better defensively and your lineup becomes at least slightly better offensively, not knowing what we don't know about where he is. Great. But I just have serious concerns at his age with his offensive production.
Yeah, I'm with you. But who do you think would be better offensively the next 3 years? Nolan Arenado or Mauricio Dubon?
Oh, Nolan Arenado.
Then it's an upgrade.
Yeah.
713-780-ESPN. Let's go out to the HR&P listener line. Who'd you say it was, AJ? Sean? I think he said Sean. Sean, you're in the Hive with the Bees. What's up, Sean?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead, Sean.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. Hey, I disagree with this Arenado trade. No offense, but I think it's stupid. I mean, think about it. You traded for a young guy, 25-year-old Paredes. I might have said his name wrong. Now, Crawford boxes should be his, go-to. Because if you look at it, when he was in Tampa Bay, he was knocking them out of the park. He was doing real great. But then he struggled in Chicago. Why? Because of the deeper ballpark, okay? Now, if you get an Arenado, then you're kind of taking, the bat away from him. And
no, he's still in the lineup. Paredes is still... No, Isak would still play second. Isak is still in the lineup. Acquiring Arenado does not demote Isak Paredes. It just moves him to second base.
Well, then what about Brandon Rogers? You remember you got
Brandon
him
Rogers
as well,
hit 220 away from Coors Field, and they signed him to a minor league contract after the Rockies non-tendered him. I think you're overrating Brendan Rodgers.
Well, I mean, I also look at this. You don't want to get too old. I mean, Arenado, he's like, 34, 33 years old?
Yeah.
I mean, we want to stay young, right? We don't want to get too old, and at the same time, we need to watch our salary cap. So, I mean, the way I see it is let's pass on him. Let's, stay away from him, and let's focus on, the minor leagues. We got like a guy like Cam Smith for the future, right? I mean, we don't want to have to force to be giving him away because who knows what the Cardinals are going to want for Arenado? They might want him.
Sean, you're not going to have to give up Cam Smith. Even if the Cards were dumb enough to ask for him, you're not going to give up Cam Smith for Nolan Arenado at this stage in his career.
All right, well. Yeah,
appreciate it, Sean. Yeah, appreciate it. No, he brings up good points. The first few points were terrible because you're not removing Paredes from the lineup. No. You're just moving him to second. I think Brendan Rodgers is 50-50 to make this team. If you acquired Arenado, then Brendan Rodgers might not make this team.
Agreed.
Brendan Rodgers is the guy hoping that the Astros don't trade for Arenado. And Brendan Rodgers has been really bad away from home. Like, you look at his numbers at Coors Field, and they're really good. Last year, 328 hitter at home, 888 OPS. Really good. What did he do away? 214 hitter, 571 OPS. That's worse than Mauricio Dubon. And, those numbers track for his entire career. And you have to ask yourself, okay, those are awful splits. He hit poorly away from Coors. Why did the Rockies non-tender him? Think about how bad you have to be for an organization not to bring you back at a very low salary. You can't be very good.
And let's also not forget.
The Astros non-tendered this year. They non-tendered Jose Urquidy, but they kept Jake Myers and Chas McCormick. So, the Rockies don't think highly of Brendan Rodgers. And then nobody else in baseball thinks highly of Brendan Rodgers. Well, how can you say that, Branham? Because he signed a minor league deal.
Not only that, but regardless of whether he handpicked the team he wanted to go to, thinking there was an opportunity for him, this guy was taking the pick after Alex Bregman. So he was supposed to turn into someone of substance and be that kind of player for the majority of his career. The guy taking one spot above him just signed for $40 million a year. And you're
I don't know
looking.
how that's relevant now, though. In the
But I'm
offseason,
saying,
like,
if he was still a talent that everybody was hot after, then teams would be wanting to bring him in. He would have opportunities. The team that he just played for would want to bring him back. And you can't expect bringing a guy like that into your organization. It's like when Daryl Morey was enamored with lottery picks. What you were when you came out of college as opposed to what you are now is entirely different. And if you're expecting Rodgers to come in here, win the starting second baseman job, and be a guy that finally either one lives up to his potential, or is a better hitter now that he's an Astro, I think that's a crapshoot at best.
yeah, it's a long shot. I'm rooting for it. Like, it'd be awesome if he came in here and put up the numbers that he could produce at Coors. But what are the chances of that? Pretty low. If they happen to be great, it'd be an unbelievable find. I'm rooting for that. But I'm not trading for somebody else because that is what I think is going to happen. There's no way that anybody's projecting Brendan Rodgers to be an above average offensive player away from Coors. Now, Sean does bring up a good point about Cam Smith, because if you were to trade for Arenado and he's here for this year and the next two, now what do you do with Cam Smith, whose natural best position is third base?
He plays right field.
And I think it's a good point. I think at that point, you probably move him to right field.
Yep. I think he definitely would play right field. It's not like it's going to keep him off your roster or keep him from having a spot to play on your team. It's just that, look, he's shown the ability and openness to be versatile just to make sure that he gets on the major league roster. I think the biggest thing is his bat. And as much as we do what we've seen the Astros do with Yordan, or what we want them to do with Yordan, they're going to do this year, Cam Smith would be in the same kind of ballpark. Like, he might not necessarily play his number one position, but if he's a stud offensively and he's still got an arm worthy enough and athleticism worthy enough to play an outfield position, and he can crack the starting lineup by doing so, then they'll do that.
Give me one dark horse candidate to make this team. 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line. It is the Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Live in the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees. Now back to Joel and Jeremy.
I think of the contrarian nature of myself now once Nolan Arenado to be an Astro. Like I've talked myself into it just to be contrarian, I think. Although I do think it makes sense this year. 713-780-ESPN. How come no one has mentioned the Breggy bomb over the weekend? Laughing emoji. Because it's February.
Like it's sickening how many people were just like chomping at the bit to retweet every offensive thing he did this weekend.
Are you ready to boo Bregman yet? I'm told you I was sick. I've been so sick with this. The Boston Bros, and he's all of a sudden he's Boston's sweetheart after he's been booed by everybody around Major League Baseball. He was a D. Like, how many bad things you hear said about Bregman? Now he goes to Boston and he's like, the greatest thing since Dunkin' Coffee. I'm so sick of it. I'm not gonna go to the games, but I ask everyone that goes to the Boston Astro games when Bregman makes his return to boo him out of the dike.
Yeah, to me, it's like I don't need the full court press on everything he's going to do all year. I want him to suck and the Red Sox to suck. I'm just not to the level of caring enough to boo him or be someone that boos a player. But I totally understand it based on everything that, how fans feel and how they get caught up in those feelings.
Boo that dude. Boo him. Boo him. Tired of the Boston nonsense. Mr. February hit a home run off a 4A pitcher. Cool, man. Am I bitter? Yeah, I'm a little bitter. And it's not because Bregman left. I didn't want Bregman on the Astros. It's because he went to Boston and, everybody loves him now. It makes me sick. Texture, you may see Cam Smith in the big leagues before the All-Star break. I do see a scenario that exists where that happens. Now, Cam Smith would have to destroy minor league pitching.
Mm-hmm.
I think that you would have to have some struggling or injured players. But I do think if he were to be called up before the All-Star break this year, I have a hard time envisioning it being at third base. Because
for sure.
Is Paredes so bad that you're trying to replace him, or in what scenario is he playing third this year? If he's playing if he's playing with the Astros by the summer of this year, I think he's playing probably right field.
I totally agree. I think that just shows you whether injury or just lack of production wise, you find out that your outfield is less than, and you need to try, not grasping at straws, but you need to try to find whatever you have within your system right now to try and find an answer. Then I think that you'd see multiple guys that get a chance to play the outfield and prove that they can do better than what the Astros are dealing with, or replace a guy that's been injured.
Yeah, this guy said to get called up for Chas McCormick, or maybe he gets called up for Jake Myers and Chas moves to center. But if he's a big leaguer this year, especially by summer, and there's not an injury in play, I think he's playing outfield. Texture, who is he? Parkman? That's a good text. Astros deal was better than Boston with deferred money, AAV higher with Stros 26 versus 20, higher total guaranteed 156 versus 20, factor in state taxes. Astros offer was better. If he has a bad couple of years, he may not recoup that money. I think that Alex Bregman will get $36 million 4 years from now. Like if he plays out the Boston contract, 120 for 3. Yes, I know it's deferred. The current value of the dollar, blah, 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 blah. That's why I hate the whole AAV's higher, 26 versus 20. Okay, with the Astros AAV, he's not getting money from year 7 through the future. With Boston's money, he is. Yes, true value of the dollar, blah, 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 blah. But I would take 120 over 3 before I take 156 over 6.
Question.
And even if Bregman's bad, I think after the Boston deal, he's still going to have no problem finding $36 million over the next 3 years after his 3 years in Boston. So disagree with the texture there.
I do too, because you think about it, with salaries going up year after year. I mean, even if he takes a more of a bargain deal with those last couple of years of the next contract he takes, he's still be probably making more than that.
I think that he'll get, and listen, I understand the deferrals and it kind of makes it tricky and all that stuff because of the present value of the dollar and inflation, blah, 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 the state income tax that throws a wrench in there as well. Now, the deferred money could help Bregman in that sense, because if he's not living somewhere that has a state tax when he's getting that deferred money, well, then now you eliminate $20 million-ish down the road where you're not paying a state tax. So maybe that was part of the reason he wanted to defer it, so he doesn't have that money taxed as much as it would be. And then also we have to factor in that big league players, professionals, they have to pay taxes in every state that they perform. That's always part of the equation that people never factor in for when they bring up these state tax proposals.
I will say, though, did you see the number from 40, whether deferred or not? Someone said with Boston's tax system, his 40 a year would be 26 or between 20 and 26 a year based on their state taxes.
Interesting. Maybe that's why he wanted a lot of it deferred.
Yeah, maybe so.
Because if he's not living in Massachusetts when that money's getting deferred to him down the road, well, then not paying that state tax.
Yep.
So it's very confusing. I'm not an accountant. I do math bad. I do letters bad. I do almost everything bad. It's a miracle that anybody employs me. Texter Rogers is a really good defender, though. He won a Gold Glove a few years ago. He's been negative defensively the last couple of years, which is weird. Okay, give me a surprise player to make this team, Blankers.
Well, I think we talked about it the other day. And then, hey, just in the same vein, if you can look at it and gush all over Bregman, the guy that I said is the guy that I said don't sleep on for a chance to play outfield for this team too is Zach DeCenzo. And he looks like a guy that offensively is got his swing in order and offensively looks like he can be a plus player. And if that's the case, then I think that because of his versatility, if he can play outfield at all and he can help you as a backup infielder, I think Zach DeCenzo is the guy that I would point to first.
Yeah, mine isn't very move the needle. Mine's Steven Okert, the left-handed journeyman reliever. I think that he's going to make the team. So mine's not very splashy. Like I'm not pulling the headlines whenever I say him. But he's mine. MLB and McTaggart, he picked one for the Astros. He said Logan Van Way. Who is a righty pitcher. He has them making the Astros bullpen. Apparently he's got a big right arm, strikes out a bunch of dudes. Had a 3.47 ERA last year in Sugarland, or 3.22 ERA last year in Sugarland, 98 punchies and 72 2/3. So let's keep an eye on Logan Van Way. That's
Could be your
McTaggart's dark horse.
Could be your Ort of this year, a guy that we weren't expecting but could come in and do something, because isn't that what we're all kind of hoping that Forrest Whitley finally becomes as well?
Yeah. See, I was having a conversation with somebody about this the other day. Like the Astros certainly have a lot of questions behind Hader and Abreu. Like that's okay. Yeah, you're right. They do. They have a lot of bullpen questions outside of Hader and Abreu. The thing that I like though about this bullpen, or maybe it's not even a like, maybe it's I'm making an excuse for them or I'm defending them, is that they have a lot of names and a lot of potential candidates for the few spots remaining. So, yeah, you have some questions about the bullpen, but you have a lot of options to fill those questions. Like Caleb Ort, if we count on him as a big league reliever, okay, well, now he's one of your 3 of your 7 or 8, depending on what your starting rotation looks like. If you're counting on Taylor Scott, okay, well, now you got 4. If you're counting on Brian King, okay, now you have 5. So now you have 3 spots for a bunch of different candidates. And Dana Brown has kind of proven that he can kind of find a few average to above average big league relievers. So, yeah, they have questions in the pen, but there's a lot of candidates, a lot of options to fill those few spots remaining. So I'm optimistic about it, actually.
Don't you also feel like there's also going to be a couple more candidates that we don't know yet, simply when teams start trimming down their rosters and want to go with younger guys versus veteran guys, and guys normally kind of pop free to where you might be able to get one of those guys that fill a role for you if you see that the need is still there and not in-house?
Maybe. I mean, I guess it depends on what they feel about their pen, right? Like if they feel like they're, it depends on their rotation. But if we're assuming 5-man rotation, that means an 8-man bullpen. You can only carry 13 pitchers in the bigs. If they feel really good about, 7 of their arms, and they feel like 7 of their guys have potential, they're like, okay, well, let's just bring in another, guy who's been released and just to fill out the roster. Yeah, I guess they could do that. But yeah, I'm actually a little bit optimistic about it. Now, not to poo-poo on the DeCenzo thing, but I did my Branham roster projection 2.0 after 3 spring training games. I actually projected that the Astros trade for Arenado, and the only reason I did that was to, farm engagement, which it worked. But my catchers, Jainer Caratini, around the infield, Walker at first, Isak at second, Arenado at third, Pena at short. My backup infielders, Dubon and Singleton. My outfield, Altuve and left, Jake in center, Chaz in right, Jordan on my DH, Gamble's a platoon option there as well. So those are my 13 position players. Mm-hmm. The reason that I don't have DeCenzo over those guys is because I think that they value Singleton's left-handed bat and he doesn't have options. And Espada said he wants his youngsters to play every day. So that's why I had DeCenzo off.
And then hearing him the other night with TK when he was saying how he really also likes to have that lefty bat with power off the bench, you're probably right.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And
the
I think
Space Cowboys pregame show with Garrett.
Wow.
Yeah, DeZenzo is going to be on the Space
Space-
Cowboy
there you
pregame show with
go.
Garrett. The rotation, I have Fromber, Brown, Blanco, Arrighetti, Wisniewski, and then my bullpen, which the last two spots are up for grabs. I didn't have Montero because I included him in the trade for Arenado. Hader, Abreu, Ort, Scott, King, Whitley, Contreras, and I actually had Van Way even before I read that article. So there you go. That's my roster. Do you hate it?
You weren't
What don't you like about it?
overwhelmingly convinced that Gusto, after 1 2-inning appearance, was going to be your guy?
Well, they want Gusto stretched out. They want him
Yeah.
to be a starter.
I mean, I think that's what I'm saying. Do you don't think that Gusto could be your 5th starter?
No. It's going to be Wisniewski.
Okay. I think we said that earlier. I think we both were in agreement that he was going to get the first crack at it. But boy, again, spring training and people are gushing over a 2-inning performance.
Texter said, "Don't forget that you host bad." I know. I said I'm not good at anything.
You're good at play-by-play.
Texter said,
Let's just be real.
Whoa, that's a backhanded comment. I'm not good at radio, though.
I didn't say
I'm not good
that.
at sports talk.
I addressed what I think you're. People saying you're not good at things.
The conversation was host bad, though, Blankers.
Yeah, and I just stuck up for you and said you're good at
I
play-by-play.
think you like
very good at play-by-play.
Kind of accidentally said that I stink at sports talk radio.
I never said you stink. And you
The
said you were
texter says
clean today.
punchies.
You said you were clean today, so that's good.
So it was fresh, clean
there-
and fresh. Both of those, yeah. I took a shower before the show. Punchies, calm down, Espada, LOL. Logan Van No Way. That's not bad. That's not a bad one there. You know what I think of? I thought of a nickname for Shea Whitcomb.
Okay.
For Shea Whitcomb.
For Shea?
You know how they call minor league fringe players 4A players?
Oh, okay.
For Shea. What do you think?
He's a little
Great
word.
the joke.
You
You don't like it?
No.
For Shea Whitcomb?
No. I don't like it.
Oh,
And I
it's
think
pretty
he's
good.
better than a 4 Shea.
You do?
Yeah. I think he's going to end up being a little better than a 4A player.
Yeah, I like to your like DeZenzo point though. I think he has a chance to help them. I think DeZenzo can be solid. You know what I want to see them do with DeZenzo if we like assume that he doesn't make the opening day roster, which is still in play. I think it's 50-50. And I didn't have Brendan Rodgers on mine either, which I think I would have Rodgers ahead of DeZenzo only because they want DeZenzo to play every day. Like I don't think they want DeZenzo to be on the bench and play and start twice a week. I would like them to send him down to Sugarland to start the year and play him primarily in right field.
I was just going to say
Play
that.
him primarily in right field for a month. See if he's capable of doing it, at the big league level.
Yeah.
That way, if Chaz or Jake stink, well, then you call up DeZenzo and he's your right fielder.
This is your Lo Profito of a year ago. Go down, play in AAA, and play a position you're not as well versed at, so that if we need you as a backup plan, you're well versed at it by the time we need you. I think. Remember how, Bagwell went to Sugarland and we were all talking about Joey's playing first. Abreu sucks. Here it comes. He's, and then when they were tweeting about him making good plays defensively at first base, I think this could be this year's version of it. Play DeCenzo in the outfield. If the bat continues to be consistent and he starts playing good in the outfield and looks like he's capable, then he gives you that option that they're probably still looking for.
Yeah. To me, that makes the most sense because, like you don't need a first baseman for 3 years. Like you sign Christian Walker. Like if he's not your first baseman for the next 3 years, then you got Jose Abreu again,
Yep.
Maybe you could toy with the idea of moving Isak to second and DeZenzo to third. I don't know if I love that path.
Yeah, I wasn't enamored with DeCenzo's defense. So
No. He was okay. He was way better than Forshea Whitcomb at third base. Remember Forshea had that Forshea had that 3-error game the night after they clinched.
Did.
Hopefully he was hungover. I hope he was hungover. I hope he partied too hard.
Yeah.
I could live with a Forshea player making a bunch of errors after a clincher, having a little bit too much fun. I can't live with a Forshea player that's doing that sober.
Yeah, that was a massive catastrophe is what that was.
It was. Ron says that Singleton's getting tested for steroids. Those are Ron's words, not our words. The views and opinions of the Killer Bees do not.
That all
Ron's
came out
opinions.
this weekend where somebody was asked like who came in the best shape or something, and people were
McTaggart
like,
had a story about it.
yeah, they were gushing about like Big John. Okay, great, but Big
Did
John.
you see the picture?
I did not.
He's ripped. He looks like the Incredible Hulk. Like it's not hyperbole. Like that article is legit. There's a picture of him. He looks like the Incredible Hulk. Dubon said he looked like The Rock. Like he's jacked. I actually read that article. They said that he cut out carbs Like he's very, very little carbs. He's
Okay.
working out, I think, like 3 hours a day during the off season, and he's going like major protein. So he's slimmed up and he is jacked.
Huh.
Now I don't know if it'll help him as a hitter. Hopefully it does, but I doubt it. But yeah, it's legit.
Like, that's interesting because at a certain point, you can only take so much protein per sitting. Your body rejects the rest of it, but I guess whatever works for you. But yeah,
How much? Oh, yeah, per sitting.
yeah, per sitting.
But if
right.
if you spread it out, it's okay.
Yeah, right, exactly.
Yeah, and he's a big man.
Well, I mean, that's great. Maybe he can be on the cover of Muscle and Fitness, but he's not going to be anywhere near the starting lineup for this team.
Yeah. I mean, I think he makes the team though.
Oh, I think he'll make it, as like you said. I
think he'll
mean,
make it.
Espada said at his first interviews with TK down in Florida that he wants his bat on the bench.
King says that he's going to be DFA'd. I don't think he'll be DFA'd. Soriano says that Singleton is on Ozempic. He wouldn't be as jacked as he is if he was on Ozempic. He's
He'd just be
muscular.
skinny.
Yeah. Largo, no more munchies, I guess. That's a weed joke, is what that was there. I see what you did there, Largo, because it used to be a bugaboo in his past. And if you do that sort of stuff, then you like to munch, right? You like to have some munchies. That's not a bad point. Why does Branham's audio sound so much better from a Motel 6 in Lubbock than Granado's does dialing in from his SoCal residence? I don't know.
He moves around. He was like last week. He was in Arizona. So John's like a
Did he
man
go to
on the
Sedona?
move. He went to Zona.
Look
I
at
don't think.
Granado.
No,
trying to be like me.
He met up with his Midwest buddies for a summer golf excursion. I mean, a weather golf excursion in Arizona.
That's not bad.
He's a man
Ron
trap.
says Astros are very right-handed. They are right-handed heavy. I think that's why they want Singleton on the pine, pinch hitting late in games. All right, 713-780-ESPN, HR&P listener line. Let's get to the Mailbag Monday. 713-780-ESPN. What are your questions for the Bees? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. What are your questions for the Bees? 713-780-ESPN. HRP listener line 713-780-3776. Texter, two-part food question. Bacon or sausage for breakfast? Let's start there.
Bacon.
Bacon or sausage, Blinkers?
Bacon without a doubt.
It kind of depends on what I'm eating. I
Why?
prefer sausage on like a breakfast sandwich or like breakfast on a bun from Whataburger. But I prefer bacon if it's just on the side by itself. And a lot of times I like to cook my eggs in the bacon grease. So I make the bacon, throw the eggs in on the grease on top of it. So it depends. If it's by itself, give me bacon. If it's on a breakfast taco or even a sandwich of some sort, give me the sausage.
I'm going to go bacon in both regards.
Both scenarios?
Yep.
And then at a barbecue, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, like, even from the Midwest, I've never been a huge fan of that kind of flavor as opposed to the bacon flavor. So that's why I lean bacon on both.
At a barbecue joint, are you ordering pork or beef ribs?
Beef.
Yes. Next question from the, and by yes, I mean both. Give me both.
Well,
what is something that you eat? Both. I eat both. He asked me, what do I order? Both.
Oh.
Are you ordering pork or beef ribs? I'm
or.
ordering both. I'm ordering both. It also depends on the location, though. Like some places do pork better than beef. Some places do beef better than pork. So I can go both ways. What is something that you'll eat cold that most people won't? That's a good question.
It is a good question. Man, you have anything off the top of your head? Cold?
Yeah, I have a lot. Pizza obviously is one. I'll eat fried chicken cold. I like fried chicken cold. Not as good as it is hot, but I'm not kicking cold chicken out of bed. Yeah. I mean, are you talking raw or like cooked broccoli and then cold?
Yeah, either way. Because like if I'm putting together a salad for dinner and the kids have in Tupperware some of the broccoli they didn't eat the night before, I'll just take that cold broccoli and throw it on the salad. It's still fine to me.
Yeah, I will too. I prefer it cooked, but I can eat it cold. How about steak? I'll eat cold steak.
I will too. Yep. That's never been a problem.
I'm not opposed to that. Yep. I like cold steak. Cold steak's good. I like steak. Just give me steak.
No potato products. Like I'm talking about like French fries, tater tots. The cold ones, no. No.
I'll do it.
If my kids order fries, or Lisa who loves fries, like by the time they go, hey, we got these left. Do you want some of them? If they're cold, I'm out.
Yeah, they're still not good, but I'll still eat them. How about some loaded potato skins cold?
I'm not a big fan of potato skins. I can eat them, but no, I'm good.
You really have to struggle and grit your way through a potato skin. Huh?
I'm a fan of, most things made with potatoes or potato dishes, but yeah, I just would prefer not to eat a potato skin.
Oh, that's interesting. Do y'all think there's two players on the Astros this year that will have a better season than Tucker and Bregman will on their new teams?
I do. I think Jordan and I think Christian Walker. I think Christian Walker's going to have a big season.
You think he's going to be better than both Tucker and Bregman?
Do they have to be better than both or just one of them?
This year that will have a better season than Tucker and Bregman. Can I go with a pitcher?
Yeah, Hunter Brown.
If I can go with a pitcher or Fromber. I think Fromber and Hunter Brown and Jordan, two of those three guys will have a higher WAR than both Tucker and Bregman. But if I had to go position player, I don't think so.
Huh.
I'm more worried about Tucker than Bregman.
Yeah, I think Christian Walker has a better season than Bregman. I think that Jordan can compete with Tucker offensively. Now, defensively, it's a different question.
Yeah, if we just went like WAR, I don't think the Astros will have two position players better than Tucker. I think they'll have two better than Bregman, but Tucker's the one that I'm worried about here. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Pena has got a question for us. What's up, Pena?
All right, what's going on, guys? So tonight I'm kind of not feeling like cooking, so I'm feeling like eating chicken. So where should I get my rotisserie chicken at? At Kroger or HEB? And for that person that brought up ribs, and Jeremy, I asked you about ribs a couple weeks ago at Spring Cypress Place. The fried ribs, elite, man. Thank you. Have a great day.
Good. That's good to hear. I'll have to check that out.
I don't know that I've had rotisserie chicken from either place. Randall's used to make a very fresh, but there's hardly a Randall's available anymore.
They were remarkable at Randall's.
I see what you did there. I guess I would lean more Kroger than HEB on a rotisserie chicken.
I think it's a tie. I think all rotisserie chickens taste the same. And if you're going to do that, you should get it at Costco where it's $4.99. Costco's got the cheapest rotisserie chicken. It's unbelievable.
And
they all taste the
pizza
same.
and hot dogs. And that's a bunch of people go to Costco just so they can capitalize on the snack bar.
I was walking through the airport yesterday. I had a layover in Love Airport in Dallas. And I was walking and I saw a guy wearing a Costco sweatshirt. And I was like, that is a great idea. I'm going to buy myself a Costco sweatshirt. I love what you're doing here, man. I love the vibe.
Says Costco on the front of it?
Yes, it does.
I thought you might get a cheap
do
deal on a plain sweatshirt at Costco, but not a Costco sweatshirt. I'll pass.
It's Costco sweatshirt. I'm in. I'm gonna look to buy one. Not sure if you just answered this and I missed it, but I'll ask again just in case. How good do y'all think the new pitcher from the Cubs is? I think he's talking about Hayden Wesneski.
Yeah. Not good enough to be more than the fifth starter, but hopefully good enough to be the fifth starter. How about that?
Yeah, I think he'll be okay. The hope is that the Astros pitching staff just makes them better, right? Because they do that. So can they turn Wesneski, who's a fringe big league starter, into a number 4 starter? I think it's in play.
Yeah, I don't know enough about him. I don't expect him to beat the 4 starters they currently have penciled ahead of him. I hope that he proves that from day one he can take over the 5th starter spot with the potential that maybe down the road he can be a little better.
Yeah.
I don't ever think he's going to be like a top 2 in a rotation type guy.
No. He's a bottom of the rotation guy. Best case scenario to me, he's your number 4 starter. And I'm not talking about where he is in the pecking order. I'm talking about the stature of a number 4 starter.
Mm-hmm.
I think his high ceiling, Astros make him better. His upside is a number 4 starter. Ocho, where do you slot Tony Padilla's foul call in the BYU Arizona game on your list of worst calls in history?
I think that's a tough one because I think that in the middle of the game, I think that there are still a lot of officials that call that. But I think that based on the scenario and the fact that the guy picked up his dribble and he was trying anything and everything just to try and bail himself out, I don't think officials should make that call at that point in the game. I don't think it was that significant of a foul.
I thought he fouled him. I thought they called one against BYU a minute earlier the same exact way. He bumped him with the body. He bumped him with the body, kind of took him out from his momentum. I thought it was a foul.
I thought he created that more than he fouled him as significantly as you're saying.
In fact, he got him underneath. Thought he undercut him a bit. Also, it was helpful to the Cougars that BYU won that game.
Mm-hmm.
Who's the best producer at ESPN 97.5?
Oh, boy. AJ's really hoping, but he already started playing Sugarland Space Cowboys music today, so it seems to be a theme when he's filling in for us. Joe George.
Ouch! You call him? You're saying he's not talented?
See, you're reading into this. I just think that just overall production skills, Joe George.
Okay. I'm going to go AJ. I think AJ is the best producer at ESPN 97.5.
Yeah. Okay.
He's the best. Go Cougs. Texture, breakfast taco or kolache?
Oh, breakfast taco. Yeah. I'm not a kolache guy.
I like both, but breakfast taco is at a 9. Kolache's at a 5.5, 6.
It's lower than that.
Depends on where you get the kolache. But breakfast taco is upper echelon, top tier.
No doubt. Always a bummer if someone in your office, it's their turn to bring the breakfast for a meeting and they bring kolaches. You're like, no, thanks.
I'm never sad about free food. You don't get a body like this turning down much food, but tacos is over kolache for sure. Texture says, have you tried Roberto's taco truck off Robinson? Best street tacos ever. My neighbor sent me that on the
Where's Robinson?
It's in Spring. It's close to my house.
Oh.
I've not tried it. I've been meaning to try it. They have a brick and mortar that I've been to, but I haven't tried the food truck. I've been very intrigued by it, but I can never figure out the hours. They're randomly open at weird times. It's a busy area. It's in front of their house. It's weird.
Hope they're open more than the TGI Fridays that Brian thinks is still open.
No, but I've been very intrigued by it. I'm glad that you texted me that because now I'm going to have to make it a point to get over there and try those out. Texture says leftover steak. I'm not rehearing it. like I understand where you're coming from because you never should have leftover steak because you eat all the steak. But a
Right.
lot of times I make extra steak or I have steak for the kids and they don't
Yeah.
finish it.
Yep.
And I'll cut it up, throw it in a salad the next day, or maybe I put it in the
Sandwich.
eggs.
Make a sandwich.
Sandwich.
Yep.
Yeah, we've yeah. If the Cougs played the Wisconsin Badgers in men's basketball, who wins? And is Wisconsin's Tonje? I don't know who that is. A top 5
Tonje,
pick in the draft.
Top 5,
I don't
absolutely
know
not.
who's better. I don't
Oh,
know who's
I
better,
do.
Blankers. I just hope that they all have fun.
Yeah, okay. And that was the perfect answer for you. I can honestly tell you that the Cougars are better, that Tonje is not a top 5 pick, that the Badgers are overachieving like a mother, and that come tournament time, I don't expect them to have a deep run like a lot of people do. But Tonje's a nice player. He's a guy that's probably, I hope he's a first-round pick, but he's definitely not top 5.
I feel like you always hate your teams.
No, because look, I credit them. I didn't expect anything from this team this year to be where they are right now, but they're not winning their conference like U of H. They don't have the kind of go-to guys like an LJ Cryer, and they don't play the defense that the Badgers, that the Cougars play. I don't think it's close. I think the Cougars are going to be 2 with a possibility of a 1 seed. I think the Badgers are going to be 3, 4 seed, 5 seed maybe.
Okay. This texture says Pena had just as good of a year as Bregman. Look at the offensive stats between the two. Pena's OPS plus was 100, which is league average. Bregman was 118, even despite a disastrous start. Jeremy Pena is not even in the same atmosphere as Alex Bregman offensively.
Agreed.
And I'm anti-Alex Bregman these days.
Totally agree with that.
No.
Do you
That's a
think
bad
that if
take,
the
man.
Cougars had a 15-point lead with 7.5 to play in the game, that they would relinquish the entire lead? Because I don't.
Hold on, say that again.
You got a 15-point lead with 7.5 to play in the game. Do you think that the Cougars even sniff losing the lead?
I mean, they had a 16-point lead against Iowa State. Cyclones trimmed it to 1.
I watched the end of that game, and I watched the majority of that game. The Wisconsin at home blowing a 15-point lead with 7.5 to play, it was embarrassing.
Yeah. Who were they playing?
Oregon, and now Oregon has the most quad 1 wins in the country.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
They did win that player.
I think it's 9. It's 8 or 9.
I have a hard time believing that.
Me too. And it shouldn't have happened.
No, Auburn has 14, man.
They blasted that stat all over after the game. And it was on the crawl on ESPN. That
quad 1 wins?
Yeah.
Oregon's 9-6 in quad 1s. They're
9
tied for
was
second.
and 9 was the best in the country, they said.
Auburn has 14.
Well, there you go. Good, because I think Oregon sucks, and I think the Badgers that's even more emphasis on the fact that the Badgers just all over themselves.
Yeah, I was keeping up with that score and was surprised by the result. If the Super Bowl, NBA Finals Game 7, and World Series Game 7 all were on the same day, which one would you attend?
What are my choices again?
Super Bowl, Game 7 of the Finals, Game 7 of the World Series, all on the same day. Which one would you attend?
I think the World Series.
I've done the World Series Game 7. Wasn't a great result. I will take the Super Bowl. I've never done a finals game.
I've done all 3, and
flex.
There you go. I'll see that flex the fact that I've done all 3. I just think that because of the fact that anything can happen in baseball, and there's so many different momentum swings as we've seen with the Astros. I enjoyed the Game 7 of it's the most nerve-wracking, but I would enjoy the baseball the most.
Yeah. Key from LA, who will have a better career, Baby Dion or Travis Hunter?
Travis Hunter.
Yeah, I think it'll be Travis Hunter too. I don't love Shador.
I don't either.
In the NFL.
I think
Pardon my ignorance, but what is go ahead.
I just think he's a little bit more than a little bit. I just think he's been overhyped. I don't think I think I just don't believe in his ability to do things that everybody's just like slam dunking, his ability to throw into tight windows. And I got to see more.
I think my player comp for Shador Sanders is Sam Darnold. It's my player comp.
Really?
For sure. I mean, Sam Darnold went high in the draft. Don't
he
forget
did,
that.
but okay.
Texture, pardon my ignorance. What's a quad one win? The NCAA uses this net ranking now. They got away from the RPI a few years ago, and they have these quad one wins. You get a quad one victory if you beat a team with a net ranking. Well, it depends on where you're playing. If you beat a team at home that has a net ranking in the top 30, that's a quad one win. If you beat a team that has a net ranking in the top 50 on a neutral floor, that's a quad one win. If you beat a team on the road that has a top 75 net ranking, that's a quad one win. And then they have quad two, quad three, quad four. But everybody wants the quad ones, obviously. So that's what the quad is in college basketball. It's a little confusing. Do you prefer breakfast tacos with or without salsa? And if you prefer, do you choose red or green salsa?
I'm a red salsa guy. I don't prefer the green salsa, but I prefer my breakfast tacos without salsa.
I prefer mine with salsa, but I'm going to go to the depends on the place. And it also depends on what you're eating.
See,
like
same thing with me and ketchup.
Yeah. Like if you're eating barbacoa, give me a green salsa every time. I never put red salsa on barbacoa.
If the
green salsa only time with some salt.
If the eggs suck, then you go to the sauce. That's why I go to the ketchup.
First time in the ballpark for the season. Where's your first stop concession-wise?
Oh, for me, it's easy. That's the fresh-made hot popcorn.
Oh, yeah, popcorn's good.
Big time.
I'm going to the wife's purse because we snuck in snacks.
Oh, there you go. AJ agreed
Tuna
with me
salad
on the
using yeah, I love popcorn.
Favorite snack.
Me too.
So good. Do you put the liquid butter that you can press the button on at the movie theater?
No. Don't need it. If you get the fresh, hot ballpark popcorn, you don't need it. Then it gets it all soggy and everything. No, I'll pass on that.
At the movies, yeah, I do. And then I like add popcorn.
Yeah, I do too. How about every now and then too? Movie theaters will do that. They'll give the little packets of jalapenos. You ever put the jalapenos in there with the popcorn?
No, I don't want all that on my popcorn.
Oh, it's good. It does make the popcorn soggy though. I don't like to put it in the popcorn. I'll keep it on the side, and then whenever I get some popcorn, I'll add the jalapeno to it. That way it doesn't get the popcorn in the bag soggy. That's what you call a professional move there, Bunkers.
It's called disgusting.
It's called being a fatto.
Jalapenos
tuna
aren't
salad.
fattening. They're just nasty.
Well, you don't like spot. You don't like a little pica. I've learned.
That's more than
I love jalapenos.
Yeah.
I love jalapenos. I eat jalapenos in all sorts of ways. Pickled jalapenos on whatever. I like to do the stuffed jalapeno, not the stuffed jalapeno, the jalapeno poppers with the cheese in it, the bacon wrapped around it. I love the flavor of jalapeno. Jalapeno is my favorite flavored chip. I like a little pica in my life. Oh yeah,
cheddar for the chip. Oh man,
cheddar chip,
like the sour cream and onion or the sour cream and cheddar.
Jalapeno is better.
No,
Hotter and Hot jalapeno chips by Zapp's are the best chip that is made on our planet.
Sour cream.
Zapp's Hotter and Hot jalapeno.
Sour cream and cheddar Ruffles.
Yeah, but you do baked, so like it kind of disqualifies your opinion.
Still the best flavor. Flavor doesn't change.
I do like that chip. But it's not first. Tuna salad using mustard or mayo.
See, my mom made it with mayo. So if I have my druthers on potato salad, it's a mayo base.
Tuna salad.
Oh, tuna salad. Tuna salad, same thing. Mayo. I don't want mustard on tuna. I don't like that. I'm not a big mustard person.
I don't like tuna. I'll eat like
Really?
sushi. Yeah, I'm not a big tuna salad guy. I'm not. Yeah, it kind of creeps me out. Like you get fish in a bag. Like what are we doing? Fish in a bag? Like that's food poisoning waiting to happen.
Fish in a can.
Like what? Same thing. Like what are we doing here? Like you trust that? You trust the fish that has been placed in a can to be good years down the road?
I mean, I'm going to check the date on it before I go years down the road. I'm not going to open that.
Think about it. Like how long? What's the shelf life of tuna? Years? 3 years?
We had this conversation when Joe had to eat tuna out of the vending machine.
Water? Maybe, but how is fish out of the water good in a can for 3 years? That doesn't make it. That does not add up.
It's been in the can for 3 years.
I don't know the shelf life of tuna, but I just don't trust it. You're getting fish
and
out
get
of
the
the
albacore,
ocean,
and then
you're
you know
putting
it's
it
even
in a
fresher
can
and better
Not
tuna.
on that. I'll eat raw fish before I eat that crap.
Ugh, no thanks.
Ketchup on eggs is serial killer territory.
And hide your cereal.
Shadur is that? No, man. Shadur is that guy, and that's why
Got it.
Brady chose him to represent his brand, and he's going to Vegas. That would be interesting to him to Vegas. I hope he ends there.
Yeah, that's
you
what
don't have
Davis
to-
wanted all along for his quarterback. So we'll see.
Yellow or white queso?
Oh, for me, it's yellow.
Yeah, both are good. Give me yellow, I guess. Tex-Mex or taqueria?
Tex-Mex.
They're so good. Like, yes, the answer is yes to both, but I guess taqueria. Now, do you ever put your straw on the butter dispenser into the popcorn so your butter gets to the bottom of your popcorn? I have seen that done. No, I just kind of go down the sides.
Good idea, but no, because I don't use the butter. Like, I mean, AJ can't wait to get his finger on the button, especially when it's help yourself on the butter. He just goes nuts.
It's good.
No,
It's good. It's delicious. Have you tried the Buc-ee's Cajun boiled chips? I have not, but
Not
let me
me
know where I
either.
can find them because I will try them.
I'm going to
and then
bet they're
review it on
having
the
at
air.
Buc-ee's.
He spelled Buc-ee's wrong. He spelled it. Okay, so he's talking about Buc-ee's, like the real Buc-ee's.
Yeah.
He spelled it Buckys. Confused me. Okay, so he's talking about Buc-ee's, the Buc-ee's.
Yeah, the big one. Yeah.
Have you seen the Cajun boiled chips?
I've seen me look right past them.
I have not. I have never seen them. I want to try them next time I see them.
Okay.
I've convinced so many people of my love for jalapenos that jalapeno ice cream is my favorite. I think he's trolling me. I've never seen jalapeno ice cream.
Good Lord. That's like Brady
I've
with his
never seen
avocado
jalapeno
ice cream. Sounds disgusting.
I think he's trolling. I've never seen that.
No one puts jalapenos with ice cream.
No, I think he's trolling.
That's ridiculous.
Mirza asked us earlier, how optimistic are y'all about the Rockets' future outlook with this core? Serious question. Sports.
Look, I think there's tons of reasons to be optimistic because there's a ton of talent on this roster, whether it's internally or eventually externally. They just have to figure out who their go-to guy is and who emerges as at least one or two of those type players. But there's no reason not to be very, very encouraged and excited about their future.
Yeah, I like the outlook a lot. I think that they're trending in the right direction. And even if that one guy doesn't come with this core that you're talking about, I think you have the pieces to find that player that can push you over the top outside with what you have, because you have the draft picks, you have the young collection of talent. So I think they're in a really good spot. I'm bullish on the Rockets going forward. Speaking of the Rockets, Blankers had a buddy with a hot take about Ime Udoka. He'll tell you what that hot take was and if he agrees. That's next. It's the Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Something that's not a hot take, though, is that HRP is great for your business. They're great for your employees, too. So employers, if you care about your employees, give them some HR&P. Human Resources and Payroll, Cougar owned by my colleague, Go Cougs. Chris Fisher, he's an Aggie. He's over there, too. Great people at HR&P. They're the very best. Business owners, let HR&P help you. That's what you really care about, right? It can help you in HR compliance, benefits administration, payroll, onboarding. They can help you with one of those things. They can help you with all of those things. You're a business owner. You're looking to create more time, less stress in your life. You hate dealing with payroll. Well, that's what HR&P is for. You hate dealing with onboarding. HR&P. You hate the HR element of it. HR&P. You hate all of it. You just want to sit back on the golf course. HR&P. There's no boxes with HR&P. Doesn't matter how small the job, how big the job. HR&P is going to work with you to customize a plan for what you and your business needs. You have a problem, you have an issue, you want to take a little bit off your plate, a lot off your plate. HR&P is going to find a way to help you do that. They do it in a way that's unique, too. Technology meets service. Their technology, best in the game, best in the market. You're going to love that, but the service is excellent. Guaranteed fulfillment. You'll never talk to a stranger. You'll be talking to someone who knows you, knows your business needs. Their customer service is elite. Give them a call at 281-880-6525. Let HR&P take some off your plate. Customize a plan for you. 281-880-6525 or visit them online. hrp.net. That's hrp.net.
Live in the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees. Now back to Joel and Jeremy.
Texter says the shelf life for an unopened can of tuna is 5 years. You're just taking something out of the fresh ocean, salt water, and then you're putting it in a can and it's going to be good for 5 years. What are you putting in that fish to make that good in 5 years?
Just vacuum seal it.
Yeah, you're putting additives in there.
Salt will make sure it doesn't spoil too.
Yeah, that's true. Cajun bowl chips are the saltiest chips you'll ever have. Sounds like it's for me. Movie theater popcorn with extra butter and a bunch of crunch. Best chips out there. Zapp's Voodoo Heat. Voodoo Heat's fine. It's okay, but it's not better than the Zapp's Hotter and Hot Jalapeno.
Okay, here's where sometimes simplistically you get everything you need if it's fresh, just made popcorn. There's enough crunch that I don't need chips all over it too.
Yeah, I'm not really big in adding the bunch of crunch. I'll put some spicy or the hot Cheetos in there every now and then. Just give it a little pica, a little spice.
I will do like the bottom of the bag of all the flavoring from the Ruffles sour cream and cheddar. That sprinkled over the popcorn. Now that's good.
I've never tried that. I guess I can't speak on it because I've never tried it. Yeah. All right, you have a buddy who had a hot take. What was that take? Do you agree with it?
No, I don't. And we had got done playing hoops, and let me just set the fact that from a credibility standpoint, look, he's a season ticket holder with an earshot of the huddle, right on top of the team. He played in college, and I think past that, he's a very knowledgeable.
You rubbed some elbows with some rich people there.
Okay, fine. I mean, you know some people, and Granado knows some people that have tickets and things too. So I'm just saying, like, and still could play at a very high level, but he knows the game. And we were sitting there, we got done playing, and everybody was talking, and he was like, man, again, last night, he was just ranking on the Rockets. I'm going, what are you doing? And he goes, I just think that they're not going anywhere until they get a better coach. I go, a better coach than Ime? He goes, absolutely. I said, I'm going to need to hear this because I think he has been like the main reason why they've taken this big quantum leap. He said, I don't have a problem telling you exactly what I feel. He says, I don't think that he's a bad coach. I just think he's a great assistant. One of those guys like Wade Phillips was in football that maybe is a better assistant than he is a head coach type. He said he's a player manager. He would need a Tex Winter or a true X's and O's guys to show him what to do, which I was like, well, he learned under Greg Popovich. I think he's okay there, but then he said, I saw this dude call a timeout, went to the huddle, grabbed his coaches in a side huddle, didn't say bleep to the team while they were down 20. On the other end of the floor in the Golden State game, Steve Kerr is up 20, but talking to his guys about how to get up 30 and really focused on talking to his players. He said they usually let bad teams back in games and most teams back in games because they don't make adjustments at halftime or at any time, even when things are going well. He also said, look, in the Minnesota game the other night, 48 points in the first quarter, but you're down at the half. My argument there is, look, it's the NBA. Teams make comebacks. But he did reference what you and I talked about, which was, I think, the Cleveland game. When the players don't know that they can run the baseline, they don't know if they have a timeout left or not. That's truly on coaching. I can't argue that point.
Yeah, I mean, that's a solid I don't agree with this take, but it's well argued.
It is.
I will give him credit for that.
Yeah,
I think it's really, really well argued.
I mean, I don't think we talked about it all the time. Even when Ime was available, it's like they got the best possible coach for this team. One, because it was the best available coach, but more so because it was a young team. They needed discipline and instruction and all these other things. And I think for the most part, he's gotten the most out of guys that we hadn't seen yet. You find the right, kind of niche for them in Jalen and Şengün and so many others. Is it a work in progress? I think it is with every young coach. But do I think that there's a better coach right now that could take this team and take it to a different level? I don't.
Yeah, I mean, I would point to the resume for Ime. Like maybe he had a turnkey team in Boston that in his first year won 51 games and went to the NBA Finals. Like, pretty good job. Well, Branham, his roster was loaded. Anybody, you could have done that. Well, I doubt it. But okay, that's your counterpoint there. He turned a team in the Rockets that were awful before he got them. They went 500 in his first year, and this year they're 35-22 are going to be a playoff team when many doubted they would get there. So I would point to the resume as my counter argument, and I think it's a pretty good counter argument.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, like I said, I was shocked, but there were some of my buddies that were like, no, you know what? And again, they heard the arguments, and they're like, look, there's certain things, but you can nitpick. Look, D'Amico's gotten nitpicked a lot on certain things that he still had to learn and get better at. And I think to some degree, yes, you can say that he walked into a great situation in Boston, but he also walked into an absolute bleep show in Houston and turned it around 22 games better in the first year and continues to make progress with this team. And he took talent that was raw, that wasn't polished, that wasn't finished, that had a lot of growing to do and a lot of learning to do and a lot of want to learn on the other end of the floor. And he's gotten the most and maximized a lot of guys that we still don't know how good they can be. We just knew how bad they could get. So I just think that it's way too soon to be pointing the finger and saying that the coach is the reason that this team is being held back.
Yeah. Do you agree with any of it?
I agree with parts of it. I agree with the fact that, look, the same way we criticize Bobby Slowick about adjustments and in-game adjustments and things like that, I think that there are games where you can point to it and go, like, point a finger and say, hey, they needed to do more or to take the ball out of Anthony Edwards' hands. It's one thing to say, well, we're just going to double on a high screen. I just think you've seen other teams that just take a guy in the old box and one style and just say deny, and overplay and have him follow every step the guy takes. The late game stuff. There's something to be said about the fact that the late game prep for the team in terms of timeouts and what you can and can't do, fouls versus not fouling, that's been on display a couple of times where you can say, yeah, it has to get better. Some of the play calls, some have been great, some have been not so great. So it's definitely not where I think there's another coach that can take them higher. But I think that the positives completely outweigh whatever needs to be worked on.
I saw some Spur fans wanting them to get Ime with Popovich health things. So he's coveted in San Antonio by some. Soriano on YouTube, I've been saying what he's been saying what your friend has been saying for weeks. Got to hold Ime accountable. He's gotten a pass for a while now, but he's still a good coach. I do think I've seen, like, some of the fan base will give him criticism for the offense. They think he's a little bit conservative on the offensive end, maybe not as creative or as high-powered offensively as they think that they're capable of or could be.
Yeah, I think what's fair, too, is because Ime seems to be the commander-in-chief in charge of all things Rockets, that I don't think the media pushes back on him like they do even with D'Amico, to where they would go at him and say, hey, wait a minute, you got to at least own up to some of the mistakes at the end of that Cleveland game. You got to own up to the fact that you guys have to be better in this regard or that regard. Or there's a different way to phrase it if you're afraid to go right at him. But I don't think the media should be afraid to go right at him if it's deserved.
Yeah, that's true. All right, 713-780-ESPN. I'm going to dip out here a little bit early, head over to the arena. Big matchup out in West Texas. But Blankers, AJ, rest of the way. Car wreck of the day. What is your car wreck of the day? 713-780-ESPN. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
This is Ron Ansana with your market scoreboard report on ESPN 97.5. A mixed market today with a lot of up activity, with the Dow finishing with only a 33-point gain. It traded higher in the morning, sold off, and then bounced back into the plus column to end at 43,461, while the S&P and NASDAQ pulled back rather notably. Concerns about whether or not the so-called big cap companies will continue to spend heavily on AI weighing on the group. The S&P 500 down 30 points, about 0.5% to 59.83. The NASDAQ down 1.2% or 237 points to 19,286. 10-year note yields dipped a bit to 4.4%. The dollar firmed up a little. Oil rebounding a touch, up 44 cents to $70.84 a barrel, with gold up 13 $1/3 to $29.66 the ounce. Market has a lot of economic data to contend with this week, also keeping an eye on Washington with respect to tariffs, trade issues, geopolitical risk, and the like. We'll get a second look at GDP. We'll get durable goods orders, new home sales, and jobless claims all coming out this week, which could ultimately move the market as earnings season winds down.
Car wreck of the day as we take our final segment of the day on the Killer Bees. Appreciate AJ Bluebaugh Age filling in multiple capacities today. One of my favorite producers, as Jeremy had to step out a little early for Cougs basketball, but AJ and I talk hoops a lot. And my car wreck of the day is the fact that LeBron James took to social media to put out the Weinekins of the fact that he's all upset about his upcoming schedule because it's just so jam-packed and it's so tough. And it goes back to me to the likes of why he gets criticized so much and how so many people are not willing to give him top dog status over Michael and even Kobe and others. It's because of crap like this. Like, you are catered to more than any player that came before you. You have so many different luxuries that they didn't have, starting with the fact that from the charters and the private jets, as opposed to all the commercial travel back in the day when Jordan first started in the league, to the fact that from the amenities to the technology and the medical progress that has been made in so many different ways. Shut up and play the game. This leads itself more to what PK Subban was talking about a week ago when the hockey was such a prevalent must-see TV event. And he just can't use it as the platform to come out and say, hey, look, in hockey, the best players come to play every night. And they're letting their teammates down if they don't, as well as the fans, as well as how many times I've said how many of these different families give up a majority of their income for a week or 2 week span because they want their kid to see their favorite player. And load management, he's skipping this one. I think that is such a coward, and all this load management stuff is such BS, especially if you consider and want to be considered the greatest of all time. So LeBron wins in a landslide for me, car wreck of the day.
No, for sure. Yeah, I agree with that because I know for my generation, particularly when we didn't get to see Michael Jordan. So a lot of people already say like LeBron's the GOAT, it's art the debate and all stuff like that. Of course, he has all the stats behind him. He's played 22 years. But with stuff like that, yeah, it just really turns you off. And it reminds you of the times like when they played against the Mavericks in the series, how he was punked in that series and just type of moments that he has like that. But yeah, I disagree. I mean, obviously, it's not the most convenient schedule, but we talked about the Rockets earlier. I mean, they're dealing with a lot of back-to-backs as well, too. So you have to play with the cards that you're dealt. So that's what I look at it as too. And
and you think about it, Tim Hardaway was on a podcast the other day talking with Gilbert Arenas and those guys, and basically said, look, if I want to talk about the greatest, if I want to talk about a guy that's a complete difference maker, I put Luka in a category with Kobe and Michael. And he goes, did you notice I didn't name LeBron? He's like, because when LeBron needed a bucket, he gave the ball to Kyrie Irving when it was in the biggest moments. LeBron was a guy that he was criticized a lot in his career about a guy that really didn't want to do what a lot of those guys did consistently. And I don't want to take away, because I think you're right. It's like the Vince Carter argument. Or the Eli Manning. If you play long enough, your stats are going to be such that you have to be considered one of the best of all time, because longevity matters, because the best ability is availability. But when you look at it and say, Michael knew all the right spots. He was never giving up the ball unless he was doubled and knew, like the Kerr, the Paxson shots, that he trusted his teammates enough to do those things. But that killer instinct that they had, I saw too many times. I never had an argument one way or the other about Kobe as a person. I hated him as a player because he beat my teams so many times by being on a level that not many people get to. And if you get a chance, there's a 3-part documentary on Kobe on CNN, where it just talks about, like, there was no off season. He was constantly trying to perfect his game more and more and more. LeBron didn't do that. In the off season, LeBron was kicking it. Charles Barkley, the last game of the season, he wouldn't pick up a ball until the first day of training camp of the next season. And I think to some degree, Charles deserves criticism for that, and that maybe have hurt him with all the ability he had, as opposed to Kobe calling up Dream and saying, Dream, I'll pay you 6 figures. I need to learn the Dream shake. I need post moves, and you're the best in the business. Teach me. I mean, in the documentary, his daughter, Gigi, comes up to him and says, Dad, I want to be like you. I want to play basketball. He goes, we better get up at 4 a.m, because that's when we're working out.
Right.
That's the kind of thing that I don't think I saw in LeBron.
Exactly. I agree with that. And then too, like with that as well, too, I think like a lot of people, in my opinion, I don't like how they don't mention Kobe at all in that. And he's had that obvious, he had that obvious killer instinct. Yes, he doesn't have, the type of all around accolades that LeBron only won MVP and stuff like that. But the type of impact he had in the game is
got more chips.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying too. I mean, I think that Kobe should be, at least mentioned with that as well. I mean, he literally mirrored the game of Michael Jordan.
I think everybody thinks LeBron gets shortchanged in the comparison with Michael, and I think the biggest shortchanged guy is Kobe, because Kobe, and again, you don't shortchange what Kareem Abdul-Jabbar did too, because he has everything. He had the chips, the stats, the whole body of work.
Right.
But he played a different era. He played a different position. He wasn't, flying through the air, doing all these things. But when you look at Kobe's 5 championships with different rosters and the way he was able to carry his team, and the things that he did on the defensive end of the ball, because that's the other thing that Hardaway brought up too, was I know on one end of the floor I was getting all defense, first team. Now with Luka, that's not true. But with Kobe and Michael, you were getting first team all defense, and on the other end of the floor, they were never too tired to put a dagger right in your heart when you needed a big bucket. So I think it's a never-ending argument, but at the same time, I hate to see LeBron come out like the whiny baby on social media and go, look at how many tough games in a short period of time we got to play. Exactly. Maybe you won't even play him because you pulled out of the All-Star game and you screwed someone that maybe has never been an All-Star before from getting an All-Star nod because you waited too long to say you had a sore Tootsie. That's bad, man.
Yeah, it is bad. I don't like it at all either. And that's why, I don't know. That's why I like LeBron. I respect him. Obviously, he's one of the greatest of all time, but I just don't think that he's a GOAT. I mean,
I don't either. And again, I don't want to take away from the career LeBron's had. If there's a Mount Rushmore of, NBA players of all time, I think he's got to be on it because he's had the best combination of wins, stats, individual honors, accolades, and all the other stuff. But I don't think he's ever going to be Michael. And I think Kobe, I don't think he would ever be Kobe either. But that's just me. So, I mean, to each his own. Like, I don't think there's a wrong answer either. I just think it's wrong when you start putting him above Michael. Kevin Garnett once had the greatest way to solve he goes, why don't you just have the best player of each decade? Because you could have Larry Bird and Larry Bird Magic, and then you could have, Michael, and then you could have Kobe, and then you could have LeBron. And then we wouldn't have to just have this massive, like, I'm so ticked off. We had an intern that just started and would not take no for an answer when I started giving him the fact, how many finals did Michael lose? How many all defensive teams did LeBron have? This dude was so hell-bent that LeBron was the greatest and there was no other answer. I was so frustrated I had to walk out of the room.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying with my generation. That's what it is. Like, they won't even hear the argument either. Like, they're just so adamant that it's LeBron. Like, they won't even consider anything else.
It's very stubborn,
right?
In terms of what do you got?
For sure, yeah. For me, so with Zion Williamson, everyone's talking about his weight and how he's been able to get it down to 260 pounds. Now, I'm not gonna lie, obviously it's a good thing, but I mean, you're being in shape. You're supposed to be in shape as a professional athlete, and we know how great of a talent that Zion Williamson is. But the best ability is availability, and for him to be applauded for so much of losing weight, I mean, you're supposed to do that. It's in your contract. You're getting paid millions of dollars. I think that's just bare minimum for you to be at the required weight.
Again, another guy that maybe should push away from not only the dinner table, but push away from social media a little bit more. Joy Taylor just gets done being dragged through the media because of her possible affairs within her workplace. And he slides into her DMs after being known as a guy that slides into DMs just looking for the quick hit and run. And she puts him on blast. It's like, Zion, wasn't your old situation enough when she was not only putting you on blast for all the things that you were doing and liked and disliked, but the fact that she basically said you had Mountain Dew candy and chips in the bathroom drawers and all over the house so you could have your sugar fix and your nasty food fix. You're, like you said, be the best professional athlete you can be when you have the privilege of being one of the best professional athletes.
Exactly. And that's why they had that clause in his contract too, though, that it's terrible.
And also own it. Because when they say that he won't play back-to-backs, they're protecting you. Don't come out to the media and go, well, I wanted to play, but you blame the New Orleans Pelicans. They're the ones that really don't want me to play and won't let me play. I'm pretty sure if you put your foot down, the one that didn't blow through a shoe because of your weight, and you just basically said, I want to play back-to-backs, what are the Pelicans going to say? No? Well, the guy that we're paying to play every night at a massive amount of money, maybe we would like to see him play more often.
Exactly. Yeah, I don't know. And also, I think I was looking at something with his contract clause as well too. With the weight and stuff, they can void it and release him, and it wouldn't hit their salary cap at all. So that's another intriguing thing. So I mean, it's good in that aspect that he's able to get things under control, but it's just bare minimum, honestly.
Honorable mention too to producer Abigail because of the fact that she worked with us last week, and Sam, our trusty marketing girl, had a birthday. And she told me, and I said, oh, what are you doing? She goes, well, I'm going to have dinner with her right now. I said, well, make sure you tell her happy birthday. So the next day, I texted her and I said, hey, wanted to make sure you got my text. And my birthday was yesterday, Joel. And she just starts going off on me. I go, well, your bestie was supposed to tell you when she went to dinner with you. And Abigail, oh, I didn't mean it.
I did tell her. I literally the first time I went up there, I was like, "Happy birthday, Sam!" And also Joel says "Happy birthday," and she said, "Thank you."
Yeah, well, that's not what she texted me, which I told you. So someone's lying somewhere, and it ain't me, because you just admitted on the air that I told you Friday, the right day.
Why would I do you dirty though?
I mean, you do try to do that with some of your when you guys' social media jokes and things that you like to play on us. So yeah, that's when. So how can you be trusted? What wins, AJ? I'll let you pick.
I'll pick yours. Yeah, LeBron debate. I don't understand it.
It's ridiculous. Just if you want to be the best, then act like the best at all times. Okay? Don't need load management. And maybe it's taken this long to get Zion load management, but now start playing basketball games. All right, we appreciate you, brother. Always appreciate you having you in the production booth. I don't know when Brian will be back. It's probably when the end of his Beekeeper movie series is over and there's no more Jason Statham movies to watch. But in the meantime, I know what's coming up next. The Boss and the Gloss. Carla is either one of those two, but you got Carla Dawson and the man David Gow and said untrustable producer Abigail to be in the mix as well. That is just a combination for must listen to radio. I'll be listening on the way home. You listen to Jeremy's back tomorrow, as well as I don't know if BMAC will be or not. I don't think so. AJ one more day. So at least short of a Space Cowboys drop being mentioned in the middle of our game, in our show, we'll have another good show. Thanks for listening, everybody. Have a great night. Boston the Gloss next, right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 FM.